It's been a slow day for me, y'all. But, alas, we must show up and learn things. Welcome, y'all. Thank you for coming through. Sorry about the wait today. That song is wild. Specifically, we are listening to songs that YouTube has approved for usage in videos. This is Robot Boogie by Quincus Moriera. Maybe I said that right. There's a chance. I like to think of it as a greatest hits radio station for YouTube videos. Alright, what you guys on about? What you talking about? You wouldn't download a Godot? Wait, what does all this mean? What does all this mean? Me being late is okay, right? Rorik still doesn't know what their monster's gonna be. Wow. What's up, Andres? Welcome, lights out. Hello, Barts. Henry. You're gonna start making the monster today. I guess so. I mean, like, for me, my making the monster is very much going to be, like, technically. I'm not sure. I don't know about art. So, guys, I do have an entire concept in mind for my Game Like Jam game. I have the whole idea. I came up with it, like, I don't know, man. I just in like an Adderall bender. Not a bad way. I'm prescribed it. It's okay. But, like, I basically used 100% of my Adderall energy yesterday. Like, okay, 90% of it. Planning out the game. So, like, I don't know. I haven't looked at it since then. I have a feeling it's crazy and not gonna be sustainable. But, oh, and I got the messages to show all the lines. That's what I spent the 10% on yesterday, was making sure we had all of the message show up. I also got Twitch alerts set up proper. So, for example, bam, look at that. Look at that. I guess I redeemed my own hydrate, so I should, cheers. There's still more I wanted to do, but I did the best I could. Also, you may or may not, probably not notice, I did finally get the CPU that y'all helped pay for. I was trying to make a YouTube post, but I just ran out of time. So there it is. That's the new CPU. It's not in the computer yet, but it will be, at least by the next collab dev, so we don't have to deal with that. Okay, so seriously though, what the heck was my game idea? A warehouse, right. All right, anyway, I'm a little afraid of what that's gonna be. But I actually, you know what? I could technically make the art today, the monster, at least like a rough version of it. Cause it's just like, you guys want to see my monster? You may have heard of it if you're a D&D fan. Yeah, we got Endercap, y'all. That's gonna be my monster, is Endercap. Why? I don't know. I just like, because it is simply the, like, where my Adderall infused brainstorm session took me. It is what it is. I've never heard of this before. I've even watched my partner play a lot of Baldur's Gate, and I still haven't seen this monster before, but that's okay. Still know your monster will be. Use the default Godot monster icon. That's funny. I mean, you know, I do have a model, which is on GitHub, on the Alien Meets World, aka Harvest Earth GitHub. If you guys, you do have to do a little work to get it, I think. Yeah, maybe I'll try. If you guys want a Godot monster, I actually have one. Believe it or not, a 3D model Godot monster. I don't know, I don't want Godot to be the monster though. Oh, poor mean, scary Godot. Godot.exe, do not play cursed game. I see how we got where we got. I love spooky smooth jazz. Was it spooky? Nice. The Legend of Grand Drowned. What is this? What do those words mean? Does that mean something? Welcome Flip, Nickba, thank you for being here, and thank you Nickba, Rolrick, for being members of the channel and supporting Hyper Game Dev. I really, really appreciate that. You helped make that CPU possible, literally. Like, I did get this microphone stand from Humble Bundle that you guys bought through the affiliate links and Patreon money, but that CPU is the first actual YouTube money that went towards something for the channel. I've just been like meticulously saving it because I'm terrified of running out of it. I don't want it to go away. I want to save it for the most important things. This was an important thing. So thank you, Nickba, Rolrick. Believe it or not, you guys helped make that possible. You did. You did. Literally. Boo-ba-doo-boo-boo. The message is warped now. So if I potentially wrote a very long message, I wonder how much the screen can cover. Yeah. So, Twitch would be the best place to do that because Twitch has an absurdly long... Hey, Pawn! Over there on Twitch! Someone's gotta be over there. Here, I'll post it. Boop, 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 boop. This is gonna be the maximum message. There it is. That's the longest. So I also set it up to shrink the font size as the line as the line numbers increase. It shrinks the font size. I thought about it. Hopefully, we'll see. We're kind of testing it out today, so we'll see how it goes. I was looking through a laptop my neighbors sold me cheap in a garage sale. I saw that Godot, a pretty popular game image, and I opened it and saw a project that was never exported. It read godot.exe. Is this a creepypasta? A Godot creepypasta? Gotta get that Scarlet Fire in here. What's Scarlet Fire? Flip is just like speaking in tongues as far as I'm concerned. The spirit moves them. You wouldn't you wouldn't instantiate a pack scene. Oh, I would. Yeah. Right. I remember those. You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't download a car. Those ads were silly. All they did was teach me I could get free stuff online. Like, ooh, Napster. Napster, LimeWire, Kazaa. Probably another one. I got like one email one time from the government. Do you guys ever get one of those when you're a millennial teen or Gen X child downloading things? Gen Z, sorry, not Gen. I guess you could have been a Gen X young adult and doing it. Sure, why not? Gen X young adults probably set it all up. Okay, whatever. Gen Alpha, you don't know what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. I got an email from the government that was like warning me legal action was gonna happen because I downloaded an album. And I was downloading tons of stuff, but there was only one that set that off. And that was it. I never used the torrent again, ever again. I was done. Forget torrents, I'm out. Scared the crap out of me. Now I know that it's like not really the worst thing, although I guess my ISP could have gotten mad at me, but man, did that scare the crap out of me. Anyway, you can look up You Wouldn't Steal a Car. True. It'll be supporting us from that could be a fun horror game. Like in the United States anyway, we had like the Dare Lion. Remember that guy? At least when I was a kid. Dare Lion Drugs. Look at that guy. Oh, was that like the first furry besides Looney Tunes? Wow. I had no idea. I I mean, it looks like commission free fan art. Like, exactly. It's amazing. I guess it did more than just encourage people to download things and do drugs. It actually encouraged people to explore their personas. Anubis is the first furry! Yeah, you're right. Oh, man. That's funny. It's definitely lacking that plump, bouncy, cartoony, you know, vibe. But I think you're probably right. Like, I would be shocked if it didn't play a similar role. Been drowned. No. Has one of you told me about that before? If I've heard of it, it's only from y'all. How does he shot web? How does he shot web? Oh, Endercap from his face! So I did a little reading. Where that comes from is, as I understand it, okay, so maybe I don't fully understand it. I just realized. But I guess it attracts and absorbs spiders. So I think it's like filled with spiders, and it takes in the energy of the spiders, and then is able to harness it. I think that's maybe some D&D wise person out there can set me straight, but I think that's the way it works. Egyptians were furries. I think they were. They had Horus. They had a few of those animal gods. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment. You're welcome, Rorik, for inspiring us and forcing us to develop games in a limited scope. I force you! You are not invited to join the Game Like Jam number 5. You are required to join the Game Like Jam number 5. Link is in the chats. You must join. It is my solemn duty. Greetings, Murphkins, another person who helped make that CPU possible that I still have yet to install, but it's okay because we don't have a collab dev stream coming up too soon, but it will be coming up again. Thank you, Murphkins, for supporting the channel, being a member. I appreciate you. Greetings to you as well. Scarlet Fire is a YouTube safe music. Is it though? Is it though? I'm so jaded after years of streaming and trying things and getting burned. I'm so jaded. Is this it? Otis McDonald? Internet Archive. Okay, that's a good sign. Now, the only thing that concerns me about it is, like, if somebody else were to claim it, like, there's Gen AI out there being told to claim music and then claim videos, or copyright music and then claim videos. With that said, I'm gonna keep what you're saying in mind here. The first option was on YouTube. Right. True. I love the reason why I like the YouTube audio library, because YouTube is like, look, we got you. We promise this is going to be fine. Like, nothing is gonna go wrong. But this looks promising. I will say, look at all these shorts already that use it. Okay, so I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Let's say Lisa's intrigued. I'll just like make a bookmark and then someday find it. That's my pledge. CPU did I get? Excellent question. I believe it is a 5950X, an AMD Ryzen 59. Is that backwards? No, a 5950X. I got the best possible one I could get, given my motherboard. Yeah, there it is, a little window. And so it's kind of a small box. It doesn't come with a cooling fan, because it's like, I don't know, it's so hardcore that a regular stock cooling fan just isn't enough. So I had to actually also get a cooling fan, so that way it would, you know, keep it from melting. So this is gonna be a whole install. I'm not sure if I'm gonna install it like in a member stream? Probably not, but like maybe. Yeah. AMD Ryzen 5950X. You keep watching that for me, Godot. Mixamo is really easy once you get to it. Nice. Right. Right. True. I remember I tried to do Mixamo when I was using Unreal Engine. And I did it for like a couple things, but then I just stopped. I was like, I want to make this stuff. Although, okay, so if that's not even fully true all the time. That's not totally true all the time, okay? Believe it or not. Make sure, yeah, Twitch chat is coming through. Okay. All right. That's not always true. Because for this granny-like game, I'm actually thinking of using asset packs. For the first time in my, like, entire game dev life. I think I'm gonna use asset packs because I really want to focus on the mechanics. I want to not get super bogged down by doing, I want to do some art, obviously, but maybe not all the art. Okay, so I found, basically, okay, so I had this idea for my game where it would have boxes that you could pick up. So instead of like finding keys and building a shotgun like you do in Granny, which is the game that we're basing our games on for this jam, instead of like finding different pieces that you use and try to solve little puzzles, instead I want my like interact mechanic with the monster and the world to be boxes. Boxes that you pick up and stack. Originally, I thought about like that you could actually like, climb the boxes and then the monster could like break them and you'd like fall down. I'm not sure if that's quite gonna be what happens, but I was just looking for like box assets. And the only reason I was looking for them was to like inspire me. I was like, what kind of location has boxes? You know, maybe just by searching box assets I could find things. And I found this Creative Commons Zero asset pack on, oh, you can give a link in a collection. You can just give me the regular link. You don't have to give me the collection link. That's okay. You can just give, all right. No, that's, sure, why not? All right. Yeah, all right, well, that's the only one I have, so there's the, I got it, the only link I can share right now. And so I found this asset pack. It's Creative Commons Zero, and it's even got rigid body set up for Godot, which is like crazy. Hello, cat. Are you blocked by the chat? Is the mean old chat covering you up? Hello, sweet boy. He is there. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Hello. I love you, Travi. Yes, I do. What's up? You want me to make some room for you? Anyway. And I was like, these are nice. They're like designed with Godot in mind. And so now I'm thinking to myself, wait, I could just use these. Yeah, he's a sweet cat. I could just use these. These are great. Look, it comes with shelves. And so I started leaning towards this like warehouse concept. Although I gotta see what there's like QR codes on them. I gotta see what they go to. Yeah, so that got me really hyped to like see this asset pack. So then I start looking at this person's other stuff too, right? Because I'm like, well, maybe like they're making these, they look really good. Surely they're working on more things. Oh, they are. Okay, now I can actually give you like a nice generalized link. So this is the person whose assets I think I'm gonna use. They have a lot of free Creative Commons Zero ones, and they have like a couple that are paid, like a few. Now, of course, one that I want is paid, but it's only like $8. Okay, it's only like $8, and it means I don't have to like think about a lot of things. I can just like make my game. Where's the where? Look at all these assets, and all the ones that I checked had like Godot stuff, which was just crazy. Okay, this one is $8. Okay, but it looks good. So I'm thinking my game takes place in a warehouse, based on, again, just like searching around, doing things. So many assets. Okay. And look at the topology. Look at that. Look how few polys and stuff there are. Like, this is nice. This is not bad. It's using the minimal amount and still achieving a good visual appearance. I'm like, this is promising. Like, I could just have my whole game in here, put the shelves in, and be good. I don't know why I've been sleeping on asset packs, Flip. You're doing the right thing. A chair, wheelchair, and a cabinet so far. Nice. I mean, I love Blender. I love making things. And, you know, for me, learning all of the stuff, sound effects, music, UI, code, art, animation. The reason why I want to story, the reason why I want to do all those things is so that way I am familiar with the process. If I want to tweak things, if I want to work with other people, I at least have some passing familiarity with how stuff would be implemented if they're like mainly an artist or whatever. And so, you know, at what point do I say, maybe I can stop making every asset and do what I planned, which is just be generally knowledgeable on how to use those things so I don't have to make everything from scratch every time. I think this is my time to try that, you know? First time using one? Okay, all right. You know what? Good for us. I think we're doing the right thing. Universal Animation Library is a pretty awesome set of free CC0 3D character animations. Ooh, nice. Okay, I'm definitely gonna add a random bookmark for that one. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna put my game in this warehouse. Now, I don't need to like buy this right away. You know, luckily I can just download the boxes and be good. So yeah, so today, I want to focus on getting that monster tracking working. The general quick explanation of my game, this is me just familiarizing myself with my task today, is, I don't know, it's just a working title, but it'll probably stick. The warehouse is stocked. Like stocked, but you know what I'm saying. Climb, hide, and stack boxes without making a sound. You are the last living meal left in a warehouse that's overtaken by an acrobatic monstrosity. So what does that mean? The Ender Cap has like web abilities and can climb and stuff, right? So essentially what can happen is, and what I want to happen, is that the player is going to be able to climb these like shelving units, okay? So that's going to be crazy and probably overscope concept. But again, if I have the assets done, maybe it makes it a little easier. So like these kind of shelving units, I want the player to be able to climb, but the player can only climb vertically. The monster will not only be roaming the floors, but also be able to climb the shelves. Not only horizontally, but also, or not only vertically, but also horizontally. It sounds cool, yes. Okay, that's good. That's good. Cool is good. Now, doable is the next question. I'm hopeful. I did try cutting down scope along the way, but, you know, sometimes we're not sure how actually scoped down it is until we get into the weeds a little, at least me. So yeah, you'll be able to climb up these, and then there'll be boxes, so you'll be able to like go, I want you to be able to crouch into the shelving areas, and then you can knock boxes off, which will fall, which is bad, but you can also pick them up and stack them. Now the stacking is supposed to be to help block the monster's vision, so it's like you can sort of figure out how to set up a little wall blockade for when the monster comes to hide behind. I don't know, I kind of just want to, again, make some of these basic components and see what happens with the monster. So set up the monster to roam around, and then see what happens if I try to block its line of sight and stuff with these boxes. I would love that. That would be my #1 goal today, is to have a way to have a monster who roams around and to obscure the vision of the monster. Yeah. So yes, okay. So yes, right. That is a reasonable thing to be concerned about. Navmesh with climbing things and dynamic navigation maps. Yes, correct. Okay, so let's see, where did I sketch this out? Endercap returns to, okay, so it roams the warehouse floors. That is to say, it doesn't start out climbing. our eder cap. If the player makes a noise or gets caught in a web trap, we'll look at the sound location, including towards lower or upper levels. If it heard but doesn't see the player, eder cap will move towards the sound/web, pretty normal at this point. If player remains unseen and unheard for X amount of time, eder cap returns to the nearest floor, drops a web trap, it's like Granny's bear traps, and goes back to roaming. If it sees the player, eder cap screams and chases the player, climbing shelves as needed. If the eder cap catches the player, it'll spin the player around and spray webs on them, resetting the player to the start position and subtracting a life. Okay, that was not the logical part of it, but you get the idea. Let me see if I described it over here in this part. Monster setup. Ensure monster climbs shelves only when pursuing a seen player. Then returns to floor navmesh when the player is not recently visibly seen. Yes. Okay, so I also outlined some steps with the help of ChatGPT with no code, mind you, of how to do the shelf climbing logic. So there'd be two separate navigation regions, region 1 and region 2. So I would bake them separately, right? So the one region, which I already have from Monday, let's see if I can find it. Should be there. It's that kind of light blue stuff. That. So we already have the floor mapped, right? And this, the whole level is gonna change. This is not even. I'm honestly probably not even gonna use this level. That's okay though. So we have the floor. That's one region, and then the second region would be all of the walls. Right, and it could be the tops too. So if we just tweak the bake settings, I don't even think I have to do that. Like if there are static bodies all around, I'm very sure that it's going to be able to, I think you can tell it, static colliders. You can tell it to specifically look for static colliders. So I just have to either tweak the settings to be able to look vertically. Maybe I could also separate all with the shelves, you'll see that'll make a lot of sense. Separate those and then bake that and use that as the navmesh reference, or use the static body bake. And so then there'd be two separate regions, and basically it would just switch to include both of them in apparently the navigation server is able to join those together and allow it to be part of the mesh, the nav mesh. So it seems like it's gonna kind of work, probably. Now, where I'm worried about are certain, performance things. So we'll see. Now, okay, here's the other thing that I didn't mention. The shelves, I want to be a little procedural. Oh no! How are you gonna do nav mesh with procedurality? So I think we can generate the nav mesh separately for each section, right? So probably let's just say there's gonna be some challenges. Well, I'm gonna have to think about this. Give me Excalibur. I need some Excalibur. Andrew says, I got an idea to make a granny, but it takes place in a Costco or IKEA kind of store. Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing. Exactly. Happy to have inspired you. That's essentially what I'm doing. Except we're just gonna keep it simple, and it only has a bunch of boxes. For simplicity's sake. So imagine this, right? So there's this whole warehouse floor, and I have this in mind. There's two sections. There's a section here. Can you fill these boxes? No? Yeah? Hell yeah. It's weird color choices, but okay. So there's two sections. There's the starting section and the ending section. I'm gonna try. We'll see, Henry! We'll see! Hopefully not making the assets will help. So there's going to be two sections. Where you start, where you'll find yourself, the player, all webbed up in a trap where you break out of. And if we look at the asset pack, there are these little like raised areas. So that's going to be like, so, and actually you can even see in there the little power box. That's going to be your goal, is to get to that power box, turn the power on, then you can open the garage door to escape. So on one end will be one of these where the player starts, and on the other end of the warehouse will be one of them where you have to turn the power on. And I want to try to make like conduits and get a little light on that side, like an emergency light. Conduits that come out and go all the way to the garage door so you can see that that's where you should go. Because they'll be a little raised, hopefully, a bit, maybe. So ideally, you'd be able to see from the starting area the ceiling at least where there's like a little light. So, oh yeah, maybe I should go there. Okay, so that's that part of the layout. Now, the important part, the shelves. So I want there to be a certain number of rows. Right? Let's say, for the sake of example, there's 3 rows. There will be more. 3 rows of shelves. Each of those shelves will be a separate, like, instant scene. What's up, Spunk? Yay! I'm just like, I'm really excited. I'm nervous, and I might run out of time, but that's okay. That's what this game jam's all about, is like figuring out how to get things done in a limited scope. And if I blow it, then I've learned how not to scope. So yeah, so there'll be these shelf instances, and they will just be like an entire row that in theory covers the entire width of the warehouse. Then within each of those shelf row scenes, there would be a collection of shelves. So what I would do is, I think I would make like, I don't know, 5 variants. So maybe I have one shelf row scene that has this arrangement, then another one that has this arrangement, and so on. You kind of get the idea. Maybe one that is something else, you know? So a bunch of different shelf arrangements. And then that shelf row scene will pick one. Or shelf scene manager will pick which of these to add into each row. So that way it's a little procedural and it creates a sort of maze that's different every time. Now, what I'm thinking is that I could bake the nav mesh, especially that verticality nav mesh, into each of those scenes, and just already have it when that scene instantiates. It's already got the nav mesh there, since we're not like, you know, really dynamically moving things around. They're already in place. We're just adding them into like different places. We'll see. I don't know. We're gonna try. So I definitely want to practice some mini version of this soon, like today. And then as far as the floor goes, so I could have the floor like already be this yellow area. I could have the floor like already be nav meshed. Except for like the rows, like where the rows are gonna be, I could make sure the nav mesh, the baked nav mesh, isn't in those row positions. That does raise the question about the part in between, but yeah, at least you can, well, I was gonna say you could put that in the per shelf nav mesh, but if I want to have like a flag that says the monster is able to climb the shelves, the monster is not able to climb the shelves, then I would need to not have, I could have two different regions in the shelf, one for the pass through. So we'll see. I think I definitely want to work on that today, is setting up how the nav mesh is gonna work and make sure it all actually works. Getting the monster to be able to either roam the floor or start climbing shelves. And that's even before it starts detecting the player. Just making sure that nav mesh works and the monster can traverse them at will, depending on what the game chooses. And so there's an extra component that I didn't mention, which is that each shelf scene Yeah, it goes deeper. Each shelf, that is to say, so those shelf rows will be made up of shelf scenes. And those shelf scenes will have their own rows with boxes on them. I know. Okay. So that will also be randomized. So that way there's different box arrangements. So I'm thinking I'll just put like little markers on each place that a box could spawn on the shelves, like marker there, marker there, and then it'll just randomly pick which markers get a box. And then this will be where the player gets the boxes from to use in the game. And then part of this is like, because if the player wants to like cut through, right, like crouch under or move through, then they have to move the box out of the way, which can be noisy. Yeah. How do you escape/win? So the way you escape/win, you'll start out in this blue square down here, and then it'll be kind of dark and stuff. There's gonna be like a garage, like over here, garage door. That's the idea. Maybe that's even something you find really early. Maybe it's quite close. And it's gonna have a button that you can't press. You're gonna press it, it's gonna be like click, 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 right? The garage, it'll be like open garage door, click, 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 nothing happens. And then over here at the end of the level, I want there to be a nice visible emergency light. Maybe it's even flashing a bit. And a bunch of conduits that come out of there and connect to the garage door. So hopefully the player can piece together that they need to go here to restore power. Maybe a big like lightning bolt icon or something on this little room. And hopefully they piece together that they need to get that power on so they can open the garage door. And then a lot of this was inspired by just looking at this asset pack. So this isn't the best picture, but you can kind of see in here that there's like this power box in there. So I'm going to use that. It even has a switch on it. And then that'll be kind of like the power room in the distance. There's a better one. You see a better look at it. These assets are, they're so fine. They're good. Like, to me, they're good. You know? They're simple, they're low performance. Now I do see that they've added like 2K materials to everything, so I'll definitely size those down considerably. But other than that, it seems, there it is. It's gonna be really performant. So, oops, it's not very clear, is it? There. So you're gonna have to flip a switch like that to get the power restored. And then, not only that, you have to go all the way back, right? And the lights will be on. So I'm thinking that the monster has like better vision on the way back. So you'll travel, you're the player. This is the amount of colors. Oh, you can pick your own color. Wow. So you're the player, and you go all this way to get here. You turn it on, and you gotta go all the way back to try to get out. That's the idea, anyway. Insane. Oh yeah, you're collaborating with Insane Alpha Beta. Let's go, community collabing. Insane gave you the monster, so I get to start programming my monster the next couple of days. Yo, I'm so excited. You guys are making a 2D, 3D Granny-like. Super, super pumped about that. Trying to pick between 4 places for your Granny-likes level. You're still doing the monster swarm thing, right? All right, so I do want to think about how all this, I want to start, even though I want to like test it and get things working, ideally I'm laying foundation that will actually be useful later, but I don't want to lay too much foundation. Sometimes I set up like a framework that I never use later on, or I barely use it and it just kind of ends up leading me down a messier path. So I don't want to get too convoluted in building things for a future I can't foresee. But if I can foresee it, I would very much like to build it. Supermarket makes a lot of sense, Andrus, for a zombie invasion. That's like classic, right? Or you're not doing the swarm idea. The places are a carnival, a metro station, an office, and a bridge. Ooh, a bridge. Whoa. That's cool. Office is nice. Carnival. Wait, I like Carnival. Carnival is awesome. Come on. Carnival is so good. I love that, especially like with your art style, your quirky art style. I think that would be your cartoony art style. That would be really, really good. All right, let me just review some of these notes, and then I guess I'm gonna start making that shelf scene, and try to bake the nav mesh and see if we can get the monster to navigate it between the different nav meshes. Making a free play mode. What does that mean? Like, oh, like sort of like you don't have to worry about the monster getting you? That's a good idea. I like that a lot. Crouch, box pickup. I mean, that's going to be I'm really excited actually to figure out the box. I want stacking boxes. So like if you like are holding a box and you aim it near another box, it'll like show you where it's going to get placed. I know it's a lot. But I'm just like, I want to, like, I'm really excited to try to do what I can. And everything doesn't have to get in there, right? So I gotta make sure I'm building the most important things first. That's gonna be good. Single box scene. Right, so the boxes are gonna be rigid bodies with collision. When I spawn them on the shelf, I might need to be careful that they're not bouncing around. No collision while it's held by the player. Stacking needs to involve reliable auto placement of boxes on top of or next to each other. Yeah. So that's that. And then, so the other thing too, the boxes I at least need the boxes to provide the justification for making sound, right? Like you're going to have to push a few boxes around. It might even be nice if some of these shelf rows are completely filled. That way you're kind of forced to push through some boxes. But I think you're going to end up being forced to anyway. But so then the reason why you're also motivated to mess with the boxes is going to be because the monster will be able to see through the shelves, right? Because they're not going to be like, it's not going to be a solid... I think the boxes will be a little taller than that, but it's still not going to be a solid see-through, right? So I would like the monster to be able to see through those gaps in theory. Basically, the shelf just provides no cover. The only things that provide cover are literally stacked boxes. Or if you, I guess, get far enough away, I'll have to experiment with that. Also, the starting and the ending rooms, those will be cover. Assuming you don't let the monster see you go there. So that's why you would be motivated to use the boxes, because it's the only way you can truly get cover in the middle area. That's the idea. Carnival it is. Yeah, I love it. Do Carnival, please. I hope I'm not dooming you to too much asset work, because I think it's the assets that are going to be a lot of fun to make, and they're going to bring a lot of life to it. I love it. You guys, cool like music. Carnivals are scary. They're kind of scary. You're like a kid alone at a carnival. You get away from your parents. Like, oh my God, am I ever gonna find my parents again? There's like a clown somewhere, probably. Okay, single shelf scene. Instantiates individual single boxes. I'm not gonna worry about that yet. Static body collision that leaves gaps between the shelf rows. Right. So that would be just for the player. This wouldn't be, the monster would not give a crap about this. But in theory, the collisions for the player would be set up a bit like this. So these blue areas would be where the collisions go, right? And the player would, the only way the player could get through these would, I guess I'd probably skip the collision down here. Player would have to crouch and walk down, or you could climb and then go in. I don't know, we'll see. I didn't enjoy Carnival in Brazil. Fair, Gregory, fair. Yeah, man, at least in my country, United States, the carnivals were low effort. I mean, look, the carnies, as we call them, who set up the carnivals, I'm not gonna say it isn't hard work. It seems dangerous, it seems unforgiving, and thankless. With that said, for whatever reason, I don't think they had a lot of motivation to make it the best possible experience. All right, I guess. Okay, when I travel to Brazil someday, I'm gonna look for a carnival. Where's a good one? How do I find good ones? Probably just Google it in Portuguese. We'll get there. Okay, so that's not particularly important to the monster nav thing, because that's all gonna be player related. So I'm not gonna worry about the single shelf scene too much. You know, I'll just make, I could even, get the asset. Get the friggin' asset. Like, what are you waiting for? It's right here. It's free. Like, and it's Creative Commons. Like, get it. Let's work with some stuff, man. Okay, so but that's not the most crucial thing here. Shelf row scenes. This is much more important. A variety of arrangements of single shelf scenes. We know how to do Carnival, but the good one I think will probably be on Salvador Bahia. It's huge. We'll take your word for it. Salvador. Is it stream safe? I don't know, man. I don't know. What do I know? If it's anything like concerts can be. Whoa, okay, it's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Yo, this looks like a party. Okay, so the fact that the carnivals are being like, they looks like a parade and a party. Okay, so this is very different. This looks awesome. This looks like a whole entire, what would we call it? Like a festival. This is giving festival. Whereas like, I gotta search images so Google doesn't start trying to find my location, and it's often wrong because my IP address is always changing, but it just makes me uncomfortable. Oh gosh, with the AI, before 2022, jeez. So I'm assuming this is what Andrus meant, but I don't know. I assume this is where Andrus was going with it. It's very, it's very like, games, carnival games that rip you off, that you can barely win. And you just lose money because you want to try to like show off that you're like good at playing this game that nobody can win. Yeah, this kind of stuff. So it kind of just ends up with like food that's really bad for you and not very culturally interesting. Clowns, there's sometimes clowns. Absolutely. And then rides that are dangerous and that people get hurt on and that are scary in and of themselves. It's real. Wow, carnivals are just scary. They're taking advantage of you. They have rides that make you really horrified because they're just genuinely like throwing you around in the air. And they're rickety. And there's clowns. We lose money with beverage and food, normally on bar or pub with samba. Fair. I mean, but I bet the food is, I bet it's better than like fried dough and, well, okay, fried dough is yummy though. Put together, yeah, right, they literally build them overnight. I don't know, look, grass is always greener, right? So what do I know? There's like music, right? The music will, at American Carnival is gonna be some like loudspeaker, if you're lucky, with like a radio station probably. Put up the mood board you're using in your grid. Yeah, let's see what's your carnival you're looking at is. What you got? What you planning on there? By the way, guys, share your granny like progress. I want to see it. I want to see it. I've already been peeping what you guys are doing in the Discord. It's awesome. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna make the shelf row scenes, and then it'll have a unique baked nav mesh covering the shelf like bounding boxes. I'm a little concerned about the pathing in the in these like open gaps. Those concern me a little bit, so we'll see. Better food here, homemade things everywhere. Oh, sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful. I've never left the United States. I would like to. Would really like to. Bucket list stuff. Game dev live stream from Brazil. Let's go. When's the next secret stream? Halloween! Halloween is the next game feedback stream. So we just did one, by the way. You can always keep track of it on the Discord. In the top left of the server, there'll be an event. Boop. Click on that, and you can see it's gonna be on Halloween. So it's an unlisted live stream where we check out your guys' projects. We had such a good time. We did over 9 hours of playing people's games. Amazing projects. And it's just so fun. And we listened to some music that you guys had made. Just a really good time. There's a queue. You can join up early to share a thing. So that is like a little ways away, but we do it every other month. But this is where you can learn everything about it. You sign up for the newsletter on Patreon. It's free. And then you get in your email inbox the URL to the unlisted stream. It's nice because it keeps it like a more private, less public environment. And it's just a really good time. So yeah, that's what the next one is. By the way. Okay. Andres, what you got? What you got? Is this one yours? No. Is this one yours? Let's guess. Yeah. Nice. Oh, I love a mood board. That's it. That's what I was imagining right there. I love the neon. I like how you have this like the dark sky contrasting with the bright colors. Really, really nice. There's some good like purple, blue, yellow color palettes emerging here. Really, really nice. And red and white. Awesome. Love it. Only the OGs remember back when Secret Stream was weekly. It was weekly. It did used to be weekly. You're right. That was crazy. I mean, you know, and I feel like it's what I like about it being every other month is we can let the queue build up a little bit and we get to see like a lot more progress in between streams if someone shares the same game, which is really nice. But yeah, it did used to be weekly. You're right. Man. And the thing is those were really short. So the trade-off was it was weekly and it was only like a few hours tops, if that. Maybe a couple hours. But now that it's every other month, we spend 9 hours or less, but maybe 9, playing everyone's games. And so I can spend, we had like 9 things in the queue, so I could spend an hour on everybody's thing, you know, approximately. So it's like, it benefits from there being so much more time. But yeah, you are right. Yeah, Jamware. I remember Jamware. Yo, Jamware was sick. Oh yeah, and I'd play like the ones that weren't for the jam. Andres, is that your name on Itch? Andres, we used to do a 1-hour game jam. The weekly thing that Andres is talking about. We used to do a 1-hour game jam every week. And Andres was making this like WarioWare game. And so for the 1 hour jam every week, the theme that we had for the 1 hour jam, Andrus would make like a few mini games, like micro games, based on the jam theme. It was super, super cool. But then like you'd have other ones that weren't theme based, and we check those out in the feedback stream. Yeah, guys, Jamware is awesome. Shout out to Andrus and Jamware, because that right there is a classic. That is a full-on classic. And honestly, guys, it's just fun. It's just fun. Just truly, actually fun. It's got banging music. That was so cool. Right, we play the new one, because the new one was always the like one made for the Game Like Jam. And then we do all in the feedback stream. You're thinking of making a spiritual successor to Jamware after this jam, and everything else you're doing clears up. Nice. Yeah, I mean, this was like look how delicious the art is. And Andrus just has, I don't remember there being a cursor. That's nice. Andrus just has such a unique artistic style. Oops. I'm bad at it. I'm so open to distraction today. It's nice. Oh, dang it. It's so nostalgic. Honestly, this was just like this is a fantastic project. Like, genuinely just so good. Now, when you say spiritual successor, why not just build on this? It's so good. It's so good. It's freaking awesome. And maybe you are saying that. Maybe you're saying like you would just do some things differently, but still keep like the same games in there. Man, it's so fun and addictive. All right, one more. Explode. Oh my god, it's so messed up. Yeah, so I'm really excited to see what you're coming up with for the granny like. Whatever, however it turns out. Dun 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 dun. Game maker for the new one. Really? Why? Interesting. I mean, it's all, some of it's 3D. What? Wow. Okay. I'm not gonna stop you. All right, let me get these. Let me actually see if I can do some work. I'm going to. Guess I should put these in my project folder. You can port most micro games to it. So that's a lot. I mean, you're just giving yourself a lot of work to do when you already have that. But you know, it's your project. It's your prerogative. Don't let me get in the way. I do understand that, like, you know, moving on from a project, looking back and being like, I need to redo the whole thing. But maybe like hearing you and hearing myself talk to you about it, maybe I want to like rethink some of that mentality. Because you might just end up procrastinating it for eternity if you don't make it easier on yourself. That's fair. You like the more full 2D feel. Yeah, I see how that like suits your like art style too. Like that does make sense. So wait, does this not come with the shelves though? Oh, it does come with shelves. Let's go. Okay, so let's see what this asset pack has in it. Oh, I love a README. Feel free to use these game assets in any project, personal or commercial. Don't need to ask permission, don't need to do attribution. Well, I will gladly do attribution. Come on now. And this would be like a main credit, not just a special thanks. Where is the Loafber? I guess I need like a distinction for the credits that are special thanks and that are like actual in the game participation credits. I'm not really sure how I want to handle that. Truth be told, I guess we can just slap it in here. Okay, what if we say this? What if we say GLJ 5 special thanks, and then what if I create like a new thing that's GLJ 5 credits, and so obviously leaves pretty much everything. And then Loper assets. We could also do the I like the fact that they didn't want attribution. I'm like, you got it. Although if they demanded it, I would also do it, so. But especially, it's one thing where you end up with a lot of tech debt, needing to clean it up. It actually could be faster to start a new project and clean up all that tech debt while using the old project as ref. That's, you know, that's a solid point. Solid point. You're right. You're so right. Like, we get better. Andres has made a few games, at least, since working on Jamware. That's a really good point. Wow. Yeah. Tech debt is so real, because you gotta, like, go through the old code, figure out what not to use, what you want to change. Yeah. Excellent point. Solid. Agreed. Thank you for the perspective. Wish we had like a hyper game dev Bible of wise things y'all have said. Okay. So assets. We have scenes, package props, packages, test scene, material hold. Okay, cool. Oh, chat stopped appearing. It's okay. I do see your message, Andres. Sometimes it be like that. Most micro games are short and have very simple controls, so it also is much easier than if I were to do the same but with one huge game. True. That makes sense. Airplane heart. It's me. Work at Activision. Oh, you guys. With your lol cows. Welcome, big boy. Okay, let me see the GLTF. So it's interesting. Does it just have all of them in there? What are you gonna preview, Windows? What are you loading? You're gonna preview the GLTF files in 3D? What? Windows can do that? This is Windows 10, mind you. What? My mind is blown right now. I had no idea it could do that. Look, it's like spinning around. Clip it. Do it. I don't care. I didn't know, all right? I'm not ashamed that I am now discovering that Windows has a beautiful, like actually beautiful, built-in file explorer preview for this. And the Pog face. I mean, look, oh my god. This is Pog. This is literal Poggers. I don't think you get Poggier than this. Wow. This is so good. I mean, it's pretty much everything I wanted to know. Stunning. Stunning result. On Windows 10, right, there's the Paint 3D. Right. I just didn't know, like, GLTF was, like... I didn't know. But yeah, you're right. The Paint 3D, that kind of makes sense. They started implementing that kind of stuff. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to have to split all those out, which is fine. Just true. And then there's the materials. Now, I mean, it would be nice if I didn't have to. Oh, look, there's a scene for the shelf. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, give me the shelves. Let's just start with that. So I'm gonna copy these and I'm gonna put them in my project. Do I have... I do not. GitHub open. Wait until you hear about Power Toys. Oh, I do have Power Toys. I have it on Windows 11. I don't have it on this computer. Power Toys is awesome. Although I haven't done much with Power Toys other than the main thing that the reason I got it was so I could get always on top. But I don't have it here because I need to get that CPU installed. I'm afraid that it's going to hurt my computer too much. Dude, Power Toys is awesome. There's always like new stuff, and I'll like press a shortcut on accident that I didn't mean to press, and then there's like a Power Toys thing. I'm like, oh, yo, Power Toys is awesome. Okay, Granny like. You clipped it! Oh my gosh. Immortalized. My ignorance is immortalized. It can never be, I can never hide ever again. Oh man. Files in 3D. What? Windows can do that? This is Windows 10, mind you. I didn't know it was 2x speed. It's perfect with the loading screen. It tells a story. So it's interesting. Does it just have all of them in there? What are you gonna preview, Windows? What are you loading? You're gonna preview the GLTF files in 3D? What? Windows can do that? Genuine face. I couldn't believe. Did I just do that same chair adjustment? Is that a tick that I have? I think it is. I think it is. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for making sure that the world knows about the capabilities of Windows 10. Yeah, I've heard of Power Toys. I just talked about it. An emote. If you guys make it and cut out the face, I will add it to the Discord, and it will be in line for potentially being a channel emote. Now, putting it on YouTube, we have to get a lot more channel members to unlock slots. We've unlocked a lot of slots from gift memberships, and then when those memberships ran out, we're now further, so it's like you unlock a slot, unlock a slot, unlock a slot, unlock a slot as you get more members. But a lot of those were gift memberships. We kept those slots, but gift memberships don't usually recur, so those went down, and now in order to get the next slot, we have to get that many and then some. But on Twitch, we can probably get one sooner than later. YouTube's very stingy about emotes. They're like, you better be basically famous if you want more emotes. We got lucky from you guys, though, that we got what we did get. You put it in Discord live text, we have to make... Okay, let me see. Oh, dear God. That's how the Longley's emotes happened. It was just like... It was against my will. Those are the best ones anyway, right? Okay, my project is over here. Kind of. Oh my gosh, I look like really scared. I look like something very scary happened. Like, that is... I feel like I should be a React streamer with faces like that. But the thing is I don't fake it well. It has to be genuine. I can't like pretend to overreact to things. I have to mean it. And what gets me to overreact? Not a scary moment in a game. No. A feature on Windows I didn't know about. A feature on Windows I didn't know about. Yes, very least of me to... That is what gets me, like, pumped. The nerd in me is strong. Okay, let's make an asset scene folder. We're gonna paste in the shelves. Absolute cinema. Give me the GLTF files faster than them. Come on, don't say things like that. That's my face when committing tax fraud. Yeah. What? What? Are you the reason I have a phantom tax? Like, wouldn't I be the one making that face if I'm getting tax defrauded by you? I guess it's the government that's getting defrauded. I'm not the government. Jesus, I'm not the government. Yeah, I'm a little conflicted because I don't think I want this level at all anymore. So I think I'm gonna start rebuilding the whole level. You've been having a hard time remembering the periods and underscore for Godot. You wished Godot had VS Code support or Visual Studio support. I mean, there are extensions, at least in VS Code, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was like my first programming language really, so I kind of just am really familiar with it. Underscores? Just like in like methods and stuff. Okay. What are you used to when it comes to coding? What is that? Oh, the echo tick! Genuine face. I couldn't believe. Did I just do that same chair adjustment? Oh my god, they're so close together. I just do that same chair adjustment. I'm so autistic, dude. Why am I so autistic? I couldn't believe. Did I just do that? I just tried to. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I couldn't believe. Did I just do that same chair adjustment? Oh my god, I can't believe this. I'm not gonna give you a triple one. At least I'm not gonna intentionally give you a triple. That is actually ridiculous. Thank you. What is it? I'm not gonna do it. I wanted to do it. It's like I go to grab the back of the chair. Oh my god. What is this? Oh my god, who am I? What am I? I have to make a loop, yeah. Oh my god. What am I used to? Renpai, such as if this falls set to true. Giving you the ick. Muscle memory. Yeah. Karl Marx told the same. Wait, what? Wait, who's giving you the ick? If this false set to true. What? I have never. It's weird because wouldn't that be kind of Python is like kind of similar to GDScript, but maybe RenPy does it really differently. Interesting. Okay, I do want to think about how I'm gonna make, because what I really want to achieve here is the different nav meshes. I love what we did this day. I learned a lot, but I would also really like to try something else. So that's level 1. I see that my nav region is not embedded into it, so let's put that in there. But actually, can you cut that out? Cut that out. Go in here, paste it. Okay, so that's our level 0, which was always meant to be a prototype anyway. I'm gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna make a whole new level. So this is gonna be level 0-2. Similar, but different. Random bit of RenPy code. VBox. If how classes doing am set to false xln 0.3. I see, there's more like spaces. It's crazy farm music. Yeah, Godot doesn't have GDScript doesn't have a lot of spaces between things unless you're really like morphing into something quite separate. And sometimes there's spaces. This is this crazy farm music is Streets of Punjab by Hanu Digzit. Hanu Digzit gets a lot of people asking about the songs. Harder to learn than Japanese? I guess not, unless you're Japanese. It's probably pretty easy to learn Japanese if you're Japanese. Okay. Call this level 02, and I'm gonna add CSG. I'm gonna try to do this rapidly. We want a combiner. What was the area size we kind of like settled on with the ground on this? I hope I don't make it as chaotic. Oh, we did a bunch together. Can I just get like a It is. Yeah, it's a Godot plushie. I had to have one. I had to. Plushie in a jar? No. Oh wait, YouTube doesn't allow links. I'd ask you to share it. You can always go to Twitch to share the links. Let's see. Godot plushie in a jar. I mean, apparently people are putting plushies. I think that's like apparently a thing, as I've just learned. So I don't know where to see that. Yeah, DIY. All right, I won't. This is not safe for work. Plushies in a jar. Because it's creepy. Candace! I am so glad you're alive. I couldn't be happier that you're alive. Thank you for supporting the channel. Got a little new CPU over here that was purchased using YouTube money. The only thing I've actually spent YouTube money on. Actually, I did get the granny game with YouTube money too, so we could stream and play it. But that was not much. This is the first real purchase. So thank you for helping make that possible. I still have to install it on my computer, but it's gonna help me not have really, really bad, what's a granny game? Really, really bad performance when we do collab dev. So every other month, every odd month, I should say, we do a game jam, and it's called the Game Like Jam. It started in January. This is the 5th one ever, and this month we're doing games like Granny. So Granny is a game from 2017 by an indie solo developer, where you have to, I guess let's play the video. You have to escape a house while a monster granny chases you around. Well, she doesn't really chase you, she's just kind of roaming, and if she hears or sees you, she goes after you. And you have to like piece together items like keys and solve little puzzles to try and get that front door unlocked ultimately. Oh yeah, hello neighbor. Yeah. I feel like this probably predated Hello Neighbor. Right. Oh yeah, I remember watching someone play Hello Neighbor. It's like, yeah, probably similarly. Probably similar. Yeah. It's also very similar to like Amnesia, Alien Isolation. Hello Neighbor been good. Alpha in 2016. Wow. So who knows? Who knows who inspired who? It's even got some like Slender Man vibes, right? Superior version of BioShock. So yeah, it's a nice, especially this first version of the game is super simple in terms of scope. I think the biggest challenge is going to be the monster navigating and managing how that works, and chasing down the player and stuff. But yeah, so that's the game that we're making games like, and figuring out some monster navmesh stuff right now. I remember I bought BioShock, but it just never got played. I think I bought like Fallout 3 back on my PS3 and BioShock. And then Fallout 3 I played that like first, and then I just never got around to BioShock because I was just like I was like, this is all I need. But I keep hearing so much about BioShock, about it having great, interesting like political messages. BioShock is one I am definitely interested in playing one day soon. Okay, 50 by 30. Approximately. Yeah, it seems a little long, if I'm being honest. But it just kind of depends how big the player is. It's okay. It's gonna need to be technically a lot bigger than that, but you know what? Let's start out small. Yeah, let's start out small. So, there's that. Welcome Insane Alpha Beta. It's good, but meh. Whoa. Whoa. You talk about puzzles, and you're using AI to puzzle idealization to your projects. What do you mean? Oh, like to come up with ideas? Nice. It's good for that. I mean, you know, just like having extra brainstorm juice. Its ideas can be strange, but at least just give you something extra to work with potentially. Sounds like it's got like, good storytelling. Oh, but it overpowered graphic cards of the day. Working on your 3D game. Oh yeah, you're doing like a terrain gen. Place blocks in the landscape now. It's more like going through a ball pit. All right. It's the underlying thing that works, right? No, I'm not gonna search that up, big boy. That's too much of a distraction. That's too much of a distraction. Somebody else can. Top 5 games of all time. Nice. I don't know what Shin Megami Tensei is. Okay. So, let's make this not look like that. We'll just give it a nice, simple color. This isn't that important. It's just for now. Oh, I didn't save the black one. I kind of liked the black one. This is it. It was brown when I was thinking of doing a... What-you-call-it? A cave-based thing. Peek the game peak? Okay, same materials. This one is black. That's what that is. BioShock 1 Incredible. Iconic twists. I definitely need to play that game. Was it like also kind of an immersive sim? Is that something I've ever heard about it? Good politics, good story. Potentially immersive sim. Good twist. Oh, you're saying it is peak. Alright. Saw this in a Game Jam headline. GTA 6 may be a Quintuple A game, says developer co-founder. Quintuple? I mean, that's funny, right? Just, what is even a quadruple in the first place? So you guys are like Team BioShock. Okay, obviously I do need to play it. This is becoming borderline indisputed that I need to get on this. Okay. All right. Heard. Actually, it better be easier if you made it 1. That way it's gonna be flush to the grid without any effort. You know, something to think about. Wait, would it be flusher to the grid if I did 0.5? You bet it would be. Sweet. Quintuple games are gonna have booty physics? I saw the trailer, but I got pretty bored with it. I was like, this is teaser vibes. But I guess if you like really dissect it, you can find cool stuff. Sea of Thieves was a quadruple A game. Alright, we're in the quintuple territory. I'm not that surprised. I mean, it's gonna be probably so expensive. It's gonna be so big. It's gonna be so... It's been so long. Like, who's surprised? You know? Use a lot of AI to upgrade your ideas. Nice. Extract better information. That's true. And structure. Nice. That makes sense. Yeah, it's good for like research and like taking in context and placing that in other contexts. That makes sense, Greg. Wasn't there gonna be another Conquerors for Day, Bedford Day one once upon a time, but it just like didn't happen? Okay, this is gonna be like overly large. Maybe bring it down. No, don't rotate things. Do it like this. Like that. No gaps, please. Thank you. Project Spark. Oh, you use that a lot, right? That was like the Microsoft creative toolset thing. Wait, where did that come from? Why are you saying that? Oh yeah, the MasterCard credit Visa thing is crazy, dude. It's awful. Oh yeah, right, because Grand Theft Auto has been like a long time target for like really conservative groups. Oh, I think you want to make this 0.5, my bad. Oops. You love Project Spark? There was somebody like remade a Conquer's Bad Fur Day. So Project Spark, didn't it like limit the kind of assets you could use? Like you couldn't like add your own? I mean, that was probably a very creative use of those assets then. A fish? Oh, really? Microsoft like has like rights to that or something? Wow. Wow. Can we just start over with this, please? Mama just wants it all to connect. Just connect nicely. Pre-made assets. To own it all. Oh, they would sell the assets? Jesus. Talk about dystopian. Oh my god. I kind of hate that. Like, I mean, look, that's different, but than what I'm about to say, but I hate when, like, platforms... I mean, it's not. No, it's not different. I hate when they're user-generated content platforms that charge people, charge the developers of that platform to, like, make things. Like, hey, you want to make your thing better than that other person's? Give us some money. It's also predatory to me. Oh, right. If it's right, because it like fully shut down, like all the way. Like you cannot use it anymore. Man, these user-generated content platforms. Like, I mean, look at Roblox right now. Guys, like Roblox is having some controversy, right? Because they're making some bad moves. They're probably gonna be okay at the end. But suppose, just suppose, Roblox gets taken down because of their hubris and their mistakes as a company. What do you think's gonna happen to all those games? Like, it's all in that one place. Switch to Godot campaign, that's right. You're darn right. I don't know, big boy, I feel like it's a skill issue on your part. Like, I'm not trying to be like a mean person, but I think you can do it. Like, if you could learn Ren'Py, I think you can get there. I really do. Now, I will say this. So GDScript was like my first like real coding language that I learned. And now I'm trying to learn JavaScript. And I will say, trying to like balance two things like that, two languages, it's harder than I quite expected it to be. So I also can appreciate there's some difficulty when you like really like learned something else and now you're like learning something that has like some different stuff. Like, I get that. Yes and no. If you got it, you can re-download it and make stuff with it, but obviously no online to share it. Gotcha. I mean, right, like is that particularly nice? I don't know. Gets easier with time. Yeah. A lot of the concepts transfer. That's right, Flicuda. Exactly. You got this, big boy. In Brazil, down Roblox, high danger to children. Oh yeah, we're down on Roblox. Yeah. They don't have good security and support. Exactly. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like Roblox is taking some hits right now because they're just like managing things poorly. And I mean, like, some people only play Roblox games, you know? Kind of hate to see that go away. Spark was actually pretty good for helping people with game dev because logic was when and do statements. Nice. It was like text or something. From what I see on coding, it's mostly you looking at your past code. Same. Yeah. I mean, I do that too. I also do that. Okay, so I'm gonna get a navmesh. Let's bake this. Now, I would love those same settings that I used on this other level for the nav region. It was quite decent. So let's paste this in here. I'm gonna get rid of that nav mesh. We're gonna clear it. Take the baked mesh, put it in the navigation region. Still dedicated community. I mean, that is nice if there are people keeping it alive, I guess. It'll never be the same though. Okay. Bake it. Nice. But at least, you know, this isn't gonna have those rows, right? So if you could set up a few mock rows, I'd really appreciate it. So let me get those shelves that I brought in from the asset pack. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna want. Oh, we need the materials. Yeah. I got you. Although, again, I do feel that I'm going to need to reduce the material quality a bit. And what's it want? Shelf mat.tres. Because they're like 2K. What's up, NTB? Okay, slap that in there. Fix them dependencies. Try to make a floating button. Nice. You're gonna be all right. Look at you trying to learn things. You're gonna be all right. Oh wow. Textures, shelf base color. There's a lot of things. Really? Where's that? Assets, packages. Oh, this is the wrong folder. Where is the right folder? There. It's an awful lot of stuff. Wow. Look, it's already got the godot import files. That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna actually get rid of it all. And we're just gonna do it again, but this time remember to put everything in there. Well, just the scene I'm gonna remove. Oh, they don't do the offline games as much anymore. Hopefully Stop Killing Games helps change that eventually, one day. Okay, I'm gonna remove the scenes, make sure they're closed in Godot. I do think it'll be easier if you just delete them. Well, it's a little bit, I would recommend just deleting them. Yeah, because if you do it and you're gonna make a mistake. Okay, so then they're separating textures from materials, which I guess makes sense. So I'm gonna say textures, shelves, and paste those in. Now it's not gonna have the same file path, so it's probably gonna get a little upset either way, but hopefully we can at least point it in the right direction this time. Greg came from front to end. Without the old Ondi, without full stack and React. Nice. Crash out time. You were on your Xbox 360 checking out games you had via Xbox Live Arcade, indie games, and games like Bank Blitz. Wow, your Rock Band stuff too? Wow. Yeah, I mean, especially for the big studios. I think it depends on the game. But yeah, for the big studios, I think often it isn't that, because at the end of the day, like for dev builds, right? Especially if there's online features, they're gonna need to like test stuff locally somehow. Test stuff on not the main server. So there definitely are, in a lot of these games, ways to do that, yeah. Try to make your own directions too many arguments for get access, expected to receive 3. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like an easy one, right? You just pop open the help, you know, look up your get access, find the one that you're looking for, and read the documentation. Godot is great documentation. And if you've already got the method in there correctly, you can hold control and click it, and it'll pop up. Yeah, so like, let's say you started to type get access, right? And you're trying to like set it up right. Oh, whatever. Input, what is it? There we go. So there's the same thing, right? So if I hold the control key and I click on it, bam, documentation. And it'll explain stuff. And you can even like hover over it probably, and it'll pop out all of this. So it's looking for a negative action string name and a positive action string name. So in that case, you'd want to say like, you know, your up key or your down key. Godot docs are built in and super nice. Yeah, lots of examples. The whole stop killing games thing is like, it makes me want to make an online game. Like I wanna have an understanding of, is it challenging to give it an end of life scenario one day. Did I paste the shelves in yet? I don't think I did. SKG like? Stop killing games like? Like the optimal stop killing games targeted game. Or a game that without proper end of life support would just violate everything it stands for. Oh, let's paste it in the file system. Assets. Paste. Okay. Unrecognized UID. Yeah, that makes sense because I brought it in from someone else's project. So it's probably gonna get a little upset with me. See if I can fix the dependencies sooner. Now, I don't know that it's gonna be able, it's definitely not gonna be able to find the materials. I think it's gonna get very upset with me about that. Still. Oh, it found it! Hell yeah, let's go! This looks a little small. Let me see what the long one's like. Oh, but that's a little long. Okay. And the player, I could always change the player size too, as needed. Let's just see where it gets us. Someone who's made a shelf asset back in the day. That's a nice shelf. Yeah, I got it from an asset pack. Super awesome itch.io creator who has a bunch of free Creative Commons asset packs, and this was in there. It's actually part of what inspired the game, like in general. Like I was just like, I wanted some kind of box picking up mechanic. My original idea was kind of very Minecraft. Oh, this is too small. We could always make it bigger. It was very Minecraft, like, you know, ground blocks, but I didn't want to do that. So I was trying to find like actual assets that would make sense as blocks. And so I was just like searching through Google Images for box assets. And like a few pages down, I found like this image and I saw it was on itch.io. I was like, let me look at that. Next thing I know, I am all in for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then if you go to that person's, page, like you look at all by them, they have a ton of fill-up space junk. And it's all really, like, like low poly in a good way, like not, and let me rephrase that, like not low poly necessarily in the sense where it's going for that style, but in the sense that it's performantly made. And then all the ones that I looked at had Godot stuff built into it. So like a Godot scene and configuration and all kinds of good stuff. Very optimistic about this creator. A bit smitten, really. Because that feels a little small as it is. Oh, this isn't bad. Hey, Frank. What is up? Welcome. Didn't you get gifted a sub? Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, did the alert come through? I just set up the alerts. Did it work? Do I have to manually play it? Prime sub. Right, so that means you should get emote wall access. Wait, do I have the emote wall access? Because on Twitch, they make me a subscriber by default. I do. Weird. Why you no have emote wall? IAB's got it. What? You did the same thing! How are they gonna do Frank like that? I don't really know why the emote wall isn't working for you. Why is it being so selective? Emote wall, emote wall. There's not really many settings here. Only show emojis from members. Oh, I think that's like it's part of the URL. That's why it's not checked here. It's really weird. Frank, if nobody else, Frank should have it. Yeah, there's members only on there. What if I just like, for like 10 seconds, got rid of the members only thing? Frank, try it now. You made a corridor as a room, but it is easy to add new corridors via the grid map. Nice. So now that worked for you, Frank, but I took off the member restriction. So now I'm gonna add it back on and see if maybe it just like sorted itself out a little bit there. Okay. I refreshed it. So wait, I know you're making a... So Flip has been sharing some of the progress as well. Did I close Discord? I think I did. I think I closed it. Nice work, Flip. Oh god. This is just gonna be there every time I pop this open. Okay. Alright. Here's what it is. Flip's got some really nice like mood going on. Some nice like built level stuff happening. Okay, Discord. Yeah, no. Why play the video? You know? What are we here to watch it? Oh, it played 1 second of it. Nice. Nice. This one? Sometimes when I use the like browser version, I have to like actually download the video, and that just works better. I don't know why, but I don't like the app version because the app version is a mess on my computer. That's what the new CPU is for. Oh, there it goes. I download it, then it loads. Kind of. Okay. To say it loaded is a strong way to put things. How do you like grid maps? I've never only used it for tiles, not like walls and stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, how do you like it? Because I did it like one time, and it wasn't really for my use case. It wasn't the right tool for my job. But I do remember it feeling a bit convoluted to get it like set up right. What is Media Express? You can open videos with photos? Really? I don't think you can. You can! Nice. Alright, this is what Flips is looking like. Yeah. Hopefully Godot loads the dang video. Or Discord. Discord be lying. Almost fell out of my chair. I'm okay. I'm fine. You're liking the grid map? So this is what Flips Granny Like is looking like. Look at those textures. It reminds me of like a hotel. I know that it's not, maybe, a hotel in a graveyard. That's what it looks like to me. I really like the staircase coming up here. Is it gonna be in this one? You got draws. Isn't it looking good? Like it's already got some of the lighting and stuff. How did you make the staircase? Or what was the hard part? Look at it. Like imagine you don't know if the monster is coming down the stairs or not. It's like a blind staircase. It's scary. We got wheelchairs. Where are we? Is this like a retirement center or like a hospice? The walls are oh, look at that. You got stuff moving around. Oh my God. I think that's my favorite thing. That's why I wanted that like box mechanic. So I think it's my favorite thing about what can be, you know, inferred about what belongs in a granny like are like these interactive objects. You don't have to have that, but oh, because the wall needs to be curved and fit with the stairs and then have like collision and stuff. And also match with the building. That actually does seem hard. That seems really hard. To line everything up just right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it seems tough. Yeah, it's looking so good. Ended up just using a cylinder. Oh, for the outside. That sounds like that would work somehow. I could see how that might somehow work. Sounds like that was a smart choice. We're on the ground with these shelves. Can we name these for my sanity? It'd be silly if the chaser was just a cranky old guy in a wheelchair and he thinks you are his glasses, so he's chasing you because of that. Yo, Flip is totally making Grandpa. You are making Grandpa. Stairs just aren't connected to the walls. I mean, that's, yeah, that makes sense. Just like clip. It kind of, I see that, like how they were like going inside of it. Flip's really good at having like ingenious ways to solve problems. I've noticed. Ingenious sounds like such a strong word. I just mean you use ingenuity, and I appreciate it. Look who wants to know how Flip handled the collision on those curved stairs. Separate objects are all one collider. It's like curved slope. I wonder if it's just like a plane or a box that's like tilted, and then it just gets cut off by the wall or something. If I were to guess. You want to make a speed boost item pickup 10 seconds. Do I write the script in Area 2D or Collision? I would put it in 2D. Area 2D. I would make, if I were doing something like that, I would make an Area 2D top level. So whatever your pickup's gonna be, get you a collision, make it a sphere or a circle since it's 2D. Since they're the easiest to calculate, unless that's not the right size for your pickup, obviously, then that can be all potentially, or a mesh, obviously, right? Whatever it's gonna look like. Well, I guess in 2D you don't use meshes, but you could. Whatever you're gonna use it. And then, yeah, I would add the script to the Area 2D and have it be, you know, if the character is a character body, on body entered, stuff happens. Yeah. That's how I do it. Just made a ramp. In Blender, if you give the suffix dash collision only, it imports into Godot. It's just a static body, no mesh. Yeah, nice. Yeah, there's a great list of those flags around. Blender, Godot, flags, call only. Oh, I guess I had some issues with that at one time. But yeah, there's a whole list of them around. It doesn't have all of the flags I'd want, and I can't remember what those all were since the last time I did it. But you know, they're okay. They're all right. They get like a job done. Okay, so I think this is the URL basically. Two meshes in the same file. One on the model, the other the collision. One the model, the other the collision. Doing all the materials in Godot. I usually do my materials in Godot, but I started to experiment with making them in Blender in the last game jam. We'll see if that continues. So these are definitely a little wider than I expected. Gotcha, that makes sense. Two mesh, I see what you're saying. Nice. I mean, but Lee's, look, this is a small level. I think these are fine. Dude, these shelves are totally fine. These shelves These shells will do. What's up, Gamer Therapy? I'm doing great. How are you? I've got an idea for my game, and now I just get to try to execute on it, which will definitely be interesting. So I think I would a couple things. Yeah, it's a really good idea. I mean, yeah, and then you can also like adjust the collision mesh too to be like simplified or something. Tired, but you're okay, I think. You know what? That's how I am. Besides being happy to be here, which adds a little extra something. Oh, this is actually not bad. It's pretty good. It's a little tight, but that's okay. It feels a bit small. I feel like it just, look, I don't want to make it the right length. What's up? Wow. What a name. I can't even say that name. I can't even say that name. Thank you for the £2 saying something that I can't say. I don't think so. I feel like the soft body physics are pretty brutal in Godot in terms of performance. And then technically could make an animation in Blender. So this is maybe there'll be belly jiggle physics because the monster in my game is gonna be this guy. Look at that. Look at that belly. Look at that chest thing. I think there's room for jiggle here, actually. It seems like a bit of overscope, so probably not gonna do that because I gotta finish it in 25 days. But you know, in a perfect world, yeah, that jiggles. I'm just calling it like I see it, man. Right, Fleekuda? You see it. You see it. Yeah, I don't even remember like how I arrived at this monster. It was a series of many hmms and searching. I don't quite remember how I got here. Very jiggly boy. But when I saw it, I was like, this is perfect. Although, you know, the lore, the like official yeah, it is D&D monster. The official lore for it. And you know, the thing is like those monsters, like they show up all over the place. You know, they're like just general. So it's not gonna like literally be called an Ettercap. It's like kind of a reference. But like technically the official lore for this guy is that they are cowardly. I couldn't think of the word. They're cowardly. They tend to like not chase down victims who aren't restrained. How close am I gonna get to this thing? I don't know. We'll see. Why? We'll see. You know, I might iterate on it a little bit. We'll see what happens. So we did get a dono, and that does mean I have to sing a song. We're not gonna sing a song with that person's name, but we'll sing a song that is an ode to Jiggle on this monster. Look, even if it's a troll redeem, we still have to sing. Right? A humanoid, yeah, type of monster body. Exactly. I feel like I was looking for like some kind of spider climbing web thing. I guess I was looking for like a spider creature who could be like, you know, physically walking around on as a biped. Topical Sikton. Alright, we'll do this song since it has more of a beat than I can sing to. Oh, the editor cap's gonna jiggle, oh yeah. Tall Bickle wanted me to put jiggle physics in, but I can't. Except for editor cap. Editor cap can get the jiggle on his belly. Oh, editor cap can get the jiggle on his belly. Editor cap can get the jiggle. Tall Bickle, that's the best I can do for you. Editor cap can get the jiggle on his belly. Editor cap can get the jiggle. So now you know that jiggle physics can happen. Oh, Tall Bickle, that's where it will be, but probably not, cause it's too much work. Thank you for the £2. There's your song. It's not clear, but technically, financial contributions get songs. Who's ordering jiggly edge cabs? I know, right? Yeah. Fate decided it, gamer. Don't get too close to it. Oh, because Wizards of the Coast. Who owns D&D monsters? Yeah, it's more like a general inspiration. I wonder if it is, though, you know? Who owns... What's up, okay, guy? Who owns... I feel like this is too obscure, and no one's gonna... There's not gonna be a good answer to this. No, not the software. Monster. Hey, guy, welcome. Thank you for supporting Upper Game Dev, by the way. I think I already thanked Nick, but... Insane Alpha Beta, all y'all with gift subs, but YouTube members specifically paid for that CPU that you can barely see in the corner there. Y'all paid for that. I need to install it, but my computer's gonna be a lot nicer eventually. Hasbro. There you go. Wizards of the Coast, there we are. The specific concept of EtherCap was created by British fans, the early game, not the official company, and it's appeared in various forms. So I think that it's not... So if I were to guess, based on this AI thing... So it's... I don't know... If I make it exactly look like that, yeah. But I think, like, maybe this, like, more classic imagery of it is probably a safer bet. But no, it's a good, that's a good thing to call out. I appreciate that, actually. Good to keep in mind. No. You know, I mean, we're already kind of breaking some rules by having all our games be... I mean, I'm not going to charge money for this, right? So this is going to be a free game. So there's that. And then the other part of it, too, is... So many wikis. How many wikis do we need, man? Criminy. Where's, like, the ones with the old pictures, though? Jesus. All the wikis. Oh, interesting, Flikuda. Oh. Whoa. 1979. But you know, we're already saying it's granny-like bass, so it's like, you know, we already got some things going on with that. So yeah, I'll try to be a little creative with it, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's also a network security tool. I know, right? It's so weird. It would be scary. I know, it would be really scary. I know. Gosh, now I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? So yeah, just kind of like early references as I imagine it, and then when I get into the art, I'll definitely keep in mind making making it my own. Because I'm not even going to call it Eder Cap, right? It's not going to be named that. It's more like, if you know, you might recognize it. You know, if you know, you know. But yeah. You're saying this now. You're a man of your word, so you have to do the thing you started. You started working your granny like today. Hey, working your granny like. Yay, gamer therapy. First jam, you created your own music. Let's go. Henry, you were making some assets. Henry, you are like making stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to plan out my game, Kai Guy, and it just, I don't know. There was just something, I don't know what it was. I was looking for like climbing. Oh, good. It did show up. Thank you. Take a breath. We're gonna do a little breathing exercises. Oh, and you got a lap. I missed that. I guess I need to make it bigger so I see it. All right, we gotta do a lap and a breath. Okay. Let me, I just set these up. I'm not trying to make Twitch have like a dominant presence or anything, but I would like to notice these. It would be nice. All right, lap and breath. Let's do lap first and then breathing exercise. All right, here we go. Gotta be careful. Dave, you're taking a short lap. Could be the last lap you ever take. You know, you never realize these things are. You guys, I invite you. Take a lap as well. What are exercises? What do people do? Do like one of these? Maybe one of these. Try to touch your toes. Probably stretching should be its own one. All right. Breathing exercise. You wanted to nap? Just take a quick nap. Oh my god. That is very silly. That would have to be like, I don't know. That'd have to be a whole concept. All right. Breathing exercise time. I'm gonna do box breathing. Oh, is there like a, can we get like box breathing counter? Let's go. 424. All right, that's fine. Okay. Oh, geez. I started exhaling. Oh, it's nice. One more. Oh, yeah. Oh, love that. Very nice. Hope you guys breathe along with me. Oh! I feel more centered. Why did that help so much, though? Yeah, it feels like folklore. It feels like folklore. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I do think that I want to make this ground like a little wider. Or the walls. It's not a very important detail, but then again, I would like to just actually make this shelf navmesh situation right away. Water check. Thank you for the water check. Delicious. No, it's not supposed to look like. First of all, thank you for the follow. Secondly, it's not supposed to look like that. Twitch, I done told you to make it look a certain way. Appreciate the follow though. It's a good up for water. Yay, see? Water checks help everybody. Let's go. I'm sorry. It overwrote the style? Like, that's weird. Like, that's psychopath behavior. Why would you do that? It also has, like, such a weird UI. But I made some custom CSS for it. And it just said, screw your custom CSS. Oh my gosh. We're glitchy. Okay, paste that. Alright. Save it. Bam. Not only thank you for the follow, but thank you for helping me test the alerts. Aventinus. Welcome. I'm working on a game like Granny. In Godot. Guess I should keep this on hand in case something goes wrong again. For anxiety specifically, you want to make the exhale longer / slower than the inhale. Oh, interesting. From not Dr. Kagai. Yeah, there's a lot of different, like, types of breathing exercises. That sounds good. I want to try that. I wonder if there were other breathing exercises. Yeah, we should, like, rotate. You know, we should have, like a randomizer for which breathing exercise we do when that happens. I like that. Yeah, this is your first time using Unity, right? Henry always learning new stuff. Okay, just so I get these distances right. Let's do it like this. Yeah, Unity is like a good game engine. It may have done harm to its reputation, but it's still solid. It feels large. That's okay. Oh yeah, Roger's working on a map builder. Trench broom adjacent. Actual multi-material setting, individual face changing. Still gonna be a pain when you have to add Boolean operations and similar things. You're a tool maker. You've long been a tool maker, as long as you've been coming around. That's what you talk about. And I love seeing like a project that you're working on so long term that is gonna like help people. I mean, even like, you know, as I've been building this game, I mean, yeah, like I've been wishing sometimes. Look, I am okay with using the vanilla tools. Helps me appreciate why I might want another tool, and I can appreciate why you might want another tool. When it comes to making this kind of stuff in Godot levels. That's awesome. Sounds like you're thinking about all the things that would be useful to have. Which is part of making a good tool. When I want to feel more centered, I usually clear my position and rotation. I like that. I like that. I had to think about that for a second. I like literally envisioned like a reset button, UI button on myself. Imagine myself teleporting back to the origin. Another nerdy coffee mug waiting to happen. Just because you decided you don't like trench broom flow in Godot. Isn't that how all the best tools get made? Breathe French? What does that mean? Only struggle Andrews is having is how to make the flow of your map on paper. A granny map is sort of like a checklist of things you have to do in order. And you have to make it so that completing that checklist flows well. Yeah, I suppose. Give me a hammer and I'll give you 3 more. Yeah. Okay. But are they a little different? Maybe they are magnetized. One's magnetized. The other has better grip. A grip strap. Started using Unity at like the start of this year, so I know the basic systems, but you're still learning more. You seem like you're taking to it well. Working on a bash script for auto-creating Git submodules underneath your main all projects, organized library of projects. Git submodules. What does that mean? Underneath your main all projects, organized library of projects. Love using bash scripts for things. Not sure what that means, but it sounds like it's probably very useful. Personal use of organizing, very fun to learn bash. Bash is bash. I like it because it does, like, it makes things happen on your computer. So, like, for that, I appreciate it. Assuming, I mean, I guess you could also use it on the web, like GitHub Action YAML files and stuff, but feeling like you're just like quickly creating a program that runs stuff is kind of neat. Camwin, welcome! I'm giving big thanks right now to the members, the YouTube members. I want to say you guys paid for that CPU that I haven't installed yet, but it's there. I'm gonna put the CPU in. Thank you, Cam, for being a member, supporting the channel. I finally spent YouTube money on something. It was that. The hammers are duct taped together. So I actually have to bake a new mesh. Get rid of the old one. Drop it in, clear, bake. New ground. Now, I don't think we should use this, even though I just did it. I don't want to use it yet, because the whole reason I wanted to do this is to... Well, yeah, it's the thing, because it's going to leave a gap here, but you don't want it to leave a gap here, because you want... what I want is for these, like, shelf rows. So let me make a node here. Right? Do I want it to be like a static body? I don't know about that. I guess. I think. Maybe? At the top level. Yeah, we could make it a static body. I might regret that one day, but today let's just be okay with it. What are these? Oh, these are rigid bodies? Don't be rigid bodies. What? Wait, hold on. No, we're not gonna have those be rigid bodies, but that's very funny. Wait, can I just like enjoy that real fast? It's the cool duct tape. I mean, if it's the cool duct tape. Git submodules are basically links from one project to another. They all just immediately fell over. Oh, we got 2 meshes there. I don't think we need these to be rigid bodies, but that is. Do we like to witness them fall over, or no? I would like to witness them fall over. Links from one project to another, so that you can have it be a dependency for most cases. Oh, I mean, sure, it could be a cool mechanic, but dude, if the monster climbed it and then it fell the opposite way, it'd be crazy. Yeah, navigation obstacle. That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, right. Well, I could use that, but it's more complicated than that. Because I want the monster to climb on them vertically. So I don't want the monster to avoid that area. I want it to be seen differently. So, I mean, I suppose I could make them navigation obstacles. Oh, it missed a little bit over here. It's okay. I could make them navigation obstacles and then like deactivate. So the way the game's gonna work is the monster, in theory, the monster's gonna roam around the floors. And then sometimes, yeah, right? I mean, I think that's the hidden scope here is the navigation. And then if it actually sees the player and it's going after the player, it's going to have now the option to climb on the shelves. So I wouldn't want it to be something that the monster is avoiding anymore. And I'm not sure how, like, maybe those obstacles could be changed when it's in the pursuit. That's definitely like a thing to try, but not my first instinct. Links from one project to another so that you can have it be a dependency for most cases, but you're just using it as a link so that you can have them be separate repos. Whoa. So like if you had two separate repos, and you wanted there to be like some connection between them, and not like a workflow per se connection, but like actually like it reads files from like the code or something. It's very interesting. What a curious workflow. Hopefully your Unity scripts are optimized because you've been noticing some lag in the level. I wonder why. Maybe it's like a rendering thing? And I hear Unity is a little laggy sometimes in the editor. I guess they all are. You never tried Godot navigation? Yeah. I do think this needs to be taller. And by the way, Lees, once again, they need to not be rigid bodies. Don't need that. Not even a little bit. So I'm gonna create a new scene here. And we're gonna call this shelf long mesh. Put that in scene, assets, shelf long mesh. And then we're just going to delete it. Save and close, I don't care. Oh, but you know you just removed the... you just removed the whole thing from it, so now you can, there's the collision. Oh, whoops. Oops. Whoopsie. Maybe, okay. That was an oops. I was gonna use them to help me measure where to put everything. Well, here's what you can do. Yeah, just pop it back in there. Just pop it back in there. It's gonna be in the right place, you see? Not that bad. Usually used in production to have one project include a library or a link to a specific commit/release of something your game or code needs to use, but it's someone else's project or library. I like that. Then you don't have to like put the whole library on your repo. I guess as long as it's gonna stay there, it's a really good strat. Thanks for giving me that to like have in the back of my mind as something that is a thing. Wow. Interlinked GitHub projects. GitHub is kind of amazing though. Corporate ownership aside. Okay, I'm gonna copy these transforms, slap them in here. You just learned about them? You wasted no time putting them to use. Why not use Unity or Unreal? I tried both. I didn't spend a lot of time with Unity. When I first tried Unity, it was right when their whole runtime fee situation was going on. And at the time, it wasn't really clear like how they were gonna respond, what other things they do, even though it wasn't really something that was gonna affect most of us. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and seeing like everybody like panicking to find a new engine after they've been spending years on Unity, I was like, you know, I'm gonna take this as a sign for me not to get used to Unity. I think in retrospect, you know, Unity, you know, reversed those decisions, and it's not a big deal. So, but I will say, I don't know, I found it a little, I don't know, it just didn't, it was fine. It was okay. It was okay. Unreal, I really liked because it was just so powerful, so beautiful. It felt like overly complicated for my needs, and I just didn't really like. There wasn't really like a very supportive or friendly community that much. Unity is okay, is better in that regard. And then, you know, so I tried Godot. I just like happened to try Godot, and man, I just loved it. Like, it felt good. It felt like the editor was just consistent, whereas Unity and Unreal, everything, so many of the systems just felt so different. Like, you see that a little bit. There's like the animation tree, which is kind of weird and different. The shader nodes, but like at the end of the day, it all still kind of fits together. You know, there's something so cohesive about the editor in Godot, and I loved that. And then the open source thing, like, it's not only open source, but it's damn good, right? It's not super dated, it's not poorly updated, it's not poorly maintained. So I was just like, I think I still would have moved to Godot because like it definitely, like, I would have been spending more time comparing and contrasting the two instead of just being like, I'm gonna get away from this Unity thing right now. I would have spent a little more time with it. But when I started using Godot, it was just like, I just loved everything about it. The community was so amazing and friendly and helpful, and its documentation was so good. The free open source stuff, like that whatever happens, there's always gonna be the last fork of it if somebody wants to branch it off into something else. It's so extensible. Like, the engine itself can morph, and we don't have to wait for the next update from the owners of the project, you know? Like people are doing amazing things with the Godot editor. I saw someone had VS Code embedded inside of Godot. You know, there's just crazy things. You can do anything with it. So it just kind of felt, it just felt right. It felt like, why wouldn't I, basically for me, why wouldn't I use Godot? I don't know. It was just everything I could have hoped for. 2D and 3D. I love it. I just love it. Anytime I find out about some cool new interesting feature, I want to test it out and use it to actually grok how I could use this in the future. I mean, I like that because that's like a great learning instinct. Because you're always going to be taking in something new. You get lost reading docs for languages because of this feeling? Wow. Nothing wrong with that. Good learning. It's so cohesive. Every single thing is part of the API. Right. There's no obfuscated magic at all. Exactly. Yeah. It feels like home. Can we I just need to renumber these. I'm sorry. It was inevitable Godot would have clicked. Yeah, it was. But I would have spent more time reviewing Unity. You were nervous to use Godot at first? Why? so all these meshes I'm gonna put into their own scene, which I was deciding are gonna be a static body. I might regret that later. I really hope I don't. So this is gonna be shelf row. I think that's the concept. I think I just added scene to the end of it. Shelf row scenes. Oh, there's gonna be multiple of them. Yeah. And then a manager. So shelf row 1. Okay, we'll save this. So this is a little different. It is assets. I'm trying to think how I want to organize this. I guess we can just say shelf. I would like to put this in like a place though. Can we say shelf rows? Put that in there. And then I'll put the rest of the shelf stuff. I don't really need that original shelf scene that... Let me also extract this while we're at it. In case I ever want to use it. Shelf short mesh. Save it. Why don't you use Godot? And Doiko? Honest question. I'm sure there's good cases against it. Okay. So save that, but I'm really just gonna delete it. If I'm being honest. And just to make sure I'm not making a terrible mistake, let me open up. Well, first move everything. Pop it in shelf. Open these up. We're gonna save. We're gonna do more than save. We're gonna commit. Shelf. And level 0 to begin. Shelf stuff. And level 2 0 begin. Just in case, you know, sometimes changing file stuff, things can get messy. Okay, move it into there, and then I'm gonna take these original ones and delete them. We good? Everything fine? Has the world collapsed? Seems okay. All the references still intact and everything. Should have shelves that do not fall. Nice. Open up the shelf row scene. I actually want this to be stacked too high. Whoa, that's very high. And the player's gonna be able to climb that. It's kind of crazy. Can we just like overlap this? You know, it surprisingly doesn't look that bad. It's a little weird, but as long as there's not going to be weird Z fighting, could be okay. There's some very tall shelves. Well, you can always do a couple of further down if you wanted. See what it's like, though. See how it feels. What direction are we facing right now? Like, if I take the player and I reset it, am I gonna add items? Yes. So my concept for the game is this. Basically, you're gonna be in a warehouse and there's gonna be boxes on all these shelves. And you have to get from one end of the warehouse to the other and then come back. So the shelves are gonna have boxes on them. Each shelf will have markers in each row of the shelf. And the shelf, right, so I need to make sure those individual shelf scenes, not really the meshes, they actually need to be something else. I just realized. So and I guess we would also do it on top. So there will be markers, and randomly, some of these, some of these will get boxes and some of them won't. So the boxes will be rigid bodies that can be pushed and moved around, but they make a lot of noise. However, yeah, grab and drop. And then I also would love if they snapped together, so you could like stack them neatly. So you start on this end, you gotta get to that end, flip a power switch, come all the way back, and exit through here. So these shelf rows are not going to be good cover. So like the monster is gonna be able to see you through those rows. So the only way, in theory, for you to actually hide from the monster so it breaks line of sight is to stack the boxes on top of each other neatly, and then that can break the vision of the monster. So ideally it's going to encourage the player to build these little fort barriers that confuse the monster from finding them. But those boxes also make noise, so you have to be careful. I think that's the simplest version of the concept. But I did just realize I need these shelves to be able to receive those boxes, because those boxes are going to be rigid bodies. They need to be able to sit on the shelf. So I don't just want this to be the shelf mesh. I should actually kind of rename this. Refactor it a bit. We'll see. I hope there's like an emergent puzzle element. I don't know. You know, I'm gonna try to iterate on that gameplay. Let's call this... Are we capitalizing those? No. Okay, I'm gonna call this shelf... Single... Shelf... Single long. And I don't think I'm gonna really use the short one that much, truth be told. Okay, but this is gonna be an important one. So unfortunately, I kind of need to change it again because I want it to be top level static body. And I actually, okay, I knew I was gonna make mistakes. All right, that's okay. I gotta redo some things. I made some mistakes. In fact, also these aren't essential. Okay, I'm gonna back it up. I'm making some mistakes that I'm not happy with. I need to back it up. This isn't what I want. This isn't what I want. This isn't what I want out of life. All right, it's okay. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. Because again, I'm trying to get the nav mesh for the monster. First of all, I want this to be connected to Blender directly. If I want to make changes to it, I want to be able to have it linked. So that's number one. Number two, I need the individual single shelf scenes to have static body collision each row and on the sides. And then that's where it's going to generate the boxes. Then in the rows, it's going to have those single shelf scenes, and they'll have different arrangements that get randomly placed in the warehouse. So, and I don't actually need that to be a static body. Just don't. Simply don't. I don't particularly want to make it like a nav region top level. I don't think you should. I think you should make that a node 3D. Don't be crazy. All right, I gotta rethink a little bit here. I'm trying to like start it off the right way. The thing you're working on now is you want key items to kind of light up when you look at them. Nice. With a camera raycast. I feel like everything eventually ends up needing a global manager. I know, right? I mean, that's what I'm starting to find out. Yeah, I'm really embracing the manager thing. Although, I guess I'm using them more as like singletons than full like auto loads, but yeah, managers. They're useful for separating out the logic. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually going to take the GLTF file instead. I'm not even gonna worry about the short shelf. Like maybe I use the short shelf. I don't know. I don't care right now. Save that for someday. Don't overcomplicate things. Oh, they don't. It actually doesn't have the shelf. Oh, it does. These were all in one. Okay, so I actually have to drop this in, import it. Yes. To the default settings. I'm normally not importing things like this. Okay, don't keep the default, please. Okay, the only thing I actually care about is the long shelf for now. That's it. And really, can we put it up on the ground? Would be great. Center of mass. Can we try to snap it down? See if I can pull this off. Maybe edge center? Oh, there's a point right in the center. Yes! I mean, that kind of looks like a lot of polys, though. Statistics. Where is statistics? Thought I had that. Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay. So I'm gonna get the snap going. We're just gonna say to vertex. And then I'm gonna take the 3D cursor and I'm gonna put it right down there. It would be nice if it was a little lower, truth be told. So it's kind of crazy, but I'm actually going to extend this down to there. So then I have a point right where it'll be on the ground. Now, if I say set origin, set geometry to origin. Wait, now I gotta remember. Oh. Set origin to 3D cursor. Now try setting geometry to origin. Oh, the 3D cursor moved. No, go back. Go back. Okay, right down there. Although, if you really want to be particular about it, you probably want it to be in the center. I think you do. Okay, but only on that one axis. I know it's a lot. I just want to get it. I want to set myself up. Maybe I get too hung up on setting myself up sometimes. Okay, back to vertex snap. Back to edge center. Then I want to snap it to here, but only on the y-axis. Okay. Now I can get rid of this extrovert. Extrovert. Great. That's exactly where I want that 3D cursor. Now, I say object, set origin to 3D cursor, and set origin, geometry to origin. Whew. Just gotta do the right steps in the right order. Looks good to me. It's upside down? Wait, I put it upside down? No, I didn't. How did I do that? I'm glitching. What in the world? I'm gonna go ahead and say that was an it problem. Set origin to 3D cursor. That's down there. That is down there. Oh. I just messed it up. Well, this is not going smoothly, is it? Can I set 3D cursor to origin? I think if you do this... You gotta be kidding me. Is there like a... Isn't there like a menu for this somewhere? One of these buttons? Oh god, I'm making mistakes, you guys. Alright. Trying my best. I want precision. It's good to refresh these things. Blender 3D cursor settings shortcut. Shift S. Cursor to selected. There we go. Whew. Geometry to origin. All right. Touche. How about this? What if I put it on the other side? What you gonna think about that? So we just want to do it then on the Z-axis. And align it to there. I don't know why I have to do this, but you know, whatever. Set origin to 3D cursor. Set geometry to origin. I don't, maybe I needed to like apply the transforms or something. I don't know why that, but there it goes. Now it's flat on the ground. That's what I wanted. Great. I feel like I had to like rotate them too when I got them into Godot. I just leave it. Just leave it the way it is. If you have to rotate it, it's fine. All right. Apply the transforms. Save it. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to come with its textures, but I really hope it does. I very hope it does. I think I still have it called Granny-like. Okay, scenes. Even though it's not really a scene, we could do blend files. Shelf long. This is truly the mesh. Save it. Now I'm gonna come to Godot. See what we have. And I do want to replace this because I want to have the ability to tweak it and it comes to Godot. Oh. So it is struggling to find the materials, it looks like. Which before was a lot easier for it to do. Oh, yeah, there you go. Find them. You can do this. It's doing all of the materials, even if I'm not using them. I kind of hate that, though. Where do they even go? Alright. We'll let it go. Blend files. So then I'll make a new inherited scene from that. Looks good. Perfect. Okay. Now, I want to replace some of these things. The shelf single long, I want to replace it. Kind of need a name for it. Let's just call it, I'm going to call it shelf main single. Shelf single main. It's weird, but I just need to call it something different. Okay. Well, you could just call it mesh. That is what it is. I get very indecisive about these things. Mesh.tscn. Okay. Now I can sleep. And then I'm gonna make sure that I make another scene out of this. I don't know that I really need to, though. This jam is about making games like other games. In this case, Granny. So this is the 5th one we've done. We do it every odd month of the year. And the first one we did was Frogger. We spend a month making them. The second one we did was Bloons Tower Defense, the first one. Then we did Puyo Puyo. The last one was Ski Free. Now we're doing Granny. So yeah, the whole idea, the reason why I started the jam is because I was just like finding myself getting lost in trying to make what I thought a small game was. So I wanted to get some better sense of how to scope my games. And I think having known scope is like a super powerful way to do that. So by having the game and the mechanics already decided, or at least a very specific blueprint to follow, it reduces a lot of that, like, oh, I have these ideas, even though I still end up having ideas, but that's okay. It's like a safer environment to explore those ideas. And it's great. I finished 4 games, even though, you know, there were some issues in some of them, and they weren't everything I wanted them to be. It's teaching me how to start something, manage it throughout, and finish it. So that's what the idea of the jam is. It does encourage you to be creative and change things as well, obviously. But by having that known scope, it just makes it a little easier. Thank you, Kai Guy. Okay, Eagle Eyes. That's the most Eagle Eyes special thing I could imagine. So yeah, Game Jam, but helping us finish games by giving us the experience of making things like other things. And what's nice too is I'm learning a variety of mechanics. You know, in the Frogger, like, I learned about making platforms that move and the player standing on it, among other things. In the Bloons, like, I learned about pathing and having towers point and shoot at things. In the Puyo Puyo, like, it was like match 4 grids. That was crazy. And having pieces that can rotate and move around. Ski Free, I learned about like endless level design. No, I appreciate it. It drives me nuts to have those little typos. So, you know, it's and then this one I'm learning a lot about navigation. So, yeah. And then over all of them, I'm learning about certain structuring games and again, making sure I get them finished and stuff. So, yeah. So, we'll skip it next month in October. That's why we're making a spooky game now, so we have one ready for October. And then the last one of the year will be in November. You start developing games in Unity, still have no idea what you're gonna make. Well, and that's another nice thing about just picking a game to emulate, right? Is it cuts out all that guesswork of what should I make. Make this, make it your own, but make this. It's like a bit of a boot camp. Like, here's a thing, go do it. It's like an assignment instead of the world is your oyster kind of thing. That's cool. So you're just now starting out in Unity making games? You just know you want to make games. You're kind of at a little bit of an advantage. Like, if you're... I feel like most of us end up, you know, having a specific dream game or two that we want to make. And it's usually too big for anybody. So, the fact that you're not sure what to make, it's kind of advantageous. Hey, what's up, Skate? Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome back. Okay, the typo cannot stand. It must be corrected. So do I want to bundle? I kind of don't want to bundle in here. I think I'm going to regret that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to duplicate it. No, don't duplicate it. Create a brand new fresh scene from scratch. Good, good is good. Fresh scene. Then add the single mesh in there and save that as shelf single main. So shelf single, you can just call it shelf single. Started with some basic stuff like inventory, cars, and other stuff, so I get the idea of Unity. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's smart. You know, just like tooling around, not committing to anything too big. Inventory, cars, that's a good variety of learnings. Have you done like coding before, or is C# like your first time doing text code? GDScript was my first time doing text code pretty much. Okay. Now I go back. You don't really have to go to the main scene. I think at most you just want to take that shelf single and drop it in here, because I want to delete all of these. Oh, we can't have it called Node 3D. No. Okay, I'm gonna call it shelf single 1. And hopefully Godot will enumerate that. Started with Python, then Lua, and now C#. Nice. So you've got some familiarity doing text coding languages. I still haven't tried C#. I'd like to though. One day. It is certain. But not today. But one day. I think what I'm like appreciating from what I see about C# is like the staticness of it and how like doing really good. Thanks for asking, Skate. Whoa, it's smaller. Is it? No, it's not. Optical illusion, I guess. Those are also not on the ground. seems like you have to like be more specific in C# about the things you're doing. I quite like that. I think I could learn a lot from using a language like that, as opposed to something like GScript, which is a bit more forgiving. Not as forgiving as JavaScript, I'm learning, but still. Oh, I guess I didn't quite get it on the ground in Blender. See, this is why I like having the Blender thing, because I can go adjust that. Oh yeah, look at that. It's not quite on the ground. Well, I'll eyeball this then. Oh god, all these programs with different... There we go. 3D dragging commands. So this is why I like doing the Blender thing, integration with Godot, because then I can just adjust it, it'll update it, and then that change will happen right there. There's new Godot tutorial set up on Humble Bundle since you last checked over there. Really? Yeah, so the affiliate links, Hyper Game Dev affiliate links still work. So a way you can still support Hyper Game Dev. It's not as helpful as it used to be. It used to be much more generous, right? You guys used to be able to like type in a price and you would immediately be able to give the channel exactly that amount, which was pretty nice. Oh, it's okay. We got it. It's fine. That might work, but the object's not quite centered in that way. I don't think. Maybe. It's alright. It's good enough now. Where were you 10 minutes ago? Just kidding. So yeah, I mean, look, if you want to support the channel and grab some Humble Bundlery, the link is it's in the description and stuff, but I'll put it in the chat as well. No pressure. Again, it's not like before where you guys could set, hey, make sure Hyper Game Dev gets, you know, 80% of the cost of this. Those were the good old days. But it's still quite nice and helpful. Okay. Now it's on the ground and I can sleep. So I'm gonna put the rest of them in here. And we're gonna have them be replacements for these others. Just want to get that horizontal position right. I know I'm being a little particular about it, but I'd really love to set and forget this, you know? Not just slap everything together for the sake of getting the navmesh, but put it together carefully for the sake of the navmesh. So I can actually be making forward progress while iterating as well. Because either way, we're gonna have these shelves. Whoa, perfect. Look at that. Love it. Okay. Now in the main scene, that should switch to the new one. If you look at editable children, it has our new shelves on there. Perfect. I'm gonna get it. Thank you, Kai Guy. I appreciate it. It helps. Let me know what you think of it too. I've come away with good impressions of different like game dev course services through what you guys try and report back on from Humble Bundle. Game Dev TV, Zenva, CG Cookie. I've gathered they have good ones. I have also gathered that because different people do them, they can be hit or miss, but there are gems. Geez, way to sell it, please. Okay, this looks good. So now I can come back and get rid of these other things that I don't need. I do want single mesh. I do want shelf single. I do not want single shelf long. So I'm just gonna make sure it's not owned by anything. Looks good. I'm deleting it. Okay, I think I deleted the wrong thing. Undo that, delete that. Shelf single mesh. I'm gonna delete the short one too. Make sure it doesn't have a dependency or an owner. Looks safe. Get rid of it. Alright, so I think I've cleaned up my shelves. And I can move forward. Oh, but you didn't want to make this a static body. Right, it actually doesn't make sense. Oh no, it doesn't make sense for this to be a static body. Can we just change the type? Please just let me change the type. Hell yeah. Alright, good. And then shelf single, actually this I do want to be a static body. Now the only little wrinkle here, please, I think you need to make them stacked too high inside of here. Not over here. So that way I can make sure they're not getting overlapping collisions. Now let me just check to make sure this doesn't feel too tall. Did I ever flip the player around? I did not. As far as Godot toots go, you only bought the cheapest $1 tier months ago, and it was from Zenva. Nice. Seems like there's quite a variety of Zenva ones. In terms of people who are teaching them and stuff. It is quite tall. And it does seem like it would be hard to squeeze in between those. Maybe changing the way the camera looks will make the player feel smaller. Get that overlapping out of here. Trying to imagine, we climb them, we can squat down in there. You can't really walk straight forward into it the way they're set up. So I guess it would just be like you'd walk up to it instead of like, because that's a little too short to crouch underneath. So maybe instead of being able to crouch underneath, you'd walk up to it, activate it. That's gonna be a little clunky, right? Because it'll say something like climb. And so then you'll be climbed on it. And then after you climb on it, in theory, I'd also want to communicate that you can go inside. The Zenva one was great, if not slowly paced, as it was a very beginner one, which you're a newbie at it. There you go. Okay. Zenva has some good ones. What's this one you're looking into right now? Who makes it? Did you say that already? I don't think you did. You know, it could immediately offer you to climb inside. Because it's like, do I want the same activate button? Climb, and then maybe it says just like enter. Just like intrigue the player. Like, what does that do? Yeah, maybe that'll be fun. It's just different. I'd imagined that you could just like crawl under the first level, but that's, I don't know, that doesn't look tall enough. Like it looks short. Like I'm not, like, is it my eyes? I think it is shorter on the bottom there. Oh, they're underground. Oh, dear goodness. Okay. Right, because we moved the, hold up. Actually a little surprised that that's the case. Put a bit of the plot in the Discord. Nice. For your carnival zombie, or maybe you're not doing zombies anymore. Yeah, me too. I love coding, and I love procrastinating code, yeah. Relatable. Is it the level that's up high? What can I say? I like things to line up, alright? This one is by Zenva. Nice. So you're already like, you know, you like what they're putting forward. Repeat customer. But you didn't even know you were a repeat customer, to be fair. Still. It appealed. I really thought we had this one lined up perfect. I guess not. Is there like a height I could make it that would be perfect? I know, it seems so arbitrary, but... well, because it is, frankly. Alright, just move it somewhere. Just get it in there. Just wedge it in there. Is that perfect? Is this perfection? Hell no. There you go. Probably should rebake that mesh. The navmesh. Okay, so this is very different. I now feel like, indeed, you can just crawl into it, and that's fine. Cool. So you crouch, you can walk forward, or you can climb. Much better. It feels just a little on the tall side. Although, there is something kind of scary about it being too tall. Like, if you climb that high, it's like scary you're gonna fall or something. So maybe the heights thing could work in our favor. It's just the taller it is, that's more, it's just more, you know? Dude, and then but the monster being up high, like climbing, okay. I think it's good. All right. Satisfactory. Okay. Now. All these are static bodies and they don't have collision, so I'm gonna give them collision. I wonder if we could just like, let's just like use CSG. And something I didn't realize I should do is use CSG to generate collisions. Speaking of procrastinating, that's what you're doing right now for other things. Nice chat though. You must tear yourself away. Thank you for procrastinating with Hyper Game Dev. Hope whatever you gotta do now goes the best it can. Goodbye, Kai Guy. Thanks for the Humble Bundle support, too. Oh my god, look, it's not perfectly centered. That's okay, we can fix that. Oh, but I think... no. Look. Dang, I tried. I love the idea of the player, if they are climbing up to the top, getting a vignette effect, or increased FOV to give that vertigo adrenaline feeling. Okay, that's a cool idea. I got a special thank you for that. It feels like stretch goal behavior, but it is a horror game. So I feel like I need to be keeping those kind of things in mind. All right, I'm definitely gonna like take that down as a note. I like that. Visual effects, possibly stretch goal stuff. Yeah, juice polishing. But I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget. Made a little video for how you use the grid map in your project. Oh, nice! Someone was asking about that, Nickba, right? Oh, it's gonna be tense if I can pull it off. It's not centered. It's not centered. It's gonna throw a lot of things off, but I don't know how. Wow, yeah, that is like obviously not centered. That was that was just my mistake. I screwed that up. Somehow. It's so close, but just not quite there. So if I do... Hey, Siren Boy, thank you! Yes, I must keep on... Oh, you're saying skip this? I know, I probably should. I can't stand it. Someday, it'll come back and haunt me like a monster in a horror game. Thank you for the encouragement. Welcome. Siren Boy with the siren to keep going. I don't know how that happened. I swear my like tactic just didn't work. Okay, pull that down. Snap the 3D cursor to that. Then do edge center snapping. On the y-axis, snap it to the center of that. Right? Since starting this project, you're better at being precise in Blender? In my experience, it pays off in Blender to be precise. Especially if you're doing like a connected workflow. I mean, even if you're not, like, you're gonna be exporting your assets. Okay. Hold on. Shift S. Think carefully now. Stop this. Don't do this. Come out here. Set origin to 3D cursor. We gotta lock in. Yes, I'll check it out in a second too. I know that feeling. I'm locking in on centering this shelf. No, but it's good. It's good practice. Object. Now this is probably not, because remember it was at the top. So it's probably not gonna go like you want. Here, please, what? I have a better idea. Oh, okay. Here, create. I know there's like some add-ons that help with this too. But that's okay. Oh, can we just do like merge at center? And then that, oh, but the origin isn't there. Oh, here, okay. No. Object, set origin, set, oh my god. All right, move the 3D cursor back. I don't, there, all right, oh my god. Cursor to world origin. Geometry to origin. Okay, origin to 3D cursor. Geometry to origin. Now that's centered. Now merge it at the center. So now we have a point in the middle. Then come over to this. And that already has its origin there. Yeah. Totally flip. Oh my gosh. 100%. Gotta remember to apply. No, snap it at the middle. Snap base to center. Bam. Whew. We in the middle. We in the kinda, sorta, almost. Almost in the middle. It could be more in the middle. Wow. Perfection is a thing. How is that? I'm surprised that that isn't going to the center when I try to do it. Okay, snap it. I mean, literally, you could just snap it to that vert, too. Practically a Jimmy Eat World song. Hey, don't write yourself off yet. This song is so nice. It's like the nicest song I've ever heard. Oh, we gotta do closest. I kind of messed this up a little bit, just like a little bit. Wait, but it's the origin, Lise. It's literally the... Is it, though? You don't want the origin. Whoa, wait, there's verts in there? Why does it look like there's like X's? Oh, it's not really X's. That's pretty cool how they designed it. I don't need this to be perfect. Like, to me, the more important centering is horizontally, but, or on the X-axis. It is blend. I am like fixating on this centering process. Suboptimally. But I feel justified. And really, that's all that matters. Okay, that looks very central to me, I would say. Okay, then move it down on the Z-axis, aligned to this. But can you do it like that? Z-axis aligned to this. Right. Then set origin to the 3D cursor. Now make that snap base center. Okay, but also move it. Oh, wait, what? How did I mess that up? Why does it not look like the center? Dude, it was the center. There. Okay, right there. It's the center. Do not mess with it. Okay, take this on the Z, or the Y axis apparently, and you snap it right there. You hear? Yeah, reset the cursor. I think I might actually be done with the cursor for now. Thankfully. Oh, shelves could be just a cube. Okay. Well, they already exist, so. But I see, you're saying like simplified? I actually am not entirely sure what you mean. I know you're good with Blender, so I believe you. I actually didn't make this asset. I got it from an asset pack because I don't want to be bothered with it, this jam. Except for the monster. I'll make the monster. Okay. Now, apply the transforms. What's up, Jord? The world origin. Right, that is definitely a thing. Yeah. Okay. Alright. That is input that you have given. Alright, so what I expect to see is that shelf is gonna go boop, and I'm gonna be happy. How you doing, Jordan? Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that perfection. I think what bothers me the most is, like, as I've been making games, it really bothers me when I'm trying to like adjust things and the position isn't centered, because in Godot I have to move it around. Sometimes I like have mechanics or code that moves things at different positions, and it can just be nice. It could just be nice if it just already is right there, 0, 0, 0. Look at it from above. Oh yeah. Had to start over on your RPG? Because of a parallax bug. You started over on the whole RPG because of a parallax bug. Are you saying like a bug in a particular like engine or tool, and therefore you had to switch engines and tools? I mean, you sound motivated at least, but sounds kind of frustrating. But at least you're on the right path. Oh yeah, Discord stuff. I've got it open somewhere, right? Yeah. Wait, where'd it go? There it is. This is how Flip is using the grid maps. You're working on it in the same engine, it's just something you couldn't code right. So you just start the whole thing over? Maybe that was just like most of what you had done. Sometimes starting over can be good. Annoying, but sometimes good. There's audio explaining? Damn. I think I got Discord muted. Oh, that was the music.
Just take a look at the actual thing. All right, let's take a look at that grid map. So let's say I got this building and there's this other thing that's real close to that building. I don't want it to be that close, so I'm going to move it away, and I want to build a corridor in between these two guys. The way I will do that is I'll add a corridor scene, which is just like, take a look at the actual thing. Just a grid map with my mesh library attached, and then I can come back here and say,
nice.
Let's see, I want a door.
That's why you're lining things up.
In position, and a door in that position, and then I want some straight lines.
This is so good.
The door, and maybe even I want some like windows here and here and just those two spots.
Look at that, you just built that.
And I go in. And now I have that corridor as an entire room.
Such a good investment to set that up. Dude, it looks so good. What? Wow. Excellent presentation.
I can't go through the...
Oh, Discord. Discord chopping it up for me. Discord dabbing on them.
I can't go through the walls.
It's ready.
This is good. There it is.
Okay, grid maps are like a level building.
That's it.
Technique pro strat. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, super cool. Like now wow. Now I have that. Like if I wasn't doing this warehouse idea and I was still like building levels like I was before, yo, I would definitely be doing this. Great, man. This is like a tutorial right here. Like upload this onto YouTube, okay? Flip wouldn't recommend them to build the whole level in one go. Okay, all right. All right. For things where you need modular rooms, it's very nice. Why not build the whole level in one go? I guess I was thinking like CSG gray boxing, not like per se proper level building. But then again, you're proper level building and it's working well here. It was good to start over. Deleted everything except for the textures. Oh, you didn't totally start over. Nice. Testing stuff and your preloaders auto load singleton. Still, though, it feels like you lost a lot of progress. Johnny says, there's a method I think Valve used. There's basically build it, scrap it, and start over. Nice. I think the idea was that things would be better the second time around. I like, okay, so for, like, I always tell myself and others, when a project literally gets lost, like data corruption or oopsie, whatever happens, like, A, that sucks. Damn. B, when you remake it, it's probably going to be better than the first time. And I feel like if it wasn't you, someone else like takes it that step further of making it an intentional step. Like, not just, if you have an oopsie, remember it'll be better the next time. Like saying no. Not only is that true, but you should encourage it. Love that. Really good for prototyping and testing, right? Then if you're figuring out performance and building, you could merge things together. Yeah, right. Creates a lot of faces for something that would otherwise be a simple mesh. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's just like prototyping, right? So, you know, you can change that. It's like just like having like building blocks, right? Like not necessarily getting perfect with it. Just everyone's different, right? But, you know, you can bake a CSG mesh, right? So this is like all these different components here. I'm not gonna actually use them, but if I did, I'm gonna use them for this test thing. You know, they can all be baked into their own mesh instance, and then that mesh instance I can take into Blender and then simplify it however I want. You know, maybe just, if I were imagining this in Blender, I would select like this face, that far face, that face, that face, and the ground, right? And then invert it and delete it all or something, you know? But just more for getting those like broad strokes and playing around creatively instead of worrying about, you know, how it's optimized or not. But everyone's different, you know, depending on how like comfortable you are with Blender, that may be just the way you want to do it. And then the other thing too is you can test it this way, so I can actually have a ground to walk on, you know, and start putting things together without doing all the blendering first. Right, and then Flip, so for Flip's example too, like Flip is going to actually keep these assets. This is actually their final pieces. And right, while true, you're not necessarily gonna export it. It's yeah, and so that's the other thing. Like overly optimizing can be sometimes a barrier depending on how much effort it's gonna take to pull off. A little cruft is okay as a treat. That's why I don't use version control, because it's better to start over. That's a great comeback for why you don't use version control. To uphold the wisdom given to us by... Wait, who made Half-Life? Not Steam. I want to say Steam. Valve. The wisdom given to us by Valve. Version control is just going to hold you back from starting over. Since I forget, Valve is a thing other than Steam. Just another tool / method for your tool belt. Yeah, exactly. Right. Sometimes it's the right tool for the job. Totally. Andrus with the lore. Waddle, 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 waddle. Look at that art. This is Andrus' actual art, too. Love it. Delightful. Wait, that's gonna be the thing chasing you? I guess if it's like dancing that fast and quickly, And assertively, I could be scared. The hat is very tall. The plot is that there's an energy drink that is marketed to bits, and almost everyone is drinking it, and it turns out that drink has a substance / ingredient that makes people go crazy and feral over it. The Bun Bun got bit by a kiddo that got infected while they were wandering around the carnival, so they went crazy too, and now you gotta deal with them. Love the corporate exploitation gone awry, run amok. Being infected gives you a similar feeling like adrenaline, so you don't feel pain at the moment. Once you get cured, you feel horrible. Since it's a crazy energy drink we're talking about here, blasting them with a shotgun doesn't kill them, but it feels very painful afterward. But they should be moderately fine after a while. Right. Unkillable, but slow downable. And my plans, if I keep working on this game, instead of saying I will and canning it afterwards 1 week later like all the other games, the carnival probably won't be the very first map. Oh, multiple levels. I feel like it'll sit somewhere in the middle / late beginning of the game. Dang, you doing levels, Andrews? Wow. When it starts chugging, then I'll take issue. Oh yeah, Flip is like testing it in between so many different steps along the way. Fear the web builds, kind of obsessing over performance. That's fair. That's fair. That's why you've been exporting to itch every night when I'm finished. Oh yeah. Starts being a problem, you'll know right away. Not on the final day. It only takes like 5 minutes aside from upload time. Yeah. Anders is struggling to find a way to blend the drink plot with the gameplay itself. I mean, I would think at least you might want to destroy the drinks, right? So other people don't get them anymore. And maybe there are a lot of the people who would drink it like around the drinks, so it makes it even harder. But I guess like why would destroying the drinks necessarily help you escape? Maybe if you tame the monster into something that isn't energy drunk, it'll be benign and then you win. I don't know. When I first started out, I built a twin stick shooter over a few months with something like 60 scripts. And then later on, I remade it much better, all better in a single weekend with about 9 scripts. That's so real, though. To just, like, at least when I first started, man. Messy stuff. I know, like, with my JavaScript right now, I'm going to look back and be like, Jesus. That's a huge reduction. All right, we are team remake things in this house, in this family. And that's with it shifted. It didn't like mess up the row stuff. Oh, did we save it yet? We didn't save it yet. Shelf row. I mean, it seems kind of fun. Looks good to me. What does it like look like? Well, let's not skip ahead. So let me make the collisions for these. I'm gonna use CSG because I'm kind of obsessed with them. I'm gonna use it to help me sketch out the mesh for the collision. So we're gonna do a CSG box here. I don't really care about the bottom shelf, so we're gonna skip that though. Really as small as they need to be to fit that shape. Please. Not that small, a little bigger. Oh, it's snapping. You know what, snap? I'm good. If you would just mind letting me be free of your grips. Thanks. So, don't really care if it's perfect, just good enough. Okay. Then I'm gonna duplicate this. Maybe we can try to snap it, but oh, it's not bad. Wow. Wait, is that perfect? How? How is that perfect? I feel like the person who made these assets also used some precision. Oh my gosh. It's just perfectly lining up. Now that is a beautiful thing. Wow. Really? No weird clipping? Dang. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Hey, Thoughtsy, welcome. I am setting up what will be part of how the navigation works for my monster and my granny like. Kind of. This will be, I guess this is more like what the player will bump into. The monster will actually ignore these collisions. But it is going to be a fundamental building block for the monster navigation. So my game's going to be about being in a warehouse where a monster is feeding on everybody, just eating them up, having a snack. And you are trying not to be that snack. And there will be boxes and shelves that you can use to hide behind. These are those shelves. Shelves will not provide much cover, unfortunately. So, it's preferable to build the boxes. The shelves will also determine certain, like, paths, maze-like paths that you have to go through. Is there like a hotkey for it? Y? Nice. Probably not that. I feel like I'd rather this kind of match that. You know, I don't know. Like, why have something that hooks on the player? Just one less thing. Although there's no way you're gonna get that perfect, unfortunately. Never played Granny, but you must try. Yeah, it's worth it. There's free versions linked in the jam page. I guess if I am gonna do that, probably better if you don't overlap it. There's links on the jam page. That's probably a ripoff. Which, you know, it's an indie solo developer, so I feel like we should support them. Just head to the jam page, I got links for you. This one is free. I don't want to answer your question, Flip, because I feel like you're saying it like you're about to tell me to do it differently. Are you trying to make collision? Brother, I am making collision. So you can play for free. There's a bunch of ads on this page. You can get it on Android or iOS for free. Also has some ads just when you die. And then for $5 you can get it on Steam without ads. If you have an ad blocker, honestly, now GG is going to be fine. But it is nice to support the dev too. So, something to think about. It's fun though. Like, I genuinely really like the game. Like, very much. Okay, but I will say I'm not fully thrilled about the way this could potentially connect. And I think what I'll probably do, I think I'd rather take it into Blender. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bake this and then take it into Blender and just make it all one entire object and then export it as collision. Brother, I am making collision. It almost sounds like a threat, doesn't it? I'll make collision on your head. Oh my god, it's so violent. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, in that case, I kind of don't even need this. Yeah, maybe I won't do it this way. I mean, I'll do it here. No, I don't want a cube. Ah, see, this is why you can't always make the suggestions, because you don't know all the context. So the way this is gonna work is the player is gonna be able to go into these sections. So any gaps. Context is important. Oh my god. I'm ignoring you. Let a girl cook. Damn. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bake a mesh instance, because I think it'll be easier to do the sides in Blender. I'm going to bake a mesh instance, and I've actually not yet tried how to export this into Blender. But I know you can do it. I just don't actually know how to do it. Is it, I come in here? Which one of these mesh? That sounds like something that Blender can import, right? Let's assume. I'm gonna call this shelf single collision. I could be wrong. It's okay. We'll live. We'll figure it out. Oh, export as GLB. Thank you. Oh, look at that! Wow. Okay, and that's the whole scene. Gotcha. Okay. So I want to make this a scene then. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Now I'm just thinking about... Yeah, they can fit in there. Yeah. They're big shelves. We'll adjust the player size as needed. Or the perception of the player size as needed. Okay, so I have to save it as a scene or an extremely large shelf. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of like baking in the sizes of the shelves, but... Use the shelving as a ladder? Exactly. Oh yeah, that's the whole concept. The whole concept is that you can climb the shelves like a ladder, and then you can go into these sections. And there's going to be boxes on here, right? And so if you knock them, it's going to make noise, and they could fall over. But you're also, in theory, going to be able to pick up the boxes and stack them, because that's the only way you can get the monster to not see you, is by creating a blocked vision entirely, because the shelves, the monster can see you through the shelves, and the monster's going to be able to climb on the shelves too, so it's going to be able to come get you. But that's what I'm trying to get set up. So okay, so I can't export the individual thing, which kind of sucks. Can I though? Can I import the mesh like real quick? Can I just see if I can? Yeah, I've never made letters either. Alright, I'm gonna make a new one. I probably can't, but... Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to use... Alright, I'll do it. It's not a big deal, I just didn't want to. So I'll save it, because I'm gonna delete it right away anyway. I'll save it as shelf collision, single shelf collision. .tscn. Oh no, don't reset the position. Did it do that? Please don't do that. It looks fine. But let's confirm. Yeah, it's good. Okay. And then we export it as a GLTF scene. I guess I'll put this in here for now. You could make a folder. I know you. Of course you would. I know. You can't help it. It's part of the fun. It's the different ways we solve problems. Search for Granny. You didn't see this stream. What is the reason that you need to move the object to Blender? I want to make a collision out of it. You guys are so used to just like challenging the ways I do things. I've accepted too much help. I have to change things. Things have to change around here. Sometimes you guys do really help me though. That's the double side of it. Okay. Trust the process. Okay, so and this is something, and again, I'm just experimenting with different ways of doing it. I think historically I would just do it in Blender, but just generally I want to get familiar with the process of exporting. Now I know. Go, you guys help me. I know I go save as, export. Now I know that, right? So it's just like, just trying things. Let a girl experiment, man. Not that you're not, but I sense it. I sense it. Okay, so I'm gonna open this up. It's actually like one of the reasons I do the Blender streams and member streams, because there's less people to like influence my creative decisions. Sometimes it's just like, although I'm pretty slow on my own, but sometimes it's easy, I think, because it's such a visual thing to be like looking at the stream, to think of like ways it could visually be better. Okay. But sometimes I gotta do the Blender in here. Nice. Okay. Alright, interesting. So it brings it in like that, which is, you know, seems a little unnecessary for it to look that way, I admit. A few more polys than I would bother with, right? Like I wouldn't make it tries. I just make it a bunch of quads. Obviously that can always be changed, but I don't think I care that much. What I am gonna do, we could like easily redo it though. It's like not that hard. Look, come in here. Get rid of the faces. I guess mostly what I wanted was to have the positioning. Let's say only faces. I think I would just do it in Blender next time. Truth be told. Though I don't know that it would be faster. I'm pretty slow. Like, I'm just generally a slow person. Yeah, tries to quads. Right. Oh, I knew that was a thing. Okay, let me actually do that. The only regret I have of doing Blender streams and member streams is Bart's isn't a member. That's my greatest regret in this life. It's that Bart's doesn't have the chance to help me as much as they could. Is it not good for you to bake the collision into the shelf in Godot? Well, the reason why I don't want to do that is because it's just not like a... it would just be a lot more complexity than it needs to have. So I'm just trying to keep it very simplified, basically. Okay, you said it's called tries to quad. Ooh. Then you just like reduce something. How the hell do you use this? How do you use this? Is it like an out here kind of thing? No. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I don't know how to use the tries to quads. Yeah, I don't really like doing the dissolve edge. I don't want to. I don't trust it. It doesn't always do what I want. But you're right, actually. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. No, thank you. Alright, anyway. You guys are smart. I know you're smart. Alt-J? Is that the tries for the tries to quads thing? God, it's not even linked. Okay, but still don't know how to use it. It is not doing things easy. So I'm just gonna skip it, although I do like to learn. I suppose this time I will pass. So that edge should dissolve good. Top one was not quite what I wanted though. Oh, that's okay. Whoa. You got multiple verts there? Please don't. Jesus. The inefficiency. That was a lot of verts. It just merged 146. One last time, but make the angles small. Yeah, I'll try it. For the sake of learning, I'm down. But which angle? There's 2 angles. Which one? I don't know. I'm not seeing it change. So I just don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it didn't work out. But I feel like now I'm. Oh, shape angle. Wait, what's the difference? Nice. I am not sorry anymore. Which. So like if I now, let's see, now I'm curious. If I make this 110,000 in 180, so this one doesn't seem to matter. Max face angle, max shape angle. One matters, one doesn't. L on a link on a. Yeah. Yep, you guys got the tricks. All right, this is great. This works for me. Okay. Yeah, I love using the L. My gosh. Okay, we're gonna snap it. Please. Oops. I got lost. Wait, before you snap it, can you make this a separate thing? So let's hit P, separate it, so we just have a single shelf. Then I'm gonna duplicate it and snap it in these positions. It's so weird that it does it different at first. I think I didn't just delete all those. Oh, I totally deleted them all. It's like I gotta duplicate it, press escape, then move it. Duplicate it, escape, move. duplicate, escape, move. Duplicate, escape, move. Okay. Great. Throw this in the trash. Now. Oh yeah, saving is good. Always love that. Oh, you called it long? Okay. Shelf long collision. And I want to do the sides. Ideally, it would be... Wait, did we... Uh-oh. Oh, there wasn't a bottom face on there. Oops. There is a bottom face? Oh, I'm in... I'm in X-ray. That was a close one. Okay. So now I want to get one of these. I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna press escape. I'm gonna rotate it 90 just to keep the same thickness for now. It's probably gonna end up a little thicker than it needs to be, but that's okay. Give me a 3D cursor, snap that on there. Yeah, normals. I think I should have them, yeah, thankfully we're good. I really wish it would stay on by default. I'll probably turn it off. Should write a script that just turns it on automatically at the start. Good call. Okay, so then we're going to... Oops. Oh, I moved it. I wish you could undo the 3D cursor. Okay, object, set origin to 3D cursor. Oh, whoa. Hold up. Separate it for now. Hold up. Okay, now set origin to 3D cursor. Please snap to the outside. Nice. There we go. Okay. I'm not reading the chat. I'm not looking at it right now. Even if it could be helpful. Sometimes I just want to get into the flow, you know? Just for a second. Okay. Pull that down. Now, the reason why I want to do this is as a measuring tool. So I just see the thickness that I want. And then really what I'm going to do, my true intention here, is to select this and extend it out to there. I guess I kind of want to do that on all of them, huh? Let's see how good we can do select similar. Nice. Other side too? Alright, you know what? I'll take what I can get. Select similar. Normal. Hell yeah. Is that gonna expand the way you want it to, though? Yeah, you can make it do that. I just have to remember how. Nice. Perfect. Okay. So pull it out like that. I didn't really want the... Dissolve orthogonal edges. Interesting. I mean... I feel like there's different types of extrusion. I mean, it's like okay, but I think here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna extend this side and we can just mirror it. That way it's easier. Because I really just want it to be a bit like that. Actually, you know what I'd rather do? Let's get rid of this. I enjoy the problem solving. I'm gonna get rid of these. Delete the faces. Then pull this out. Oh, you did want the extrusion. Extrude it. And why don't you do both of these, too? Try to do both of them. There we go. And then connecting it to the others, you're gonna need some kind of edge there. You just are. Could do array stuff too to repeat it, but I feel like what I'd rather do. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to all of these being selected. I got this. I got it. Come over here, select this. Similar normals, then extrude it, individual origins, of course. Out with you, out, 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 all of you. I'm in the wrong spot. What's the snap set to closest? Dang, okay. Okay, don't want to snap where I want you to snap. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Wow. Not what I would have wanted. Truth be told. Hate that. Alright, I'll do one side at a time. I will do one side at a time. It's fine. I tried. Okay, then we're gonna select similar, normal. Now I don't have it on the other side. I'm gonna mirror it. Dude, remember, forget the other side. Other side's trash. Literal garbage. Okay, then what I'm gonna do, I'm not looking at chat. Chat could be chatting about something totally different. Chat could be out here telling me ways I should do it that would be different. I don't know. But I'm not gonna look at it until I'm done with this. Because you know what's fun sometimes? Figuring it out. Making mistakes. But if you guys want to know better ways to do it, it's possible someone is already explaining that. You should listen to them. They're probably right. Hey, what's up, kitty cat? How you doing? I didn't get rid of this bottom, did I? You know I did. You already know I did. Okay, so I'm getting rid of all those center ones. Center faces. Okay, we can get rid of this. Then, regrettably, that's not a loop. Then we're gonna bridge these like that. You know, it can be just relaxing to do a little task like this. Rewarding, you know? Okay, last one. Great. Everything should be together, but just to be sure. I think I almost just did a bevel operation on accident. Oh, I was like, what just happened? I see. That became visible. Delete it. Don't need it. Yeah, Kitty came for a second. He's actually... Is that other camera set up right now? I'm not sure. It might be Dookie. It's not bad, but he's right outside of it. I wanted to set up this other camera for the sake of these moments. When they go other places. See if I can move it. Oh, he moved. He moved before I could move it. He's back. All right. he's just all over the place. Hello. Hello. You're a very sweet boy. There he is. Hey, Stoner Jesus, welcome back. How you been? I'm doing great. I'm working on a game like the game Granny, where you're avoiding a monster who's stalking you. And I'm making some shelves that you can climb on top of and in between in an effort to avoid that monster. Alright, I'm okay with this. This is fine with me. Now I'm going to drop a mirror on here. There he is with the CPU that you guys paid for. And the Godot plush. There's so, like, when I put stuff on the green screen like this, they're like, what's going on over here? I really need to I need a green cat bed over here, obviously. I think that would be a wise choice. Yeah, it's super fun. What you been up to? What in the Chuck Norris is going on? Specifically? Or like, there's a lot of things going on. Okay, so this looks good. Merge it. Yes, please. Because I'm paranoid and I do a bisect just to make sure nothing's gonna be there. Looks like the cat can see the shelf in Blender. It can. Yeah, he definitely can. He's like, he's judging me. He's judging my technique. It's so hard. Oh, no. Don't create a middle. Streaming on Twitch. Nice. How's that been? I'm on Twitch right now. As a matter of fact. Okay, show me the actual geometry that you're gonna make. Thank you. Yeah, but if you could just merge that away, bisect, could you just... Oh, the bisect actually created that. Well, then I'll allow it. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch. No, I don't want that extra little thing in there, but you know what I also don't want? Here, just try it like this, see what happens. What if you just merge this way? What'll that be like? It's kind of been a while since I've been in Blender. Basically, not since the last jam. And I got lost. Okay, there we go. Apply it. I feel like it's gonna be... Oh, no, no, no. No bisect is what I'm saying. Apply it. See what happens. Whoa, look at all those bits. Okay, I probably should move it up a little bit. Look at all those bits. Until uni one. Are those... Do those look like emotes somewhere else? Why do they look like that? I don't know. Thank you for the cheer. Let's go with the 30 bits. I'm gonna have to sing you a song now. I don't know why that one did not appear. Another bug to fix. All right, song time. It's song time. It looks like you just said uni one. We gotta do justice to what you've created and make sure we say that. Here we go. I can sing to this. I can definitely sing to this. Oh, stoner, stoner, Jesus is riding on a unicorn. What would you do if you saw stoner Jesus riding on a unicorn? Stoner Jesus got something in his hand. Stoner Jesus got something in his hand. He's riding on the unicorn, and now he's saying, puff, puff, pass to you. Yeah. Thanks for the bits. I appreciate you. Nice. I like your icon. Delightful. Man, he is needing something. Do you want some snacks? Are you hungry? He must be hungry. It's the only explanation. Oh, my sweet boy, so hungry. What'll you do without food? You'll just die. Oh yeah, totally didn't merge them. That's why we bisect, baby. Wow, okay. I really thought you could... Oh, whatever. Apply it. I hate that. Alright, well. You see, it has decided that they are necessary, so I'll keep them. You know what? Not a big loss. You know what? I don't care. Alright, great. Collision, done. What multiverse did you wake up in? The hyper multiverse. Alright, so now I want to get this into Godot. I'm not fully in love with the whole collision flag sometimes. It just kind of depends. I think in this case it will be useful. Sometimes it's not exactly what I want, but I think it will be useful. You got me singing before GTA 6, you darn right. You darn right you did. Okay, shelf collision, great. So we'll make sure we've got this all nice and transformed together. Save it, export it. No, don't export it. You just save it, girl. Alright, now I'll check up on chat. You probably weren't even saying things. but I needed to be careful. You can save a scene as default, so maybe the setting will save if you turn it on. Really? I didn't know you could save a scene as default. Okay, wait a minute. That's awesome. I like that. New general. I am obsessed with that you just taught me. Okay. Clear, sacrifice all this crap. And then face orientation, would love statistics. So I have to actually, so then I guess I have to save this. What does that even mean? Oh God, defaults. Save startup file. Make the current file, yeah, do it. Yeah, do it. Nice, Bards. Ooh. Let's go. I love this. Fantastic. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Elements for one shelf. Yeah, it's very important. It's the backbone of the game. Deleting the cube makes me feel alive. It's true. It is nice. What would opening Blender be without it? Oh man, that's silly. Import a model. What are you talking about? Be gone, cube. I'm happy when someone tries something new, and you can gain experience from everything. But is it possible to give professional criticism? You're asking if you can criticize me? I mean, look. You can say whatever you want. I don't have to like it. Right? When I'm trying to concentrate, I might ignore what y'all are on about. Alright? But you can say it. I do want to say, this isn't... If you think this is professional, you might be confused about what's going on here. Alright. You guys are vicious today. Alright, now I've got the shelf scene collision. So I'm going to not use this, because this is actually the scene that we made for exporting, which I'm going to actually delete, because I don't really want it. Yeah, so guys, you know, I'm just practicing different ways of doing things. Like, there's so much to learn in just trying to do stuff different ways. You know? And good. I'm glad you don't like the way I'm doing it. Eat the way I'm doing it and like it. Like that you don't like eating it. Because now I can think to myself next time, oh, you know, doing it that way wasn't the greatest. Or maybe I'll be like, I can do it faster next time. Yeah, I did try to keep it simple. I agree. Simple is good. That was my intention, so I'm glad we agree on that, Thoughty. Glad we agree. Okay. So I'm gonna delete all of this. Don't think I need this anymore. Okay, so I've got my shelves. Lisa is not responsible for any health issues you may encounter when eating any nearby shelves in a 100-mile radius of your person. That was a very important mod duty that you just did. Okay, so in my blend files, I'm going to get this. So see, this is why I don't like it. This is why I don't like using the collision only. I hate it because it creates this top level node. Ugh. So now I just like have this node here. Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I don't care. It's fine. Can hollow objects be used as collision? I don't understand the question. I only accept AAA advice when I make my 20 poly shelf. Yeah. Dude, this shelf is so simple. It's so simple. Like, y'all are on one if you think it isn't simple. Like, literally ridiculous. Okay? Like, it is 128 faces, alright? This is not complex. Could be a little simpler, but it's gonna be okay, man. It's gonna be alright. Alright, so oh yeah, Thoughtsy, I remember now. You are someone who's gotten a little too judgy with that stuff. Oh my god, you guys. There's gonna be potential collision with every side of it. It's like genuinely, oh my gosh. You can barely recognize your own face, let alone 128 of them. I like chatting with you guys. I don't want to be like, I'm gonna ignore you now. I don't want that. That's not what I want. I do remember Thoughtsy being very judgy about collisions. I remember because it was for optimizing stuff in the alien game Harvest Earth, and Thoughtsy was saying like, you gotta make those collisions simpler. It's the collisions. It was not the collisions. The collisions were not causing the performance issues. The performance issues were because I had static bodies with collision constantly moving throughout the whole game and needing to calculate collisions. That was where that performance was coming from, performance drops. Not the like fact that a house had a complex collision. In fact, it was the fact that a static body was moving and had collision. So actually in Volcano, I improved that, my last Game Like Jam game. And instead of using any collisions whatsoever, because it was also moving, I used AABBs, the axis aligned bounding boxes. So if you like click on any of these things, and then okay, maybe not that thing. It has to be a mesh. Find a mesh. Here we go. If you click on a mesh, you'll often see like custom AABB. And so essentially what that is like if you look at that like orange box, it's kind of that. And it's like these coordinates that have all kinds of functions for them. And you can like combine them and do all sorts of stuff to detect like where they are. And I essentially just used those as collisions. So things were looking to see, am I near this other bounding box or not? The bounding box data was stored in like a dictionary. And then if they were too close to each other, things would happen, which was a lot more performant. Criticize almost everything, but you're not against anyone or anything. Okay. I didn't think you were. Okay, so just can be like a vibe killer, you know? Oh yeah, that's what I started with, Thoughtsy. See, this is going against your own advice, my friend. That's exactly what I started with, although I've deleted it now. It wasn't quite box shapes though. It was way worse than that. But I do respect your opinion. Now I will say, it looks like it brought it in more complex than before, which is weird. Oh, I hate that. Why did it do that? Please don't do that. I guess Godot is like, nah. It actually looks a lot like the way that it brought it in. Wow. Or the way it went out. I kind of hate that, man. It just converted. There's no way to tell it not to do that. There isn't quads in game engines. I actually did not know that. Really? That's a true fact? I guess I gotta be okay with it. Yeah, alright, I'm ignoring chat. It's annoying me. It's annoying me, you guys! Come on. You're killing my vibe. Like, just let me live, man. Damn. Jesus, I'm not looking at it. I'm putting chat on timeout. For myself. Okay, so... You guys can argue about who's more right. That's okay. I'm content doing my best. So I'm gonna say this is gonna be saved. We're gonna live with it. Although I don't love that it's a node at the top level. I actually despise that. I really don't like the way this saves. It really bugs me. Here's what I'm thinking. Cause so if I come back in here, right? I have this baked mesh, right, from the other thing, and I could create a collision directly from that. I mean, now that I see it, and again, this is it, right? I don't want to just like take the advice from somebody because I don't learn anything. I just like do it blindly, which is so annoying. Instead, if I try it myself and see the result, now I actually, where you guys feel like, okay, I can give this advice, now I can give this advice to myself because I've had that experience. Okay, but let's bake a collision shape. So the other problem with this, I'm not sure. I mean, honestly, this looks less complex. I'll be honest with you. It doesn't look, it does, well, I don't know. Because it like does these, see these like little edges things? Like what the hell is that? You know, did it create those on here too? Let me see, we're gonna study it. Yeah, see, look, this doesn't have, so actually, I do like this more. This doesn't have all those like crappy extra, it's kind of hard to tell. Let me see if I can hide that grid. Those crappy extra things. Let's look at it the same on both of them. Overdraw, no grid. Well, maybe I was... No, look. Look at that. Look at all that. If we just look in like this corner, look at all that extra stuff. Let's see if it's the same. Maybe it's the same. Now again, remember that this one also has the extra. So the other thing too, this one has the extra side pieces on them, right? Whereas this one doesn't. But you can see it creates these like these things. And to me that's just messy and unnecessary. So I think I'm actually back to preferring this. Although, you know, obviously we've got tries all over the place and all these little spots, but I just don't think it matters either way all that much. But, you know, we all have our preferences. My preference is something cleaner like this, rather than letting the engine sort of guess and kind of sloppily make everything inconsistent based on some algorithm. But that's just me. And plus, you know, I didn't get the side parts on this. So that was like the main reason I wanted to take it into Blender, so I could make sure I had perfectly aligned side panels. And that it was all connected and not trying to like morph it together with extra crap that didn't need to be there. So, you know, one thing about streaming is sometimes you learn to stay to your convictions. And I love the different ways you guys do things. Sometimes I just need to feel proud of myself for getting the thing done the way that I wanted to. All right, so I'm gonna export this. We're done. This is the one now. But wait, the only exception here is one thing. I want to actually be able to use this as its own collision shape. So I'm gonna save this as, make it unique. Fine, totally fine. I mean, I kind of hate that. There's not. I know there's not gonna be. Maybe I did find a way. Okay, so this is what. See, I don't like using the collision. I know why now. Because I can't keep the inheritance. I don't think you will either way. How does this save? It saves as a concave. I don't think you're going to be able to do it. I wish that I could. And again, I just like learning these things, knowing about these things. I wish that I could, because you can for meshes. For meshes, you can have them export separately and save as their own file. But with the collisions, it doesn't let you. And the reason why I would like that is so if I wanted to go into Blender and make a change, let's say I feel that the space is too tight and I could flatten it down more, I could do that and it would just work. Here's what I think. I think my best bet for that is going to be save it like this. Don't have the shelf singles be a static body on top. So I'm gonna save this just as it is. Yeah, let's put it here. Except I'm gonna call it shelf single collision. What's it mad about? The root node of a scene is recommended to not be... Oh yeah, please don't transform it. I beg you not to transform it. Okay. Great. So then I'm gonna say that the shelf single scene is just not going to have a static body at the top. And instead, it is going to be a node 3D. So that way I don't have to try to separate that collision out. I don't actually want this anymore. So I'm gonna delete that, the GLTF. You couldn't see it, but I did delete it. Blend files, we have the collision, keep that. Shelf long mesh, keep that. In assets, we have shelf rows. Row 1, I like that. Shelf single.tscn. Yes. Collision. Mesh. Don't think I want this. Think this is not desirable. That was an experiment. Shelf single collision. Scene is good. The other thing I don't often like about a lot of critiques is I feel like it scares people away. Like this notion that you have to be perfect or you're going to get critiqued. Instead of just like, you know, unless we're out here trying to make games to make money, right? Like that is to say, I quit my day job. I have to put food on the table by finishing this game. Like that's a different situation. It is what it is, right? And whatever. That's not the situation. And I think probably most of us also generally like doing game dev as a hobby. And I think it can be unnecessarily demotivating to feel like we have to have a certain level of perfection. Now, there's certain things that individually we like to do just right. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, you know, if someone puts themselves out there to share their process, even if it's slow and suboptimal as some others may understandably think, you know, like that's okay without it being something that is worth fearing. Now, I could model that better by not letting it bother me, obviously. But, you know, sometimes you know, it can cause me this moment of like, you know, stop, because I have to stop and think about it. So instead of like in my flow state, learning things, making mistakes, trying stuff, changing it, keeping it, making decisions, instead it's like now these like voices kind of veering me away from that, and I'm distracted and I'm thinking about that instead of just like doing the thing. I don't know, you know? And it's like, I'm not gonna, I would never come out and say I'm doing it the best way. Ever. Wouldn't want anyone to think that. But I think sometimes, and again, generally when it comes to Blender stuff, I'm like, I'm hesitant to publicly share the Blender stuff because I don't know what it is about Blender, but it's like people got opinions. So, you know, I think sometimes I just have to like step away, put my looking at chat on timeout until I feel that flow is resolved, and keep going, and come back later. I don't think game dev has to be this scary, you have to be an expert kind of thing. And I don't like that feeling sometimes of being surrounded by or taking in. I don't mind being surrounded by it, but taking in sometimes, all the time, not all the time. What I would consider pedantic critiques, you know? That wasn't technically a meltdown, right? Okay, so let's get the collision in there. It's not getting this weird spy device perspective. Yeah, you're right. I see that too, Johnny. Winging it most of the time. You know, it's an argument people like to put out a lot, and I don't disagree with it at all. You know, like that very popular games are successful games aren't perfect. You guys know where this conversation goes. Undertale, big if statements, right? Whatever. But even like AAA games, it's true. There's mess in there. But I don't have as much experience working in that environment. I don't have like any experience working in that environment, so I'm not gonna speak on it. I'm glad you did though. Alright, great. Now I got a collision for it. I've got the meshes, and it's all in one thing. So there's other stuff I'm going to want to do here, which is putting in boxes that spawn in. But I'm not going to do that right this second, because that's not the most important thing. Although, you know, I could just like slap some boxes in just to see like how they fare. But, let's deal with that later. We want to do monster nav. So I'm going to go to the row, and these should all have collision now. Now, I don't actually have a crouch mechanic added into the game, so I can't, like, test if the player fits between the gaps. But at the very least, we can see that there is collision. Not even close to a meltdown. That's about as close to it as I get. That's good. I really wish I could test crouching. I think the like... I think we go to 3D and then... You do... Oh, here we go. Nice. Wait, where's the player? Oh, I think I have to turn on the collision. Here. Let's restart it. I'm just kind of curious. I feel like it'll probably fit in there just fine. Actually, let's not do it. We'll just look. Yeah, because it's that whole capsule. So maybe the collision could get smaller. It could even just like... Anyway, I'm not going to think about the crouching. I want to, like a part of me wants to, but like while I'm dealing with the collision stuff, in case there's something I want to change, you're not going to do the crouching right now. What's the good crouch key? Control is bad because of web builds. C is the letter C for crouching, but it's not very easy to access. Could do shift key, but that feels like dash. Not using control sucks for web builds, especially when you're doing things like crouching. It's so good for that. Just the finger falls right on it. Yeah, it could do space. I don't think we need jumps. You did alt. Because we have climbing. So there is no jumping needed. Although space feels like a jump. Well, Q, then if you're using WASD, then your finger like goes off of one of those. So I feel like a pinky or thumb key is ideal. And alt is reachable. All right, let's just do space for now. I'm sold on space for now. That could change. Caps lock? Whoa, it just locks in. It's kind of interesting, actually. Using mouse for look controls? Yeah. Could be a mouse click. True. Yeah, it's probably only going to be the left click. It could be both right click and space. Actual granny game is pretty neat how the POV changes for hiding. The POV changes for hiding? I didn't even notice that. For now, we say space. I'm getting a little distracted by doing this. You like mouse crouching? It could be both. Skyrim? Yeah, I know it. I love Skyrim, but... I mean, you know, just look at the mods, right? The fact that there's so many things. Even, like, speaking of, like, meshes, you know, there was, like, I remember seeing somebody just posted, like, a very simple fix that just, like, fixed some of the topology because it was just, like, really deformed in an ugly way. Like, in a way that was, like, obviously kind of a beginner mistake. Which is fine, we can make beginner mistakes, but, you know, again, seeing it at that level can be reassuring, yeah. You get a vignette and you're closer to the ground if you're under the bed or in a chest. Right. Alt the crawl button and the run button is F4, so the player can't run or crawl at the same time? Get out of here. That is ridiculous. So the player better not try to, the player will learn not to try. You ask a potentially dumb question? Yes, you can. No shame. Well, probably. If it's about game dev. Where's what I'm looking for? What am I looking for? I don't think I'm looking for anything. I was gonna look for the cat, but I think this is as much cat. The key's just right outside the camera. It's as good as I can get. Right, input. So I'm definitely gonna need some crouch states. I don't want to worry too much about crouch, but just a little bit. So you have player states movable, frozen. Frozen is like if you're in like a menu. I would, for now, like to try crouch states. And we're gonna say, I think I even kind of mapped this out a little. With a shelf, why isn't it just a simple box shape for collision instead of making each thing? Yeah. So, the player is going, this is why I'm doing the crouch too. The player is going to be able to walk into these. It's going to be part of the gameplay, is that you can climb the shelves and then go in here to hide and to get away from the monster. Or at least think you're getting away from the monster. But I want to create, basically, what like my goal is to like implement some verticality. Right shift for crouch, left shift for sprint. It's just you can't move and press it at the same time. I guess if it's a toggle, it's not too bad. I also like doing as many options as possible. Like, let's say C, space, and right click. And just go with them all. You know? Oh yeah. So I did map this out. I don't know if I did a good job, but let's see. Yeah. You know what? Probably a lot of y'all weren't clear on that. Oh, it was a joke. I was like, okay, I wouldn't do it. Because it wouldn't surprise, I guess I didn't see it as a joke, because it wouldn't surprise me that someone would do that. But yes, literally the player is going to be able to, and that's why I'm kind of like wanting to like try the crouch real fast, because I kind of want to see if those spacings are good, and if not, maybe make the shelves even a little thinner collision wise, like not a plane but damn close. Crouch ability state with own states, or whether they can stand back up or not. Yeah, so that's not okay. So I don't think there'll be a situation where you can't crouch, I guess, unless you're already crouching. So you can always crouch. So we'll say standing. Crouching. Crouching. Can't stand crouch. It's a little verbose. Oh, crouching and sprinting. I guess that would just be like, yeah, I guess it'd be good if those were like you could only do one or the other. So if you were in the middle of sprinting and you crouched, you just stop sprinting. It's a good point. So like maybe I'd want to make sure that they're in the same enum, so only one can be true at a time. It's a good call, Bart's, actually. It's a good question. Dumb things to production. In a college coding class, I made a death state turn off your computer is a joke for my friend. Accidentally left it in for the professor submission. Oh no. What did your professor think? Did they kind of like it or no? Cool about it later, but you got really nervous for a day. I hate that. I hate that. Gotta be careful with those colleges. I've been there. I've been there. Not with game stuff, but writing stuff. Things I put in there as a joke. Left it in. And unfortunately, it was actually very well received, but I hated it. And I just had to keep it in because everybody liked it. I'm glad it worked out okay. Teachers like, this is genius. Punish the player with meaning, with purpose. It stays. Heard you was a teacher's assistant. Nice. I mean, look, you know what it also says? You got some personality. You like to have fun, put a little something silly in there with your friends. That's a good personality trait. What if I call it leg states? And we say walking, sprinting, crouching, can stand. I hate it. Yeah, I thought about movement, but then I'm like, but this already has movable. We'll see. Crouching can't stand. This will have to do. It really will just have to do. I'm kind of, in VS Code, I've been using Prettier to like help just auto organize certain things. And I very much expected when I saved it, it was just gonna like neaten this for me. A little disappointed when it didn't. Leg states, walking, sprinting, crouching, can't stand, crouching, can't stand. So if you're walking, you can't be sprinting. But if you're walking, you can be crouching and walking at the same time. Crouching is like another type of walking. All of these, they're kind of all different. Yeah, they're movement states. That's why I'm saying leg states, you know? Yeah, there probably are extensions for it. I don't know. I don't think walking makes sense. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it makes sense. In fact, I kind of think it should be I think it should be one. That's what I think. Posture? Oh! If I hadn't already quit on this, I'd be strongly considering that. I'm actually all in for movement states. Or maybe player states, you know? I think it's still player state to me. Simpler. Okay, movable, because I don't have to change. Refactor. So either the player... And then this could just be, instead of movable, it's really anything that isn't frozen is movable, right? So by default, you're walking. If you're frozen, you're not doing anything. If you're sprinting, it's just a different kind of walking. Crouching can or can't stand, both different kinds of walkings. But just to make sure that just have to do. Can't find movable? Oh, I got rid of movable. That's okay. If player state... So we're going to say if not player state set to frozen. If not player state set to frozen is how we'll do that. Okay. It is the hardest boss naming variables. It really is. Cool. Phew. Okay, then in the input, if event is input mouse motion or event is input screen drag. This is just for looking, basically. So let's say handle looking. We want to pass event down. So this isn't like getting a little crazy. BBEG. Big Boss Endgame. And we'll say handle crouching. We can add sprinting too. Don't know that I need event for that. If input is action just pressed, crouch. I'm gonna regret trying to set this up now, aren't I? So what do you want to do? We need to keep track of the collision on the player, which I don't think I've dropped in yet. So let's do that. Oh, come on. Make them unique names. You never know. So things can get weird, especially if you don't defer the call, if you're like literally manipulating the shape of a collision. So I'll probably have to do that. Let's try, we don't really want to, kind of want to move it, because if I just squish it, you'll kind of like fall down for the crouch. I mean, why don't you just see what happens? I just like kind of dare you to see what happens, you know? I just like kind of dare you. So why don't you make it 1.5? I just dare you. So we'd obviously want to do some extra checks too. The main one being the crouching thing. So I would even say we could move this here. We don't really need that there. Instead, we could put this up there, because none of these should happen if we're frozen. That's true. Could do 2 colliders. That's true. That's probably better, actually. It's actually probably better. Let me see how horrifying this is, because I'm morbidly curious. But I do think that you're right. Yeah, recast. It might be kind of interesting, right? I'm kind of just like morbidly curious to see what happens. You know? We'll see. We'll see how smooth it turns out to be. I guess it's more specific to the collision shape. Shape 3D. Or even the capsule. Gotcha. I just gotta remember how to format the call deferred thing, because I do have a feeling it's gonna need that. I'm not exactly sure how to access it, truth be told. No. Did you add something extra? Oh, I was planning on it being smooth. Maybe. I'm a little unsure how to access it, so we're just gonna try shape height. I'm a little concerned, but let's get really aggressive with it. Now we need to check what state we're in too. So I'm gonna say match state. Well, we'll say after we press it. Match player state. If it is player states, it's tough because you really, I don't think you want the match. I think we'd rather say, I hate to do nested ifs, but I mean, you could just put it up here too. Either way, you still want it to check because it's gonna. If you nest, I mean, you're gonna have to nest an if somewhere. Ooh, good call. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. This is an excellent point, Bartz. Wait, I like what you're saying. I'm much more amenable to suggestions when it comes to code. I don't know why. The camera is the one that needs to be smooth. Wait, now I'm thinking we don't need to mess with this at all, though. Like, as if I just have the camera go down. I mean, obviously, like, I do want the collision to bump left and right. I need to do both. I need to do both. No, I do need to do both. But yeah. That's still a very good call. I'm sure that was gonna feel very obvious soon. But I'm glad we're thinking about it sooner. If player state, I mean, it doesn't really matter what it is. It only matters if you're standing back up. So I guess I'd want to say if you're not already crouching. Here, let's say this. If player, I got an idea. I hate starting with a negative if I don't have to. If player state is set to player states crouching can't stand or player states crouching can't stand, that is to say, you're already crouched. Well, but you'd want it to be different. If it's can stand, you'd want it to not be the same. So actually, we'd actually only want to say, that's a little particular. If you can stand, then I would want it to put it back to the top. I'll make it not magic number later. Put it back to the top. Otherwise, so that is to say, it's literally any other state besides can stand. No. Match statement was correct. I gotta try things, you know. That's how I roll. If you press the crouch button, when you can stand, stand back up. If you press the crouch button, while you can't stand, I mean, nothing, it doesn't matter. We don't even care. There's nothing to say about it. No, the if statement does make sense, though. Oh, okay. I gotta try stuff and think about it. Alright. No else. I guess you could do elif, right? No, wait, there's still some similarity. If player state is set to... is not set to... crouching can't stand. Yeah, because we wanted to exclude this one, which elif will do. So if you can stand, then go ahead and put back to normal. If you can't stand, assuming you already didn't fulfill the condition of can stand, then you can crouch. Because if you can't stand, you can it's so confusing. I think this does make sense though. Yeah. Flikuda, actually I like that too. That's nice. I feel like I have to do some kind of like, yeah. Some kind of call deferred. I always say, elif, because it is like else. Actually, that kind of makes some sense though. Where have I done so? I feel like in Harvest Earth, there's some, whoops. There's this whole thing. A shape cast. I don't know. I would think a ray cast, but what's the case for a shape cast? Call it an Ellie. Oh, that's cute. It's like faster, easier to say. We got a if and an Ellie. Oh, I like that a lot. I hope I remember that. Oh, collision shape. Oh yeah, I'm making the exciting choice of set deferred. It's a little different. We're not like changing the value, but this is where we did it, where I was turning a collision on or off, which turned out to be quite necessary. There is a set height. I'm just not sure I'm accessing it correctly. But yeah, I'm taking the fun risk of seeing if... I mean, I think you could just do height still. And then just make it this. Seeing if I can change it mid-gameplay. And everything be okay. Okay, but definitely they're weird in Godot. They're like an actual collider and not just a single ray. Right. I remember I did get to raycasts in Unity and I had a really bad time trying to get them to like be visible while I was editing. I'm sure if I had kept with it, eventually someone would have helped me work it out, but I was also using the visual scripting, so that was also making it hard. You love the ref system! Let's go! It has been passed around many of us. It's so good, right? I use Shapecast for mine because if my character uncrouched while 40% under cover. Oh, that's a good tip. Okay, I'm gonna have to special thank you for that because I would have set the whole thing up and been pretty annoyed when I found that out. I special thank you for that. Wow. What do I even say? It's not really consultant. Eh, good enough. Yeah, that's chef's kiss. Really good. Right, that's true. I still would have been unhappy. So I'm gonna make all these like not magic momentarily, but I might even do a helper function. Actually, I probably will do a helper function. Move or do crouch ing ing boolean. That's funny. I like it. I'm keeping it. I'm being weird. If ing. Okay, that doesn't look that good. We're gonna say okay. If okay, then. Oh, but pass it in. Pass it in. Don't even do that. You don't have to do that. No, I don't have to do it though. But I love coming up with fun stuff like that. But wait, there's an easier way. I can just say height. I mean, it's not necessarily easier. It's like different things. Oh, I forgot about climbing. Climbing. Okay. It's tough because it's like, what's better? If I take some, some global constants or some constants that I have and put them here and call this function, or keep them in the function. I guess I should keep them in the function. All right. Let's say okay. If okay. But it's kind of nice not to though. I wonder if I can make it a static function if I do it the other way. Let me see. Oh, it's a give me static function either way. Nice. But you haven't set up everything in here yet. Like, okay. This is me being curious, trying things. Ah, I can't get to collision. Okay, I now know what I want to do. You tweaked your collision shape? You don't know if it's a smart thing to do. Oh, you did it! That's what I'm gonna do. YK, I sure am using Godot. You just keep as much, yeah, same. And if it needs to have access, I'll think about it set up as global. Yeah, same. And I think in this case, I'm gonna try to find an excuse to use the static function because I want to use them more. And I think if I say height and whatever we do for head, we could even just say on the head, we could set like a script that moves it up or down. That would probably be pretty nice. actually. I gotta do monster stuff today. This happens so often. I set a task and I just like do everything else. I will. So we could just say like the head has like a tween inside of it. We'd say func tween position could also, I don't think that's going to be able to be a static. Could say pos y, it's a float. Variable, yeah, because if you're gonna create a variable, I mean, I guess you can make it a constant, not inside of here though. But isn't that only gonna be like one tween? I'm actually not sure. I feel like someone was saying you can do. No, just like actually a const. Nah, whatever, I don't care. Variable tween equals create tween, and then tween property I'm a big global position fan. You don't understand why raycasts don't have a signal for collision. And it has to be checked in process. Yeah, that is annoying. I hate that. Whoops. That is super annoying. Oops. Self. Global position colon y. Final variant. So whatever the pos y is. Oh, it was cut off. I didn't see that. Oh, speed probably. Duration. You could pull that in too. Position. Duration. There's no way that can be static because of the tween variable. Oh, the self. There you go. So that could just handle it itself, and then I don't think it's gonna work because you go to point to the head. Well, that's why you'd have to pull all of that in. So you would say like, it's kind of it's I don't know how I feel about it. Like you could say target. Like what is it that's crouching? You know. Feels a little obtuse at this point to set all this up. You know, I guess I could, like, nah, I don't know. For something like player logic, I don't know if I've ever used something static. Yeah, I think it probably won't work out. If you have the raycast on all the time, I think there is colliding. Yeah, there is. Yeah. But it'd be nice if it was a signal. A custom signal that triggers on when is colliding changes. Right, but you'd still have to track it in process. Yeah. I'm trying to just discover new opportunities for it. Whoops. What the hell have we done here? Oh, that's a new one. Target. Node 3D. Height, float, Yeah, this feels pretty unnecessary, if I'm being honest. I think at this point, I might as well just reference the head. You know? The tween function. Yeah. Well, it was fun to try. I like to try to think about it. Constants across all instances, or if you want to use the class to act as a manager for the instances. Yeah. Yeah, you know, there's been times where I've found like nice uses for it. Let's see if I ever had any in here. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't in here. Maybe in the Puyo-like, if I were to guess. Probably. I don't know if I ended up keeping it though. Just like certain helper functions, it can be really nice. Wow. Right, because we passed that in. Oh yeah, I had all kinds of stuff for preloading. Oh yeah. So this was for the different pieces in my Puyo Puyo-like, which is basically like a match 4 game where you stack things and get colors to match. The color, like when it would say, you know, it would randomize which color is the one that these pieces will be, because it randomly spawns the pieces' colors together. So it worked out because it was just like this nice helper container of motions that I could just push the data into, it would do it, and then spit it out. And it worked really nicely. So I'm always just trying to look for like opportunities to do it, just to get in the habit of it. I mean, this one's probably one of the more obvious use cases here. Like literally really shows like, I think, an optimal use case, which is just doing a super data in, data out function. Is it greater than approximately? Returns a Boolean, true or false. Takes in the data, puts out a result. But often when I try to use it, it doesn't pan out, which is okay. Now I know. Perfect mentality, something that takes in generic data and does a thing to it and then out. Right. Yeah, I guess I was kind of imagining like this could be that, but I don't know that it needs to be because it's only one thing. Right? Like if there was like 6 different parts that needed to crouch with slightly different input values that might have different results, then passing it through the crouch static function might make sense. But yeah, probably not in this case. All right, we're back to okay. On a singleton? I don't know. I don't know if I can make my brain make that make sense, but I hear you. All right, if okay. Like, I'm not sure I know that I agree with you on that, or that I was ever saying anything like that, but I hear that you think that, yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely a singleton. But I don't know that I would, I'm not ready to accept that that's always true. Maybe you've seen the possibilities, and you've returned with the wisdom that it's true. But I have not arrived at such wisdom. I'm still looking out for those static function opportunities. Multiplayer. Ooh, true. I don't even know though how that would be handled. All right. If crouch is okay, then we do this. Put the collision shape down. What if the player has a partner? Are they a coupleton? Yes, exactly. Correct. I'm calling it do. No, doing. If doing. I like that. So we're gonna say crouch. If the player can stand and you press crouch, it becomes false. If the player cannot stand, if the player isn't, just make it true. Don't put your brain on it. It's not worth it. Just do it. just type it in. To be fair though, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Does it? No, it does make sense. Just let it go. Please don't think about it. You'll test it when we get there. Okay, so I don't just want to do the head, or the collision, we also want to do the head. So for the head, we've already made a function. Now I can't actually access all of its stuff unless I make it a singleton. So screw it, let's do it, baby. Calling it a player head. I don't see why not. Type it as a player head, so that way I get autocomplete. Now pop back here. Slowly working away on your granny light game. Let's go, Derek! Unity, right? Still figuring out if you can do it like sneaking into the Department of Motor Vehicles or an abandoned mall with a security guard. I mean, the creativity of the DMV is very interesting. I'm trying to think what the monster is in there. I like the security guard idea. I don't exactly see the path of what the opponent is in the DMV, but the mall security guard is entertaining, actually. It's a tough decision. So actually, I don't even really need this reference to the head. I think we already have a reference to the head. Which does raise some questions about whether I should keep that reference. But now we can say tween position, position Y. I guess it's at 0, I would hope. It's not. It's at 0.4. Well, you're tweening, so you're going towards it. So I think what you'd want to do... I mean, I don't love the 0.4 thing. I'm not a crazy big fan of it, but... So we'll do it this way. Constant. Height, default. Float, 0.4. And then we can say height, crouch, float, I don't know. 0.4 is up a little bit. So negative 0.4. We'll see. It might not be good, but we'll try it. Tween position. I mean, you really just might as well run tween position. I mean, I could use that for different... I'm just gonna do tween crouch. And then you can pass doing in here. You see? Kinda nice. Okay, I can get down with that. Then we won't pop that in that way. And it just kind of becomes the same situation. it brings in the doing bool. If doing, create the tween either way. If doing, we want to go from the height, or if you are crouching, we go to height crouch. At a duration, so let's say speed crouch. I don't know, 0.3. It's very fast. Speed crouch. Else. Height default. Godot DMV is scary enough to be a horror game. Yeah, actually it does suck going there. People are stressed. You never really know if you've actually got everything in order. And how, like, stressful it might end up being when you find out you don't. That's a good point. I'm just trying to update this now. If we got this new player head thing, it should be consistent. Okay. Cool. Is that about as much as I'm gonna... I mean, other than the magic numbers of the height of the collision. Let's see how bad it works. Let's just find out. I'm gonna add a few more keys for experimenting purposes. I'm not sold on right click yet. We'll see. I'll circle back to it. Oh, it's visual collision shapes. It's okay. Oh. Oh, I broke the movement. If the player is not frozen handle looking, oh, nope, we're just still in 3D mode. I didn't break anything. It was broken by design. I'm actually surprised it remembered that. I would have assumed it resets it. It does not. Hey. There we go. Oh! Oh! I crouched into the ground. Up B. It looks like... Why does it look like jumping? Oh, I think we also have jumping still. Wait, there's also already jumping. Okay. Very interesting result. So obviously we're going too low there. So just for tweaking purposes, hold on. And it's not standing back up. So just for tweaking purposes, let's magic number this. I'm gonna say crouch height is, let's say 0 for now. Okay, so why can't we crouch back up? What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't actually update the states. Pretty important. It's tough. Because, like, it immediately needs to decide if you can stand or not. Right? That needs to be, like, as long as you're crouching, it needs to be checking that. So I would say... if you crouch, let's say, oh, it's kind of tricky. So if you're standing, so you presumably are going to be walking, sprinting, climbing just shouldn't work. Walking or sprinting. If you're walking or sprinting and you press crouch, those are the only things that matter. Then you need to go into a crouch state. When you crouch, it needs to check something should be constantly swapping. I guess like right away we could say something like set crouch state. And then now if we're gonna have that collider and it needs to be running all the time, shape cast. Let's make it point up. I'm not sure about that position, but I mean, as long as it fits your head, it should be fine. So it's not really the head. I mean, you could just put, why not just put an area? Why do a raycast? You know? I don't want to do a raycast. I just don't want to. I don't want to do a shapecast. I'm gonna do an area. I don't know, I just don't want to. So I'm gonna make a head area. And I'm just gonna give it a collision. That way, I mean, the thing is, but then when you crouch, it will change its position, right? So what, the head collision is going to be up above? So that when you crouch, it goes down that amount? See, I don't like that, though. Still, you can keep it in area, just don't put it in the head, you know? Keep it out of the head. Could even just call it crouch or stand check area or something. I don't know. And then I could just keep track of that. Stand check area, body entered. So we do have to think about like what the body is, because it shouldn't be itself. Whoa, it shouldn't be itself. The player, that is. Dude, why do I keep typing it this way? Connect on body entered stand. Oh, I kind of hate that name. We'll just say stand area. When the body enters the stand area, here. This is not gonna be sustainable. I guess I should start setting up on the single shelves collision, which is obtusely enough in its own scene. If I set that static body to B, so mask is what it's looking for, layer is what it is. So the stand area is going to be looking for the thing. So let's say layer 2, and I'm going to rename it, I guess, shelves. Ceilings, ground, but it's not really the ground. We don't really care about, I mean, it can kind of, it doesn't really matter if it's on the ground or not. I'd almost like it to just be surfaces for now. So we could say that the 1 is player. That's not entirely true. And we'll just call this surfaces for now. The shelf is looking to collide with the player. So I guess for now, you're obsessed with Hollow Knight? You like that platformer hack and slash? Yo, like, that Silk Song though. People be playing it. That game is pretty hype right now. I too look at a game like that and think that my butt will be kicked. However, I do not think to myself that I would enjoy such a butt kicking. For me, games like that are like, might as well be rage games. Things I irrationally hate when the taskbar isn't auto-hidden. By Elise Lasad. You're probably good at it though. Like, if you enjoy that, you probably get really good. Like, practice and get better. The only like platformer game that I really got into recently was Celeste for a pretty short time. But I did find myself really like satisfied and proud when I actually like beat a room. So I can appreciate that sense of accomplishment at least. Why are we here? Literally no reason. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure the ground actually was a ground. So for now, we're gonna say that CSG shape is on layer 2, and then the player needs to be looking to collide? So it's made you cry so hard with the story. I think I got so emotionally resonant. I like this story too. The last level I remember beating was the like haunted house with the ghost. And so like obviously that's not very far into the game, but even there, like this like these messages of triumph and And that poor, like ghost running the, whatever it was, hotel. There was clearly so much heart there. Maybe I gotta keep at it still. I'm a little nervous I set up these collisions wrong. Layer, player, mask, maybe not itself, but 2. And then for the head, it is going to be looking for surfaces. That's not what that is. It is a player, and it's going to be looking for surfaces. Okay. See if I did this right. Not super far, yeah. I was like, oh man, I don't think I can take it anymore. Why are you not auto hidden? I'm gonna auto hide you. Do you understand? And I don't want to hear any lip. Ugh. Nothing is flashing though. Buddy entered stand area. If body. Something that someone once convinced me of, and I do think they're correct, but boy do I kind of hate it, is clarifying with an enum what all the different crouch states are. Now this is definitely an auto load job, because what, I'm gonna have a collision manager? Ridiculous. So I am gonna make a globals autoload. I've been trying to go, for the sake of experimentation, go and use less autoloads. Do I really need it to be a scene? I think we can just make it a script for now. But I do feel like this is a very justified case. Oh. I guess I create the script first. Usually I make them scenes, but yeah, because if you add to the node tree, I think you should just embrace it. I think you should embrace it. Make it a node. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Oh, it's asking me to IC. Okay, there we go. Globals. We got there. Okay. Just a script. It'll put it on a node. Wow. Been that long since I made one. I don't even remember how it works. Did I punk out on nav today? Not on purpose. So this would be enum collisions, and we can say player equals 1, surfaces equals 2. Except, yeah, so the reason why I do 1, so that way it's not 0, the first one. So then I can say if body let's type it to, I don't think rigid bodies are gonna matter here. We'll see. If body collision layer set to globals dot collisions surfaces, then crouching can't stand. Assuming you're already crouching. So, okay, so I guess as soon as you crouch, this is kind of what I needed to figure out. As soon as you crouch, it automatically sets the player state to wait, do I have a change state function in here? I do? Oh, yeah, please use that. Oh my god. You must. Whoa. Good job. I'm still getting used to that. Can you put that at the top so I don't lose it? I'm gonna forget that that exists. I like the consistency of routing it all through one place. It's a really good idea. Okay. If you're doing the crouch, then change state to player states crouching can stand. So we're just going to assume as soon as you crouch that you can stand. However, now I'd be a little concerned because, so I guess that's where I would want to run on body entered stand area so it could like check it again. So let's say this, let's say now I kind of wish I had the shape cast actually. I kind of want both. Surely, I've never really tried to do it, but this has like a is colliding of a switch, has overlapping bodies. If overlaps body, nice. Okay. So we'll do both. Change the state, check crouch state. Yeah, it does. Air 3D doesn't interact with static bodies? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, you just make sure it's monitoring. And then sometimes with like rigid bodies, you have to make sure that it's monitoring. I don't think that's true for static bodies. There is one, any body it can find. The only challenge comes in, I don't think it's static bodies though. Yeah, it's not static bodies. I'm pretty sure it's rigid bodies. So like by default, rigid bodies, you have like a contact monitor here. But that's also with another body. So I don't know if that's the same anyway. Air 3D is just for detecting, not for colliding. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, not for like actual physical bumping. just for saying, do I see this? And then I guess this contact monitor is what I was thinking of as that's the only issue that I've had before. I remember you saying the other day that you gave up on it, and I was like, okay, I think it is worth doing. Yeah, I only doubted myself because you said it, but my body knew the answer. That's not true. All right. We'll find out, right? Check crouch state. So we'll do that as soon as we change our state. Check the crouch state instead of set crouch state. And what this will do is say if I'm like very sure you're wrong. I don't even have like a single doubt in my mind. Like only because you said it. Okay, yeah, we're gonna find out. We gonna find out. We will. If stand check area overlaps body it's not really a node. Do I know that song? 'Cause I'm a believer? Oh. 'Cause I'm a believer. Right. I was like, oh, it's only 4 words. How am I gonna remember that? But then the Shrekly. Okay. Of course. Wait, overlaps body is not great here. I feel like I'd rather like see the body that it's overlapping with. So you probably want to say get overlapping bodies. You could also just say has overlapping bodies. And then if that's true, run on body entered. Well, but it won't have entered is the thing. So don't do that. All right. So we'll say, hey, Proton. Good morning indeed. Stand check area, get overlapping bodies. So we'll say head variable head overlaps. That returns like an array of some kind. An array of node 3D. For overlaps in head overlaps if or overlap. If overlap is set to if overlap. Well, no, well, yeah, you gotta do it, sorry. If overlap, cool. You could helper function that. You could, so you're using it in 2 places. Not a big fan of repeating myself. Maybe I could static func this. Static func. Check overlap. Let's see. You know, and I think too what you're saying, Flip, in terms of hey Rorik, in terms of static functions on singletons, I will say, like, you know, a helper function like this could easily be like moved to a global script, and then because what if I want to access it on something other than the player, right? So I can appreciate that point. For sure. You know, if I don't actually need it on anything else, I'll leave it here. But if I run into that situation where I'm like, oh, I could use that overlap thing again, maybe then I would move it to a global. But if it's only a helper function that I need on that one thing, might as well leave it there. When the codes start to have many bools with has something, it might be better to use a state machine. Yeah, I got state machines, man. Don't worry. You're like, I don't know what's happening, but I don't like what I see. Yeah, so this is a, I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know actually what you're talking about. There's really no such bools anywhere. The only bools right now are in these functions that either do something or don't, right? So it's just holding all the crouch stuff, right? So it's like saying do crouch stuff not, or do crouch stuff yes, and then it does different values. So it's not doing many bools with has something. So what you were hearing was actually me looking through the methods that are contained in Area 3D. So I was trying to decide, like, which method do I want to use? So it's not like, you know, a bool that I was defining, but rather looking at the methods available on Area 3Ds. You did? Oh, it's okay. Not necessarily. Y'all love to call out things I'm doing. So really, you're just playing the game. You're playing the game everybody's here to play. It's all good. And I was thinking maybe I could do has overlapping bodies, but I think it's going to be easier if we iterate through. And then really, if any of them hit, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to, that's why I'm taking so long setting up some things. So that way I can make sure I'm not setting up bad for later. Yeah. Thanks for looking out, though. Hope your day's been good. Okay, so I was just gonna do like a check overlap here. So what do we want to check? We want to check between collision 1, like object 1, probably want it to be a body. So we'll take a body, which to be fair might not be a static body. What's the like root that they'll share? Physics body? Really? Collision object 3D. Has physics body and area. Okay. Yeah, I guess we could do the physics body. I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about rigid bodies. Like, if it's boxes. Well, but no, you can crouch into a box. You'll just bump it. And it'll make a lot of noise, and you'll be punished. So you could be more type safe about it and say if overlap is static body and if it's a static body, then check check body overlap that pulls in a static body. It's very specific, isn't it? So the thing that we're looking at and see if it has the surface. Let's say collision layer. Yeah, collision layer. And that will equal a collisions type. And we want to return nothing. If body collision layer if body, let's not say body, that could shadow. Let's say static body. If static body collision layer is set to collision layer, then I guess we just want to return true or false. So let's say it returns a Boolean. So we could even say whatever that is, or return whatever this ends up being. Static function. Let's go. And we could do the same thing here. So we'll say check static body overlap. So we want to check the overlap against global's collision surfaces. And then the same thing over here, except we're checking body with global collision surfaces. Nice. Now in this case, we say if static body overlaps. Let's rename it a little bit. I like how they both have static. Somehow that's like confusing. If static body overlaps but I guess you want the area. Well, no, we're already doing the area check here. If static body overlaps that, then player state, change state, but it depends. It depends. This is where we get into check crouch state. I guess we'd want to like change crouch state. I mean, I kind of like that. Like if I have states, but it's player state. Okay. Change state. But you only want to say, I hate to do another if, but you kind of just want to say if player state is set to player states can stand, then change it. I feel like there's another way to make this simpler here, but it's okay. Change state to can't stand. So it's gonna check if you're already, if we bump into something above us and we can stand, then switch us to be, actually you can't stand. Same thing here. If the overlap is a static body and we're overlapping with a surface, that overlaps with the surface, it's this, but it's the opposite. I mean, no, it's the same thing. I don't even think it's the opposite. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. So I think this we could universalize into a simpler function, to a single function. And so I'll say change crouch state. The other thing that's going to need to change crouch state is if you like climb and you look at a gap between shelves, that would crouch you down automatically. So it actually is going to be useful to hopefully have all this. I guess we could say, because what if it goes back, right? You want to flip it back. So if you're not colliding with it, if you exit it after having been under it, we'd want to switch it back. But that's a lot simpler, because that's just like, I almost wonder if there couldn't be, okay, what about, this is kind of wild, but like, what about a function where we don't just change the state? What if we say, change state if? Wait, can this be a static function? Hell yeah. Actually, I don't know, can it? No, it can't. Okay. New state, player states. Let's call it target state. I am trying to make everything static. Target state current, or not a void state. What do I even call that? Like, I'm basically saying, like, it either could be you don't want something to happen if it's another state, or you do want something to happen because it is a state, a particular state. So there's like the target state, I guess, like conditional state. Yeah, exactly. Change state, so from the target to the condition if something is true. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to think about here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense too. Target state, player states, conditional state, player states. Maybe I could just say like condition boolean. That's why you find state machines management such a spaghetti code thing. Yeah, I guess I'm like trying to like develop less spaghetti things, like by creating these like helper functions that maybe I can come to standardize. So that way I'm not, Cause where I've had a lot of pain is having a bunch of like checks all over the place that like where the states update in places that I can barely find, and then they update with these really confusing conditions and stuff. So I'm trying to change that a little bit by funneling those changes through like a specific whatever tunnel. I don't know if it's actually gonna help, but yeah, it is frustrating. You did your state machine entirely in an animation tree once. I've been wanting to try that. I have been wanting to try that. You did, though. Next time. But I also like, the reason why I don't prefer that is because it feels less searchable, but it doesn't have to be. I really want to call it if, or like weather. It's pretty messed up, but I'm gonna call it weather. I've been messing around with behavior trees for enemy AI stuff. Nice. Oh, that sounds fun. I mean, it's kind of like a state machine, but like maybe more complex. Like if like more like conditions. Really? That's really cool. Like making it yourself, or like using plugin? Yeah. We both were wondering. Yeah, useful. I mean, at the beginning of a game jam, you gotta be verbose. That's how you procrastinate the easy stuff that you should have just done sooner. That's how it goes. But that's also the thing, is like the more neat I can make it sooner, when I'm messy rushing later, at least some of it's neat. Ideally, there's not rushing, but you know, it's game dev, so. This is gonna be kind of hard. Oh, this is gonna be kind of hard. So in this case, I want to say, if we are already crouching can stand, if we're already crouching can stand, change it to can't stand. So the target condition is can't stand. The conditional state is, maybe we'll say from, no, it's not really from and to. The target state, we'll say if conditional state honestly, I think this should be a global function, because I already have state machines elsewhere. I think you could even make change state. I don't know. I don't think so. I'm gonna put this in here. I'm gonna make it static. So we're gonna say state machine or state enum. How do you even type an enum? Very specific. Do enums have a type? I don't think so. I think I just have to make it variant. I think it's about as good as that's gonna get. Oops. integer. But I don't want to do that. No, but I want it to be like any possible enum. Oh, assert? What year is this from? 5 years ago. It's a long time ago. They are just ints. It's true. Break up your states into movement, state, death, state, etc. Hmm? No, I understand. What do you mean? If conditional state. Let's also just say actual enum. No, you can't make. Can you make a variable in here? Maybe we can if I do it right. What's this assert thing? Assert value in. Dude, what the hell is an assert? What is it? Asserts that the condition is true. If the condition is false, an error is generated. That's not helpful. It's useless. Alright. I don't need that. If conditional state oh, we have these states here. I forgot about that. Ooh. But see, it's not gonna know that it's an enum. It'll allow it? It doesn't even care? Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, there's no way. That's a little trickier than I'd like it to be. I mean, these can all be ints, right? Just make them all ints. Too specific? To each their own. Thank you very much. If conditional state I would argue they're not. I won't argue, but I would. If conditional state is set to the thing is state enum isn't, it's an array of integers, right? Is an enum an array of int? Or is it like a dictionary? I'm kind of curious. Let's see what happens. I must look away from chat now. It is going to slow me down. Change states if... This is something I really want to have, potentially, to use in the future. And it takes a lot of brain power for me to figure it out. If conditional state, that is to say, the thing that is going to determine whether we allow the target state to happen. So it's not going to be an array integer. This is going to be current state. Right? If conditional state is set to the current state, that is to say, I want to say that if I'm crouching, and I can stand, I would like to, if I'm crouching and I can stand, but it's going to become I can't stand. Oh my god, it's so confusing. I kind of need to write it out as I go. If player state is the only way I'm going to figure this out. If player state is set to crouching can stand, so this is current state, this would be conditional state, then target state, we say now this becomes can't stand. If you were already standing, if the current state is set to the conditional state, the current state becomes the target state. Okay. If the conditional state is set to the current state, then but I think you want to say it the other way around. If current state is set to conditional state, current state, now you want to potentially use change state, right? So it gets a little crazy there. Because ideally, I would actually be referring to the right thing. Which is kind of impossible. It's not, though. So we're going to say state haver state haver, which is just whatever, some kind of node. Then we want to say on the state haver, so it's gonna need to have a change state. So we have to make sure that if this is called if state haver has method change state. Okay. Do I have to put the stuff in there too? I actually have no idea. Returns true if a given method name exists. GD script has method. Does it need parameters? Wait. Does its parameter method need parameters? Okay, sick. Alright, great. I'll take your word for it, AI. I'm hoping this is going to be something I will use in the future, because on Volcano, the last Game Like Jam game I made, and this is, you know, just where I'm coming from. In Volcano, on my global script, I think I put it in my game states script. In my game state script, I had this. Look at this. I had in gameplay or pause, in gameplay after main menu, in gameplay after game over, in gameplay after main menu or game over, in gameplay but not after pause. Although, I do think these would be really hard to use in this function. So, whatever that's worth. But it just kind of, I ended up having all of these different functions, which were quite useful, but if there was some way to just like have that be able to dynamically get put together, that could be cool. I don't know if this is actually that though, now that I look at it. Who cares? If state haver has method change state, then we do all this. Oh, it's a string. Got it. Okay, cool. Wait, where are you complaining? Oh, because we're playing. Okay. If state haver has method change state, then if current state is set to the conditional state, state haver change state to target state. Okay, now I also need to consider, look how simple that is now. When you look at it, it's not that complex. But I also want to take into consideration my weather. If current state, which is an integer, I mean, I could just write two different if statements, but it'd be really dope if I could just like come up with something awesome that was like all together. But really, we just want to say, ideally, it would either be if current state set to conditional state or if not current state. That's like what the weather would be, right? Like ideally, we could say if weather current state set to that, but I'm not sure I can pass a not in there. It'd be kind of sick though. But I feel like there's gotta be a way. I feel like we just have to find this to be a bool, right? Because if these are equal, that's a bool. So like if current state, say something like this, set to true. Oh! It's not telling me no. Is it? Like, to make it a little more clear, it's like this. If this being true or false is also set to that. So that is to say, we want to check yes. We could say does match to make this a little more clear. If state haver current state does match conditional state. Huh? Come on! It's getting a little more clean now. I am gonna put some new lines for this. Okay. If state haver state haver's current state maybe we say if the current state of the state haver's target state does match the conditional state, then do this. Is it kind of wild? You know it. If the current state of the state haver's target state does match the conditional state, then no, let me put it somewhere else. This looks wild. Then check if the state haver has the method change state. There's a lot of state. If that current state does match or doesn't match the conditional state, change the state. I have no idea if this will work, but we're gonna find out. Yeah. These are like parameters. So now I gotta go craft it and see what happens. Okay, so here. See all these ifs? I'm trying to murder those. I'm trying to stab them. So we're gonna say globals change state if. So we need the current state. That would be player state. If player state of self has a target state, which is going to be player states. In this case, we're saying that if it is colliding, then we need to do something about that. So if we currently, should we, I guess I almost want to say the other way around, like change state if the player state of the self is crouching. Yeah, I kind of would do it the other way around. I think I'd rather say, again, just trying to like make it more logical for myself potentially. I'm not sure if this is actually that. I could be totally wrong and it doesn't work. If the current state of the state haver has a conditional state that does match the target state, I guess we want to say is of the if the current state of the state haver does match the conditional state, then change to the target state. I think this makes more sense. If the current state of the state haver does match the conditional state, then change to the target state. Let's go. deal with it. Okay. Current state of the state haver does match player states crouching can stand. So if you currently can stand and we just found out that you can't stand, because if the static body overlaps, we're checking head overlaps. So we could just say if head overlap, just to like make it a little more readable. If the static body head overlaps the collision surface, then we would want to say the player state, the current player state held by the player, if indeed we can stand, we now need to not be standing. Yeah, it's for the crouch. Crouching. You know, I got no autocomplete for me. Crouching can't stand. Oh. Okay. So I think the same thing here. If the static body, if it just overlapped, then the same kind of thing. Delightful. Of course, remains to be seen if it works. And if it doesn't work, either I can or can't fix it. Okay, well, I guess it's time to find out. But everything is set up the right way. There's a lot of potential points of failure. So we'll see. But is this all correct? So we check the crouch state. It changes us to that. But does that matter right now? If we press, so here's the thing. When the crouch button is pressed, we handle crouching, which means we check to see if the player state is set to crouching can stand. If it is, then that means that you are currently crouching and we want the crouch to be false, that is to say you stand up. If you're not crouching and can stand, then we make sure that you also aren't crouching and can't stand. If you pass that test, now you can crouch. Or uncrouch. Oh. I feel like this only uncrouches you. I feel like there's not like an actual crouch here. Right? It's so confusing. If the player currently is crouching and can stand, stand up. Otherwise, don't stand. It needs to... So this would be... Right, don't stand up. In this case, if indeed we are not crouching can stand, and we are not crouching can't stand, then we stand up. I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. Crouch happens. If crouch is true, it's going to make us immediately crouching and can stand. Then it's going to check to see our crouch state, which is going to look at all the overlaps of the stand check area. For all of the head overlaps in head overlaps. If that head overlap is a static body 3D, it's also going to make sure it actually overlaps with a collision surface. If it does, then it's going to change the state, assuming we are already see if I can remember this. If we're already crouching can stand and this overlap happens, we need to be crouching can't stand. Same thing here. So this is trying to detect if we're already under something, is what this is looking for. So we could even comment this, probably would be good. Check if we're already under a surface. Whereas this one checks whether we're under, I guess it just reports if we're under a surface. And if we are, it's going to change that to can't stand. So whatever gets us back to can stand, right? So that would be if we exit that body or this didn't get flipped in the first place. Now that's putting a lot of trust in body exited. So we'll see if that's actually super reliable. Thanks for bearing with me while logic hurts my brain, but sometimes it's a good hurt, you know? Until it doesn't work and then they have to think about it, that sucks. Maybe you guys have already caught my logic mistakes and I'm not looking at it right now because I don't want to be slowed down until I need to be. Okay, so if we exit it, I'm sure after I test it, I'll be like, guys, what's wrong? What did I do wrong? Body, static body 3D, same dang check, really. We already have a helper function for that. If we entered being under a surface, whereas if we exited being under a surface. So it's really the same thing, except we only want this to bother changing that if we already can't stand. Then we want it to make us in can stand. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm sure something will go wrong. Crazy standing by detected by area 3D. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, first of all, can I crouch? I can. Can I stand up? I can! We are crouching and standing up. Now, I can't actually go back down. I did one crouch, and I stood back up, and now I'm locked out. So let's see why. This is not bad, though. So clearly, I'm making some error in my logic right here, which does not surprise me. This is incorrect. So let's see if I can puzzle out how. But so far, not terrible. It was too powerful. It was the last crouch you'll ever do. Player state is on 3. I need some prints for this. I'm really thinking I could globalize this. Work better than you thought? Nice. I always forget what this is, but I think I should actually have it open right here, which is printing this. Oh yeah, I think it's almost time for my debug print. script that I reuse. But for now, we'll just print it normally. Say print player state. This could really be, I think this could be globalized. It ate your message? It did? Yes, actually sometimes it'd be like that. Flip's message was there. I do have a specific debug print script. My debug print script, nom 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 message. My debug print script, the reason why I made it, although I think it could be repurposed into a logging tool if players have errors, but the reason why I made it is because I wanted print messages to just be happening when I am in a debug build, right? If I'm in the editor, give me print messages. If I'm exporting a debug build, I want print messages. But if I'm in a release build, that is to say, this condition is saying, oh yeah, this is a release build, and it returns, then I don't want those print statements to be there. So really all that this does is automatically allow for print statements to appear when I'm in a debug build or the editor. Yeah. Same. It depends. I'll do certain things. So I like to have like a debug scene. Usually it's like a canvas layer or something. Somewhere. Kind of hard to find. Maybe if I search for... Might be in the main scene. I've organized things so differently. Debug. We check the debug folder. I mean, it's not that. It's in global. I think I had one for this. I definitely had one for this. Main? Do we call that main? Honestly, I think it was just chilling in main scene. I'm actually 100% sure. It was just a node in main scene. Absolutely. So it was probably a script, if anything. So yeah, so it would have been this, and then I've got like labels here. One label that shows the game state, and another label on the right. I would do different things. Like sometimes it was like the lava speed, sometimes it was, I don't know, something else. Yeah. Make sure it isn't released. So I am thinking though that like maybe as I was saying it, I realized like I wonder if there's a way to like override, like you know how you can do a get set on variables? I wonder if you can do like a get set on print and like override it so I didn't have to type a special debug script. Probably not, but like maybe. I bet you could write a plugin, an easy one to do that. Alright, anyway. For now, I'm just gonna use this one. Okay, we're gonna say player state updated to, and then we just say player state keys player state. And then this will just give me a nice printout of what's going on to help me debug. So we're on 3, and then I'll actually show the words too. We're on 3. Since I don't have the printout yet, we can just look 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're on crouching can stand. Ah, nothing puts us back to walking. Right. We're not in the walking state. Got it. So it keeps trying to stand us back up, but we're already standing up. So if crouch is false, then our state needs to change naturally. So change state. No, I think it's fine to say walking Because if you're gonna sprint, you'll press sprint. And that's gonna automatically take you out of crouch and put you in sprint. Unless you're in crouching can't stand. So that's kind of a weird one to think about. That's a weird one to think about. We wouldn't want to allow you. We'd want to route exiting, however you exit the crouching can't stand state. It needs to check. I mean, you really shouldn't be able to leave. The only thing that you should ever go to from crouching can't stand is frozen or crouching can stand. Which is interesting. Very interesting. So, I mean, for that, I could even have like a special check in change state, right? I could say, match. This is some future proofing for fun. Match new state. If that new state is player states, it's not going to give me the autocomplete, which I don't understand, but I've accepted as reality. Player states, crouching, can't stand. And Bart's is a member! You what? Yo, Bart's is a member! Thank you so much! What? Let's go, dude. My blendering is gonna be off the hook now. Okay, I mean, a song is gonna have to happen. Like, I'm gonna have to sing a song. Thank you so much. What if... I'm trying to think of a song for you. Match, we're doing match. Match, new state. And if that new state is crouching can't stand, then we can do the conditional thing that I made. And actually, I'd kind of want to put this first before it assigns it to a new state. So we could even say, handle blocked states or something. And that pulls in the new state. You don't have to type that. That way it's not crowding this up too much. I'm really trying to get into breaking up functions, if you couldn't tell. Really trying to avoid the Doom scripts. I'm gonna finish this thought and we're singing you that song. That's why it's staying up there. Perfect. Enjoy the member streams. Emotes on screen. Microsoft Copilot for 3D models. It can do that. I'd be a little dubious. I certainly haven't heard anything about it. I mean, look. I don't really see the value, if I'm being honest. I feel like the topology is going to be pretty bad most of the time. And I think it'd be pretty hard, not impossible, for it to learn the context of what objects, what type of topologies certain objects need. It's not impossible, but I have a feeling Microsoft Copilot isn't set up for making that. Don't use it. Like maybe if there's like a really specialized tool that's like, look, our whole thing is AI 3D models, and we have a special way of ensuring that the topology matches what is considered best practice for that type of thing. Maybe. But then you're still gonna run into the same like hallucinations and weird issues, and so what's the chance that that thing actually has like, you know, state-of-the-art image arranging? It seems like it's too many failure points all coming together. Hey Chili. Alright, I gotta finish this out. globals. And then I guess handle blocked, we'd kind of want to return, right? So this we'd want to do Boolean. Is state blocked? Or if, we'll say, if state blocked, return. So to return a Boolean, match new state, player states, crouching can't stand. I bet it is bad. I feel like you'd be better off just making the thing. Like, you know, it's like what, like to me, it doesn't even really help as a reference. Because if you just want a reference, you can just search a reference, you know? Like, how unique is what you're trying to 3D model that there's no reference anywhere? You know, at that point, you might as well do 2D AI art generation as a reference, you know, and have it, probably badly, try to generate, like, concept art that is specifically designed to help imagine what 3D version of it would look like, rather than doing the topology. In terms of, like, using the assets, I mean, I just think, you know, you can get by for, like, a simple, quick little 1-hour game jam or something, but you might even run into a lot of problems with performance depending on how it turns out. Seems like wouldn't be the best use of AI. But I could be wrong. This is all with the ethical things aside. Globals. Okay, here we go. Change state if. We don't actually want to check. No, we do. If current state. What would happen if I made this be, like, how unreadable would it be as a description if I saved it like that? Just curious. It doesn't even try. It's like, nah, we're not gonna do that. If player state, which is on myself, now this actually will change the state. So this isn't returning a Boolean, right? So this can self-contain the block. So that's a little problematic here. I mean, you could run this and then check to see if it is the new state and if it went through, and that could return the Boolean. That's crazy. It's a little ridiculous. For just saying, like, just typing it out. Like, at this point, I might as well just type it out, if I'm being honest. Because you're not actually trying to change the state. Yeah, I don't think this is the right place for it, believe it or not. Oh well. If it's that, and if player state is set to is not set to frozen or crouching can stand, just block it. We'll see, this could be like wrong, but return, and this is state blocked. Return, yes, it was blocked. And then maybe we can just put a return false out here, and that be okay? Nope. Oh wait, Corching? Yeah, I wouldn't use it for any art either, but... You know, if the question is just whether it's effective for it, I would say no. Alright. If the state is blocked, return a new state. Or don't bother, just return. If the new state is crouching can't stand, make sure that the player state is not already set to crouching can... It's okay. If it's set to anything other than crouching can't stand or frozen, return true. Otherwise, we're all good. Wait. Yeah, if it's not those two... It's blocked. Alright, we'll see what happens. So, I think we have a stand back up now? No, we don't. We absolutely don't. Because what we wanted to say was... When crouch... I feel like I need a crouch manager. I think I need a crouch manager. I do. Like, this is a lot of stuff just for crouching. Did I spend my whole day doing crouch? We're not done yet. We got lots of time. Don't worry. If we're crouching, change it to crouch can't stand. If we're uncrouching, change the player's state to walking. I have a feeling I've made a mistake here, but I'm just gonna run it. When you said that, my first thought was like, ooh, I wanna have that fun. Okay, crouch, uncrouch, crouch, uncrouch. Oh, we crouching and uncrouching, baby. Boom, boom. Sure, we're going under the ground, but that's okay. So I did a couple things. I did intend for the collision to not be on this level right here. So I think what like makes the most sense is if the player is just like taller overall. I think it's time for us to get a little taller as a player. So we're gonna move the head up by quite a bit. And that's just the visual head, really. I guess we could do the collision head. I don't know. We'll see. So visual head higher, which feels better, I guess. Maybe not that high. A little bit lower. 1.2. So for now in the head script, height default is 0.4. We're gonna pop that in as 1.2. We'll fix it later, magic number wise. It's obviously too low at 0.0, so let's try 0.1. See what that feels like. Oh, not under the ground anymore. Nice. This feels better. It's a little too low still. Let's try 0.3. To eat the player, would it be mint flavored? I hope so. It does look like a Tic Tac, doesn't it? I think you're still going a little too low. I think you can... Here, try this. Maybe 1.4. 4 foot tall. It is? Not to scale, not to scale. Just what feels right. Yeah, maybe I should be thinking about that more. It is kind of short. It's okay. think we could still push it more. That's why I like to just not put it in as constants just yet, until I feel really good about it. I think it needs to be a little higher on the squat. Just like a chance to... Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. That feels like we can walk right on that. Perfect. Okay. Now, what I don't want is the collision to be bumping there. Right? Enemy chasing done! Let's go! Oh, we can't see it. That's huge, dude. That was my task today, and I'm over here crouching. So obviously the collision doesn't get small enough. My biggest problem with the collision is that it's not actually getting lower. And for all I know, the collision isn't actually changing. Right? I'm not really sure that it is. And if it is changing, is it like actually applying that change to reality? Welcome back, gamer. I'm not sure. Hard to say. So let's get ridiculous. If I make it 1, it gets really small. Like really small. But we should still have horizontal if I do that. Nice. Oh, we don't have horizontal anymore. Okay, so that's too small. Let's try 1.1. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be a fine margin there. Alright, we're in. Oh, I'm not bumping. So I might have to set up some alternative horizontal crouch collision, so we don't just walk through that. Because usually when I'm down in these tenths or hundredths or whatever the hell, usually it's hopeless. Oh, because I don't think Godot's even gonna allow me to go smaller than that. Knowing Godot, it doesn't like decimals that are too precise. And even if it did allow it, like, it's gonna be kind of risky to rely on such a thin margin. But my curiosity pushes me to try. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need separate collision. I think it's the only way. Like, dude, it's Lise, you know it's not gonna let you add an extra number. You already know that. So that's what I want to figure out, is how to make sure the left and right collision is handled. Thanks, Flakuda! Oh, it's so nice of you. It is great progress. It's been a pleasure having you here. Alright, let me actually get this song for Bartz, assuming Bartz is still here. You want to check how tall your character was, and it was 1.5 meters. Sometimes we gotta, in a horror game, shorter is better. Good night, Flakuda! I hit a little snag that takes some thinking, so it's time for the member song. Now we must do this. I could probably sing to this, right? You just made it, you're like, you know what, that's too short. Oh, Bart's got the art skills. Bart's got the art skills. And now Bart aren't here with us more often, and I'm glad. got the arts. Oh yeah, Bart's got the arts. And I aren't glad that you're here. Bart's got the arts, and I are glad that you're here. Bart's got the arts, and I are glad that you're here. Bart's got the arts, and I are glad that you're here. Bart, you got the arts. Thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate you. You're gonna help me. You're gonna help me get a battery pack, so that way I can not have my power go out when there's a storm and electricity flickers. Apparently singing that song did anger somebody out there in the internet world. It touched it deep. That was my intention. So internet wobbled just a bit, but I think it's gonna be okay. We always have a backup internet. I changed some of my my setup, and I thought, you know what? I don't need an easy way to see the internet thing. I have a button. Yeah. Well, what if the internet goes wrong and you have to adjust it? I just changed the font size too in my OBS, so it's kind of it's all different. So apparently, it lets you change font size now, which is pretty awesome. All right. So as you can see, it is yellow, red, and all over the place. So ideally, that's sitting around 6,000 to 8,000 kilobits per second. So I will definitely keep an eye on it. Hope for the best, obviously. Lately, it's been okay, but not great, but sometimes okay. So we'll see. I'm keeping an eye on the stream. I'll try to look at if it's getting real goofy looking, stuff like that. Fortunately, I can't buy better internet, although I did reach out to the fiber people. I managed to find somebody who was a sales rep, and they told me that my area is scheduled to get fiber in a few months. I don't know if it's true. I don't fully trust it. Oh, the color is different now too. But I can certainly hold on to a little hope about it. Just a little hope. Not a lot of hope. Just a little. So hopefully by next year, we'll see. I'll have less bad internet. But no guarantees. And make it match. Nice. More fancy around here. Alright, let me check up on some messages I missed. Now that I've moved on. Although I still haven't exactly tested all my states out. So, we'll see. We shall see. It is not. I thought that was the same color. Girl, you were wrong. That's a different color. But yeah, you know, I can't be totally sure that they're gonna come through. Oh, I see it. Got unset. They're gonna come through with that. Because I feel like they have, like, reasons why they decide not to do it or something. Oh, it do be a wobbling, guys. It do be a wobbling. Make sure I'm not inadvertently using it somewhere I'm not supposed to. I don't think so. I'm gonna double check though. Hold on. Double check. it doing? How's it doing? Okay, I see green. I see bars of green. And coat of white. Oh, nope, it's yellow. Do we get like gray blocks or anything? Because if it's just wobbling and not gray blocks, it's kind of okay. All right, what are all the things that I missed? I feel like I missed a bunch of good stuff. Hopefully I can even find all it. Look at Twitch first. It's probably the shortest on Twitch. Yep, that was a long time ago we saw that. Handle multiple player states. Yes. And the function for the crouch. Multiple player states. What's up, Joel? Welcome. My internet's not nav agenting very well, but I actually barely. So I got a little distracted by crouch mechanic, unfortunately, but that's okay. Making yourself because you wanted to learn, but then you saw how similar it was turning out to Limbo AI and the plugins you switched over. Oh, your own, like, behavior tree. Apparently, assert is no bueno. Break up your states in a movement state, death state. Yeah, I could, but so for me, like, when I do states, like, the reason why I use them mostly is because I want to have all the states that I don't want to be simultaneous. That's not always true, but that just tends to be why I use enum state machine stuff, because if you're walking, you shouldn't also be sprinting. If you're sprinting, you shouldn't also be crouching or whatever. Like, I want to make sure that it's only ever one of those at any one time. So having the enum allows me to ensure that none of those things happen, ideally. Try to ensure that none of those states are possible simultaneously. So if I had multiple enums, then I would need to, like, make sure that the other enum cross-referenced with this one, you know what I mean? Instead of it, so I don't think of it as just like an alternative Boolean. I like to think of it as only one of these can be true at a time, and that's what's great about it. Ooh, we might have to switch that internet. It is tanking. Sometimes, you know, it'll just do it wobble for a little bit and it sorts itself out. But this one's kind of hanging in there. Why was it when I started singing? Is that something? What is that? Right, what you want English. That's true. Very true. Parameter heck. Stateful being. I love that. It was just write everything out in one function first and then break it up after. Yeah. Totally. Do you have separate process functions for the different states? I don't know. Process functions? States and process functions? I'm not sure what that means. So trying to anonymize, oh, well said, state machines into the main state machine. Yeah, it is a lot of state. Best to write the function each time rather than the input parameters. It might be, but I guess what I'm interested in is the funnel point. Not necessarily it being easier to, like, type it, but to ensure that when states change, there's only a few routes that takes for it to happen. So there's always, like, I can always go debug it at this certain point or something. That's like my theory that that's going to be useful, but we'll see. A lot of crouch state designing. It really just came about because so many folks were confused why I was doing like collision on each shelf, and I was like, you know what, let's do crouching. It's gonna be fun. It'll answer that question very quickly. I mean, I do need climbing to really make that work, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Building your own 3D engine. I mean, if you like building tools in Doiko, like, go for it. But you really have to enjoy making tools. So if your dream is to make games, you could, if you're making an engine for a specific game you want to make, like, that could be something. But like, why does that game need that engine? I don't know. But I think you have to like getting into like how things work and making things work a certain way to deliver an experience to whoever's going to use the engine. So if you like enjoy that, I say go for it. But I know me, like, I'm into game dev because I wanna play stuff. I wanna have stuff that's interactive at the end of it. That's a fun game. Hard to be cracked if you know how to obfuscate it. To obfuscate it? To obfuscate? To be cracked? What does that mean? Harder to be cracked if you know how to obfuscate it? Be cracked? Like, have your games be hacked into? You can obfuscate Godot, too. It seems like a very small reason to do such a big thing. Good for learning, great time, and can be fun and good to learn. Yeah. If you're making, I personally would lose a lot of motivation and get overwhelmed. The code for it. Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like you're saying that the code could be cracked, but if you make your own engine, who's cracking the code? It should be a very, very specific feature that you know you want that other engines don't have. Yeah, for sure. Microsoft Copilot, we talked about that. All right, I think I'm caught up at this point. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it either. Even if it can, it would probably not be good for performant models or animation. Something. You'd have to really, like, you have to be thoughtful about that stuff. It's a lot to think about. Pretty stressful. I mean, if you could go to find a forum, even just Reddit, like, maybe it's like Game Engine Dev or something, subreddit. People all the time are asking about how hard it is. I'm sure they're tired of hearing about it, but you can look at those posts and get as deep a reality check as you want. Maybe you'll love it. Maybe you'll be like, dude, this is my calling. That's fair too. Worth looking into. So bad at making pixel art. Half the time, it just lazily combines normal 2 art with pixels like a weird sludge. Oh, 2 different art styles. Yeah. Could ask an AI generator to make a 16-bit sprite, and it ends up making a mosaic of random shapes and maybe some disaligned pixels here and there. Yeah. If you have a situation where you do need it for 3D models, and you really don't know how to make 3D models, the amount of time you have to spend cleaning it up to work right is not worth it. Yeah, exactly. You might as well just make it in the first place at that point. Particularly with 3D models. I think that's true for other art too, but I think 3D models, it's even more true because there's so many like components that go into a 3D model being successful. Besides just the way that it looks. That's not to, minimize the work that can go into 2D art, but it's just different because there's more technical specifications that have to be met in order for that 3D model to function in certain context. Like maybe if you're just doing it for, so I guess like if you were doing it for like rendering, right? Like you just want to render visual 3D art, like maybe that's more effective because you're not necessarily, I mean, unless you're doing animation, the deformation's going to be all off. So if you're doing static 3D render art that isn't going to be a game asset, it's probably as useful as any other art generation. Again, ethical stuff aside, I don't like using art AI for art. I don't like generating a bunch of asset tree. You know, I like for like searching for answers or getting a context specific, you know, like to-do list or something. But in terms of like actually getting like a result that I take and I put over here, I don't like that as much, because it feels either icky or like there's some, you know, it causes more problems than it ends up solving more often than I'd like. But with that said, ethical stuff aside, I don't think it'd be good for animation or game assets. Oh, there's the buffering. I think I gotta switch internets. I'm seeing the buffer. Nope. One buffer, I'm out. We're gonna restart it. Does a granny-like game need to be a granny or a like horror type one? It can be whatever you want. Literally, you just take the base, whatever it is. When you look at a granny game, the game Granny, you know, what mechanics do you think in some other game would still kind of vaguely make it play like Granny? I recommend going and looking at the previous Game Like Jam winners. There's only 3 per jam, and they're all right on the main jam page. You can go to the Game Like Jam 5 page. Click at the top there's like an arrow. You can see all the past pages and the winners are there. I think looking at the ones that get voted by the people who enter to the top, I think it tells you a lot about the variety that is acceptable based on the game theme. So you can really get creative with it. It's just like, is there that certain something? Is there that certain something that, yeah, like a roguelike, right? There's like those certain mechanics that just make it. No, I think roguelike starts to feel very distant. Now that I think about it, it starts to feel really distant from the original game, but where it almost takes on a life of its own. But maybe Souls-like is easier to grasp, unless you have a reference point for Rogue, right? I've never played Rogue. I play games like Rogue, I guess. I like more like Rogue than not. But you know, Souls-like I think is a good example too, because we probably have played a Souls game, and we've probably played other games that are Souls-like, and they don't all feel exactly the same, right? We think about like the combat, the blocking, and the rolling, and that kind of vibe. But other than that, you can kind of do your own thing with it. So yeah, you can get creative with interpreting it, for sure. Absolutely. You know, the less Granny-like it is, the more it's not gonna feel like a Granny-like. But you know, and so for me, the jam has always been a way to not have to think about every detail in game mechanics, to help me get a game done without all the planning. But that's not the way the game jam is for everybody, right? For a lot of us, it's just a theme and a jumping off point. So you're definitely welcome to use it that way too. Extract the core aspects of the original and add only those to your like game. Yeah. All right, I gotta swap the internets. I got to. It buffered. That's unacceptable. Thank you. How long have I been talking? All right, I was explaining what it's gonna feel like. I unplugged. I never unplug this. Oh, that's crazy. The one time. All right. Okay. It'll just feel like a pinch if you're watching it afterward. It'll skip if you're watching it now. A little buffer. We'll come right back. All right, you guys ready for this? You might have to refresh. I'll put a message in the chat letting you know we're back. It'll be so fast. You'll barely notice it. Kind of. Depends how quick I switch the chords. But I will try to switch them quickly. Here we go. You see, we are back. We are back. It was nothing. Oh, I don't know if this one's looking much better. I don't know. Sometimes this one buffers less. When it's bad, it'll just kind of like look weird, which is much better than buffering. Hopefully, I'm really hoping. I am really hoping that we get fiber next year. I don't think I could hope for much more than that. I think that's about the biggest hope I could have. I just want fiber for Christmas. Okay. Alright. See, we're back. Although, I'm not terribly confident in this internet either. Spent the whole day making places to hide so they can work with holding items and all the logic. Oh, so that places... I'm good, gamer. How are you? Making sure that places to hide work with. That's an interesting idea. Wow. Can the game be inspired by a TV show or something? Yeah, absolutely. To go off fiber for a medical procedure? Off fiber? Usually you're supposed to be going on fiber. Oh my gosh, David. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're getting the medical procedure that it sounds like you probably need. I hate that, like having to change your diet for something like that. Can I hype you up to starting your granny leg? Gamer, you got this! You got this, you got your laptop fixed. You can fix laptops. You can make little games. You can make it 2D. You can make it kind of like Granny. You can make it a lot like Granny. It's up to you. You got the freedom. Have a little fun with it. Get back into the groove of doing some game dev. You know, take your time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it's, you know, whatever. You know, take it slow, take it comfortably. Find the fun in it, right? Like, this isn't like serious business. Do it because you have fun learning and you like to see what you were able to do and get started on something. Plus, by the way, at the end of this jam, Halloween's coming up, which means you'll have a spooky game to share for Halloween, which I think is really, really exciting. Okay, am I still behind? You got this. You got this. Effective versus good versus whether to use are all very different things. That's true. They are. Supposedly the tedious tasks like retopo, but instead you're the one who has to do that for the AI. That's so true. Oh, that's bars. delete the collider part of the bottom shelf. I don't have it. I didn't mean to. I certainly meant to not have the bottom half of the shelf. I'm pretty sure there is no bottom half of the shelf. Like, basically certain. If there is, it needs to go. It doesn't belong here. Ugh, I clicked on asset library. Now it's gonna take 10 years. I kind of hate that button. I only ever click on it on accident. Andrew's finished. Chasing. Amazing. I know the Jaywong. It's because my Stream Deck, for some reason, no matter how many times I log in, it's like, remember to log in to Streamlabs. I'm like, why? I don't use any of those features. And besides, I already did log in. And Streamlabs is always trying to hype somebody. So, yeah. Free advertising for other streamers. It's okay. TV show, like a killer TV show? Absolutely. 100%. You know, keep in mind certain, you know, intellectual property stuff, but yeah. How dramatic of a death scene would be too dramatic? I mean, look, this is a pretty low bar, but I've always said Mortal Kombat violence. Like, don't get worse than that. Interpret that how you want. I mean, you're talking about people ripping hearts out of other people's chests. But it's still kind of cartoony violence. You know, I think where it starts to get like disallowed is where it feels like you're watching like somebody, like a person actually getting physically harmed. You know, and I think context is important. Like a fighting game, okay, you kill people, monsters, you kill them, like whatever. But enemies, I think it's more just Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is the limit. That's what we go with. People in itch are horror hungry. That's true. A lot of people play games just because they're tagged horror, so free views. Yes, I know. I mean, we're only like officially doing a horror game in September every year, but it doesn't have to only be in September. But at least. Okay, so I don't think there's one on the bottom. So you can see that it's floating kind of. Here we go. Look, it's floating. So the whole bottom. That's why. Oh, that's why I didn't put collision on the bottom. Oh. Wait, you did not mean to tell me that for that reason. But that actually. Oh, do you know, I could have gotten into so much of a mess. Who said that? Who said that? That's a special thank. Because even though it's the opposite of what you said, you got me to look at it. Yeah, platformers are tough. In the real gritty game. Oh yeah, she kills you in all kinds of different ways. Dude, who said that? Let me search it. Fleekuda. I don't even think Fleekuda is still here. Well, look. Oh my god. I don't need to delete anything. On the contrary, I need to add stuff. We're gonna say, I don't even know what credit that is. I feel like that's strangely moral support. Dude, does that make sense? You guys seeing what I'm saying? Like, there's, here, let me pull in the mesh. Look at this. Look. So there's the shelf with some collision. Now take a look at this. Wait, did I not put collision double high? Oh my god, there's so many things I forgot. That is funny. No way, I did double high collision. No, I did. Okay, I did, we're good. But do you see the problem? When I go into that bottom section, there isn't collision that extends down here or on that other side. So therefore, I just pass through on each side. Oh my gosh. Whoops. By the way, David, I do hope you get well soon, whatever it is you need. Just want to say that. Medical procedure is a big thing, I know. Okay. So we have the shelf collision here. Hopefully I'll be able to generate it again. So all I really have to do is grab this. And that. Extrude it down. And snap it to this. Oh, there's no point there anymore? There used to be, but I guess I got rid of it. Which is good. Plane. Merge. Bart's taught me this one, but not by distance. Merge at center. Okay, now come in here, extrude this down, and snap it. That's what it needs. It needs that collision, so if you come in here and you go that way, you bump into something. Crazy, I forgot that. The real challenge for me is making everything on an external hard drive. I can't do much with 2 GB of storage left on my laptop. That's probably good anyway, to keep things external. Also, don't forget about GitHub. You still obviously need a local version of it, but just putting that out there. Colon check. Oh yes, I feel like we should be doing those. I feel like a lot of us should be doing that. Like I'm a millennial, right? And like millennials have like really high rates of like colon diseases for some reason. So whatever age you're at, all good. But sometimes, because they don't even, like, insurance is like, no. What? No. What are you, 80? No. I live in the United States. We have insurance. It's ridiculous. Well, I hope it turns out well. And good on you for making sure everything's in tip-top. I have heard that that's the, like, worst part of it. 49 in October. Your sister got colon cancer at 51. Okay, so there's, like, every reason for you to be on top of it. Family history. Got it. Checks out. Makes sense. Makes sense. You're doing the right thing. I'm sorry to hear that also. About your sister. Damn. Colon cancer is scary. Think I'm, how old am I? 30, I want to say 36, 35? I don't know. I kind of stopped counting. Bam! Instant. So I'm getting there. This is why we use Blender Inheritance. You see that? All I do is change it in Blender and kablam. So this is also why I wouldn't necessarily just use the generated CSG. Now you could just adjust it and rebake it. But, you know, then I just get the flexibility of Blender, which is nice. Stage 3, sick of not doing chemo. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, David. That's rough. That's really rough. My partner, works with older folks. Not like older than, much older than us. And that comes up a lot. Because, like, you know, when it's at like a certain stage, what's worse, going through that or you know, letting nature take its course. That's a tough thing. I'm really hoping for you now, David. You come back with a clean bill of health. You hear? Stop counting when you reach around 30. You don't want to believe you're old. I guess. I don't know. I just kind of don't care anymore, you know? What's there to count for? Getting my driver's license. Still here. That's how old I am. Alright. So, I don't even know if I need to change anything else. Like, other than just adjusting the number a bit. I think we're pretty good. This should work. I think we got crouching. Now, what I haven't tested is crouching underneath something. So, we'll see. Okay, we run into it. Oh, okay. Let's adjust it a wee bit then. If we're crouching, we want to be a little lower than that. What was a good one? Let's try. I feel like maybe 0.07. Nice. Bam! Oh yeah, we run into it. Let's go. Oh wait. Oh, it totally let me stand up. I might need to put that higher. I will say it was kind of okay. Like, boop. Oh, there you go. No. We can't allow this. All right. So we gotta check out what's going on there. So right now, in theory, we should be crouching can't stand. Let's see what the output says. It just says can stand. That's all it says. So I think that now this is something that Flip was talking about. So let's see if we can make sure we get that area detecting. Because I'll tell you, it's not right now. It's counting until 20s, then it's all the same until the end. Which, to be fair, is a long way away from 20. But yeah. It's true. It's true. It's not a bad thing, getting old. It's not a bad thing. Depends how old we're talking. Depends how old we're talking. You know, you can be young and unhealthy. I always think it's funny because, like, old folks get, like, as they get older, like, they start describing symptoms that I'm just like, oh, that's my ADHD. So, like, when neurotypical people get old and they acquire ADHD of a such, I know I saw, then what'll me who already has it be like at that point? Counting tens. Oh yeah, tens are good. Tens are better. Yeah, hopefully it's a temporary thing. Usually this other one doesn't buffer like that. We're gonna get that fiber. I believe. I have belief. Yeah, go back up. Go back up. Don't go back down. Up, up. Come on now. No, no. Uppy. No, uppy. It's crazy because sometimes it'll be like high but also red because it starts to fluctuating. I'll keep an eye on it. I did reset the other internet's router, so it's possible that one's better now. What was I gonna do? Crouching. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the area. But yeah, I've been distracted from the nav agent stuff. I do want to do a little bit of it, I do. But I started setting up the shelf. Uppy. I started setting up the shelf so I could set up the nav around it, and then I was just like, I want to be able to crouch under that shelf. That's what I want. I want to climb it too. but not today, obviously. Alright, let's investigate this area. I believe we can get it to work. We just have to believe and try. It'd be kind of nice to have like a debug camera like outside the player or something. Sometimes I'll do that and have like a key to swap between the two cameras. But we'll see. So the Area 3D is looking for layer 2 surfaces. That's what a mask is. The Area 3D itself is on layer 1, which doesn't really seem particularly necessary, so I'm going to remove that. So the Area 3D, if it bumps into something on collision layer 2, it should let us know. So I'm going to make sure that my shelf single, I think it is, but let's double check. Oh, I saw the distortion. A little late, but I saw it. The shelf is on layer 2, and it's on mask 1, so I guess it can like bump into the player or bank off the player. Okay. And we have a collision shape that's not disabled. Okay. So let me go back to the area. And we want to make sure it's monitoring. Right? That's like monitoring and monitorable. Those are set. So we should be getting things to and from. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to check the prints and see if that entered and exited is even happening. So we're going to say whenever it sees anything, tell me about it. So run the player script. Oh, that's some gray boxes. Oh, that's some gray. I saw him. I see him late, but I see him. Oof. Okay. Alright. We can swap back. We do what we have to do. If we have to do it. Player sees player. I guess I'll say player area. Oh, we got the buffering. Sees body, and we can say name, so it's not too verbose. So that should just work if it works. Unless it doesn't work, then it won't. If that makes sense. There you go. It works. Player area sees shelf collision. So the problem is not with the area, it's with the logic. There you go, Flip. If you can see, if it's not too tiny because of the buffering. Indeed, the area sees the static bodies. It is possible. It is real. Alright, well, I might try swapping back then. We might try swapping back. Alright, hold on. Bear with me. Alright guys, I got some good news now. You can actually hear me. You can actually hear me! I got good news. So, my partner was using the internet that we're on. And in this house, we try to switch our internets so that doesn't happen. So, I think it's gonna go back up because we were both using it. So, I think problem is solved, y'all. You see? A little communication goes a long way. Remember that. I'm so happy. I love when there's like an answer to the internet problem. It's like the best news. Oh, I think I know why your messages got swallowed earlier. Because I forgot to put YouTube on live chat. Frank, why does it ignore the emote wall ignores you? We're gonna have to look into that. It should be working. We should be good. Testing chat, but like live chat, so like YouTube has this like ridiculous way of moderation where like they default to top chat. Why doesn't Frank get the emote? I hate that. Yeah, top chat is useless. It's so useless. Really not good. And since YouTube never tells anyone that messages get consumed, they don't know. Look at that, my partner was watching TV on that internet. Look at that! Healed! Yay! That's why we got two internets, because we just try not to share it at the same time. You know what? And this is the life of a streamer without fiber. We persevere. Awesome. Insane? What? It's not fair. Insane gets it. Frank's got him sub. I might have to give Frank a special privilege. I might, you know, I honestly might be able to add Frank's name somehow to the list. I gotta look into that. I will. I'll add it to my list of things. Let's see. Try giving Frank a emote wall exception. Justice for Frank! Eat more fiber, unless you have a colonoscopy coming up. Yeah. I'm hoping next year, early next year, we're gonna have fiber. I really think so. I'm hoping, because I like found this rep on like a social media site. Because I was just like frustrated with the internet problems, and so I was just like looking into like the fiber place that's supposedly gonna have fiber here soon, but they've been saying that for 3 years. And they've just always said soon, soon, soon. Oh no, don't go red! No, don't go red! What are you doing? We just had joy. We just had happiness. And so I was just looking, and I just found someone who was just like said that they're a sales rep or something for it, and they just dropped their like email address. And I was like, that's not real, is it? And they said they found me in their file from when I had pre-signed up in the past. Yeah, at least it didn't buffer. So I'm a little enthusiastic. I'm a little optimistic that this person was telling the truth, that it's coming soon. Why am I faster on the ground? I think it just feels like it. I guess you should go slower if you're crouched. Dude, we're cruising. We're so fast. Yeah. The bitrate, it should be just as bad everywhere. So yeah, it also could have been that it's just doing, this backup internet is just doing its little thing. It was fun. It's doing its little thing, and it just was worse because we were both on it. Alright, so I'll tell you, we gotta get this collision mattering. What's the errors? What you got for me, errors? What's up? Error calling from signal body entered to callable. On body entered, cannot convert argument 1 from object to object. Sorry, what? Cannot convert argument 1 from object to object. New speed tech discovered. Turns out it actually makes you faster all this time. Games were wrong. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That has to just... Change state if is a static function but was called from an instance. Oh. Instead, it should be directly called from the type. What does that mean? Should be directly called from the type. What does that mean? From an instance. So this is an instance. The player is being considered an instance. And so it should be called directly from the type. By the type, you mean within the same, like, script? Like, on globals? Class the function. What does classing the function mean? What does that mean? How do you class a function? You working on a game idea? Nice. Okay, what's the game? You don't have to tell me. Don't tell me. I'm excited to hear that. The name of the class dot the function. Isn't that what I'm doing? Globals not change stative. I mean, it's an auto load, right? So maybe that's somehow different. I mean, I guess it's not a class in that sense. It doesn't like, it's like, what you're doing with this static function is disallowed. I mean, it's allowed, but we don't like it. Yeah, following through. I know, that is the hard part. Game jams can at least provide a little push for that. I don't know what that means. I don't like errors. They're not the end of the world, but they bother me. What does it mean? Oh, I just closed every window. Okay, that was a choice. It's nice to tidy up, but come on now. What? I don't even know how to search for this. Static called on instance. Godot warning, static called on instance. I'm gonna need some thoughts about this. I'm gonna need to reach out. Solving the first error. I know. Oh, right. It could be, like, connected. True. Right, because it also was saying about object and object, which is really weird. Calling a static method from a static method in an auto load emits unnecessary warnings. It's an unnecessary warning. 2023. Consider placing the static call in static method in autoload script, such as globals. Hang out here! Let's hang out, gamer! I'm glad. Hey, that's what I'm here for, to be here whenever you want to pop in. You know? I'll be here. I think it's unnecessary and incorrect. Bless your heart. Oh, maybe this is what Yaha meant. Globals dot node. Right, but like, will it allow that? Docs are unclear. We're gonna drawing some stuff not related to my grading language because I love procrastination. Me too. But it's like related procrastination. Singleton name is an instance, not a class. You can use non-static methods and call them directly on the singleton. Static singleton methods don't make much sense since you are not expected to create new instances of the singleton class. However, if you give a class name to the singleton script or load it via constant preload, then you can call static methods without warnings. I do have a name. For it though. Yeah, it's wild, right? Error, my AI couldn't take control. But that's if it's on the static function. These singletons collect global functions, and they are built in. They are not created by the user, which means the warning is not necessary. It's the same as node.staticMesh. Also, if it's an instance, why is there no parenthesis? Global function collections, you can use a regular class. No need for a singleton. So I think when they're saying singleton, they mean autoload. Mess around with the M8 tracker again, if you're not too lazy though. What's an M8 tracker? So, right, I don't necessarily need it to be a global. You're right. If it's a static function, it doesn't even have to be globals. Hold up. Yeah, that would definitely be a quick fix. Okay, I have another idea though. I have a crazier idea. Okay. I'm gonna make a script. Okay. Internet, sort yourself out. Just a little patience, huh? I'm gonna make a script, and it is going to be called static. And it's gonna have a class name called static. Oh, probably not. It might not allow that. And it does? Hell yeah. Then I'm gonna put this in there. No, not that. I'm gonna put this in there. This is fun. This is different. This is a new thing. Okay, then I'm gonna save it. Then I'm gonna go back to the player, and everywhere that says globals, we're gonna change it to static. Or everywhere it says globals dot change if. See if we get that to go away. I've definitely never set something up this way, but it's kind of a resource at this point, for all intents and purposes. It doesn't even get added to the node tree, but if it's static, it should be accessible anywhere, right? And it's not like I need where things go through to come back out. I think you were learning tracker music with. Oh, you made a Discord thread about a while ago. Right. Nice. Yeah, the music you made was super awesome. And music, look, that's an easily overlooked thing when we're making games. So you could also consider that part of the work. Great, so then the other error, we'll see if that one actually gets resolved. The other error is very strange. Argument 1 from object to object. I wonder if it's because I named something body and I like was shadowing somewhere. I don't know, but it's a hunch. If it wasn't like a shadowing error, like right here. No, not there. Oh, I did rename it though. I'm not sure. Maybe it's like maybe it's this. Maybe it's because I'm telling it to be a static body. That might be what it is. Because it's probably seeing things that aren't static bodies and it's like, I don't like this. Just a guess though. So it's always gonna be physics server or whatever. Physics body 3D. So we could just do that. See if that helps. All right. And then as far as not, so it definitely is seeing the space above it, but this is not firing right. If static body overlaps, so I want to see if that's functioning correctly. So we'll say print. I mean, we know that the change state is happening, but it might be, but there's a lot of places where it could happen. Could you just like maybe put it in here? So like it returned whatever it's gonna return, we just see it. So the player says, that static body is static body bumping head and then this. Let's say that again. Okay, let's try. See where we're at. But I'm delighted it's working mostly well, other than, you know, head bumping thing. Okay, output. We got our bitrate back, baby. I'll speak too soon. Okay, so it sees the shelf, but the player state did not change. Bumping head true. Okay, so it's bumping head true. Good. So change state if player state. So I might have mixed up the logic in here. Very possible. So give me a print. Tell me what's happening. It's kind of confusing. There's a lot of things in there. All right. Here we go. So this is coming from the static script, which state haver, or we'll say this, we won't say that, we'll say state haver name did I say, oh okay, request as something else. State haver name requests state, and it's gonna be like an integer, but well, it doesn't have to be, but this is gonna be easier. Requests state target state. So let's see if that actually prints. Expected a closing paren, yeah. Okay. Oops, there we go. And then we can do one here too. State haver name request is approved. Okay. Hopefully all those work out. Player requests state 3. Oh, I really would like. Okay, you know what? I want to see what the state is. Yeah, I don't want to think about that. We'll just paste it in. So we just have to grab this and stringify it over here. So we're stringifying player. I mean, you could say state haver. Yeah, but it doesn't know. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to just type it in. Player.ref. So I mean, you could say if state haver is set to player.ref, just in case. I don't know. I leave it in there. You know, I might as well guard it a bit. If the state haver is the player, then we're checking to see that the state haver name is requesting state player.ref state keys target state. Okay. Just so it's a little more clear what this is. Player request is approved. I think I'm just giving it the wrong state to request. I think everything's working. I just put the wrong thing in there. Player request is approved. Really? Okay. Interesting. So then, oh, the state is getting blocked. It must be getting blocked. That's the only explanation. Now that you're starting the game, you're getting a headache. Ooh, ibuprofen, if you can take that, or the equivalent. We don't need to be in pain if there are things to help it. Not that it's gonna fix it, but maybe it'll help. Alright, player requesting player tried changing to state, new state, dot, match new state, player crouching can't stand. Player requests state crouching can't stand, and it's approved. And then it must just be getting immediately blocked. I think this might be my issue right here. If the player state, oh yeah, dude, I always mess up or statements. Dude, I gotta ask the chatbot for this one, dude. This is like where my brain is just, I need it. Honestly, not and or together, forget about it. All right, here we go. I'm gonna say this, if not player state line, should be saying if the player's state is neither frozen nor crouching can stand, then return true. Is that what it actually says? Yes or no? Just succinctly say what it says. Nope. Oh, I always mix that up. It actually returns true if either player state is not crouching can stand or frozen. What? Player state's frozen is truthy regardless of current player state, which means it could return true even if the player state is frozen. The logic is flawed if your intent is to block only when the state is not one of those two. Yeah, just help me. Yeah, help me, no code, just explain. I'm like, this is just something that, like, I have a bullexia, dysbulia for. It gets too confusing. I need the assistance. Checks the player if the player is not can stand or frozen. That sounds good to me. That means even if the player is frozen, the condition could still return true. Which you actually... I mean, I think it actually does, first of all. But you are... Wait, I'm still confused. It says, only allow this if the current state is exactly frozen or crouching can stand. If the current state is not one of those two specific states, then return true. Okay, rewrite that line. I can't, it's not clicking. The clicking is not clicking. If player state is, if not player state set to, oh, I always forget that. Right. Oh, I always mess this up. Okay, we want to say if not player state set to that, or not player state set to that. At least. That's at least the problem. Okay. Jesus. It's confusing. Tried changing the state crouching can't stand, but it did not succeed. So it's still an issue, but I would have run into that problem eventually. Okay, so then it tried. So if that's true, then it's gonna block it. Sounds like I need to be returning false or something. If the state is blocked, return. Yeah, I think I mixed this up. False and true. That's what we need. Alright. Bam! I can't stand. I'm pressing it, I can't stand! I can stand that I can't stand it. Let's go. I'm trying to get a keyboard up there so you can see the proof! I mixed up my trues and falses. I'm telling you guys, I got dysbulia. Okay, there is one problem though. The exiting isn't working. So, let's find out why. Tried changing the state crouching can stand. Oh. So then it's just gonna return true by default. Lise, I think what you wanted to say this whole time is that. If player state, if you're in can't stand. Wait, why is this so confusing? So, it's all I can stand, I can't stand no more. Is that how he sounds? That's an old woman. I don't know. I tried. Spinach. There's spinach involved. A tugboat. Dude, I hate these kind of statements so much. What I want to say. When we're requesting, what I want is when we're requesting, wait a minute. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't you be checking if we're in crouching can stand? Because if you're in crouching can't stand, if you're gonna exit, it should only be if you're exiting crouching. Okay, hold on. Oh god, it gets so tangled. I'm trying, Mervkins. I gotta figure out what is it. I mean, so when we go underneath it, we're requesting, hey, I want to not be allowed to stand up now. And so this will come through and it'll say, okay, so you don't want to be allowed to stand up anymore. Got it. We don't need a check for that. We only need the check for if it's can stand. Because if we're going to can stand, dude, I have no idea what I was doing with this. I don't think I'm commenting this out, man. Honestly, yeah, we're gonna circle back because I don't think it's necessary. Let's see, if I feel like something is missing, then we'll deal with it. All right, we're standing up. I can't stand here. Looks fine to me. I think I was trying to anticipate, like, well, okay, so frozen happens. There is sometimes that frozen happens. I mean, when you're paused, but like that's kind of obvious. I think it's fine, man. I think it's fine. So we're good. I think everything is fine. Well, I'm gonna cross that confusing bridge when I get to the point where I don't think I needed that. I think I didn't need that. That's what I think. I think what it was supposed to say was, if you are trying to crouch, I don't know what I was trying. I don't care. You know what? I don't care. It works great. Look at that. We're going in and out. It's fantastic. It's everything I could want. Do some nav agent stuff. Hours later, 9 hours later. What I want to do equals condition, something I want to do. But see, the thing is, I'm not sure what the hell I thought I was trying to do. I don't know. I think I might have even been flawed in what I thought needed to be done in the first place. I'm not sure. I like that though. Variable what I want to do equals condition set to something if what I want to do. Your code here. Yeah, YouTube. I tried to turn off the link blocking, but I think they actually enforce it now. Do you see how fun it is to weave in between these? Okay. So I do think we need to get slower. I'm done with the state blocked. I'm commenting it out, and we come back later. Okay. We're not even gonna... Something... Just gonna put that away. Okay. Perfect. It's perfection. But I do think we should go slower. So crouch false, crouch true if we're crouched. If we're doing crouch, then we want to also adjust the player's speed. So that's currently a constant. So I tend to prefer like default speed or speed default instead of just speed. So I'm going to switch to that. And then we gotta update these. But that might not even be true. I think you do want the current speed, probably. It would make sense. So you were trying Unity the other night, and now you're doing the 5-hour Unreal tutorial. Whoa, what? We are just all over the place. Oh, the internet strikes back. That's why we don't like this internet. It'd be like this. GDScript is slowly getting easier to understand after you're done crying. Yay, I'm so glad. You're a big boy now. Unreal. I mean, look, Unreal is powerful, right? Do this if that. Boolean equals num1 greater than num2. Okay. I've given up on. I've decided I'm not interested tonight in that. If do this if that, return num1. Okay. I often think of it like an action, but you're saying more like the result. It's interesting. I like the indents too. I like them a lot. It's just like cleaner, you know? Obviously, and then it can also warn you when you're getting deep. If like you're crammed all the way to the side, like it's a nice little heads up. You need to make a change. That was the thing you're trying to communicate, but you needed 2 comments to indicate say in chat. Thank you for like imparting that knowledge. I'm often thinking about, what was I saying? If state blocked. I don't know. It's hard to find the right thing. Variable speed float. I guess I kind of want this to be like current or like. I'm just say that. You know what? I'm just gonna say that. So by default, I'd want it to be speed default. You shoot yourself if Godot goes into drama. It's worse than Unity. Oh, please don't do that. But yeah, very, 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 very unlikely. Highly unlikely. Oh, I hate how the default script doesn't have static typing. I think this is just float, right? Oh, a vector 2. Guess that makes. Oh, is this a vector 2? Wait, what does this return? Vector 2, yeah. RPG Maker will become the AAA norm. I mean, direction, that's gotta be a float, right? I guess it could be an integer. A vector 3? Shows what I know. Oh, it does make sense, actually. Preparing shaders, yeah. Oh, we dropped down to 0, y'all. Jesus. It's doing the thing at oh, that's brutal. Oh, we just got whipped by that internet. Oh my gosh, did you see that? Actually, in my old Unreal Engine streams, I used to have, because people would always come through and talk about that. And I found a trick that I wanted to share with how you get around that. Yeah, you felt it. The lag. I know. No, I wanna got you. I wanna have got you. I wanna say I got you. Here, check this out. What's going on? The internet's just being the internet, that's all. We switched to the backup internet because the main internet was being goofy. And the backup internet, not ideal. Goodbye, big boy. 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Damn! I hope it goes the best it can. Good job doing what you gotta do to get by. Where do I even put the Unreal streams anymore? Wow. I've really hidden them, haven't I? Jeez. All right, hold on. I want to show you. You can find it elsewhere, but I could just like give it to you. How you make that shader compiling. You basically just like modify, I think like an INI or something, or a DLL. I know it's crunching. We'll try to switch back. They both might be bad. Download the tree. Look at it. Look at it. It's a gray rave, everybody. Hey, gray rave time. The pixels are everywhere. The pixels are everywhere. We glitching now. We glitching, but it will be alright. Yeah, we glitching. Yeah, I'm gonna find this for you. I swear to God, I'm gonna find this for you. The animatronics, they get a little quirky at night. I got that reference. Okay, I'm so close to getting this to you. You know, you can skip it this time, but the next time, you can make all those shaders. Pretty much this with this internet, and I glitch on command. With this internet, its MO is sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not. That's its like whole thing. So we take the good with the bad. Alright, I got you now. You ready for this? You ready for this infomerv? You ready to download this to the dome? Good morning, Nikon! Good day, good night to you as well. I think the glitching might have resolved. Okay. It's definitely not gonna fit. So let's put this in Discord or whatever. I can just give you the link too to the video, but I always put it in the description because people would talk about how Unreal would take so long to load, and even on my potato, although because of you, Mervkins, we've got a new CPU coming, but even on my bad CPU of a PC, I was able to get Unreal to run really well. Yeah, I used to stream Unreal Engine. Alright, I just put it in live chat. Or live text. So basically, you go to your install folders for Unreal Engine 5. I actually did it in both of the folders. There's two different ones. The different program files, x86 and then regular. So you go in both of those, launch your engine config Windows, learning Unreal for like 7 months, yeah. You open and edit Windows Engine.ini. I did administrator, sometimes that was necessary. Add the following line of code as the first line in the system settings section. Oh, it survived. This is why. R shader compiler job cache DDC1. I don't explain what it is, but I believe it does is it says, hey, we're just here developing. We don't need all of the shaders all of the time. So just do the bare minimum necessary ones and skip all the rest of them. Yeah, how did it survive? Again, finding tricks like this. So it just won't load all of those shaders, compile them every single time. And it's still gonna look amazing. It's just not gonna be whatever, Matrix Revolution or whatever the hell. No internet, no! Give me the glitch! That's the trick, that's how you do it. Yeah, I really liked Unreal Engine. It was just super powerful and beautiful, and in terms of like what you can do with it. But ultimately, I don't know, it just felt like overkill for the things that I actually wanted to do. And I was also not using C++, I was using Blueprints. And so once I started doing Godot and I was using GDScript, I just liked that so much that I was just done with visual scripting. I had heard things about C++ that it maybe would be a little more challenging than GDScript. But yeah, I was making like a noodle game, a noodle simulation, and then just experimenting other than that. But it was fun. It was fun. It was. I just liked Godot better. I just thought it was better, you know, for my needs. Maybe if I was a AAA studio with 100 people. But some people are solo devs and they use it and they like it just fine. So that's valid. It didn't feel good for me to use. I didn't enjoy it. I think this would be the default for the engine. At least have a toggle inside the GUI of the engine itself. I know. I agree. Or at least check to see how potato your computer is, you know? Give it a once over. Oh well. Okay, crouching is good. Oh, I wanted to make us slower, and I was starting to refactor the speed, and then the internet was like, I hate being consistent. So we started glitching. So we probably just have to switch back to the other one. A very risky move, because it might not be great either. That's the thing. It's a risk. You might just be bouncing between two iffy ones. I'm trying to see if I can get a look on the other one. But I find it can be a little hard. Alright, we're gonna switch again. What else can I do? What else can I do? Coordinating for the internet swap. Speed default, and then I want speed crouch. Oh. Oh, we might have found the issue. Okay, we'll see. We're gonna stick with it for a second. Speed crouch, float. Let's say if speed default is 4, like half the speed. And where does that get set? I think my partner found another device that was connected to this internet. Oh, but I don't know. We'll see. Could be wishful thinking. So the crouch will... Oh, glitch. 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 That's going to be in crouch doing. Now it's not really, there's not necessarily like a boolean that says we're crouching other than the enum. So I kind of rather just say that when we are switched to crouch, the speed just updates, you know? So I'm going to say speed equals speed crouch. And then when we're not anymore, speed equals speed default. So it'll be kind of a sudden swap, but... Oh, and then I want to de-magic number a few things. Yeah, it feels slower. I almost feel like it should be even slower. I kind of wish that you could like walk slowly, you know? I feel like the walk speed is like kind of fast, like in general. Let's try like 2.7 and 1. See where that gets us. Thanks all for sticking through it, even on the internet. I know it's gonna get better one day. We gonna get that fiber. Fibers are coming. I don't know when. I might know when. Oh, this feels really slow. Okay, that's too slow. No. Don't like that. Stop. It's too slow. Wait. Always like a touch and feel thing, I think. To me, anyway. It's not bad, but it still feels too slow. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to switch. I don't think it's better. It was nice. It's always nice to get excited for a second. Alright, let's call it swap. Alright, net swap incoming once again. Think you guys know the drill by now. We'll put a message in chat when you can refresh if you're watching it in the fun for some reason. Don't worry, it'll just skip. Here we go, this one will be quick. Yeah, it's internet hot potato. That's exactly what it is. Correct. Alright, swap should be complete. Let's see if this one's better. I don't know, I can't be sure. Okay. Yeah, it was a fast one. Oh yeah, we're testing speeds. I swear to God, we're doing nav agent today. Okay. I just got so into the crouching, you know? Because I really want to start having these mechanics be right. Yeah, speed swap. It's too slow. I can't believe how much of a difference it makes. Maybe I just was trying it and I hadn't reloaded the runtime. Because when it's like a const like this, I probably should just magic number it so I can figure it out just right. Sometimes it's easier, you know, as export variables, but magic numbers, export variables, for this purpose, they're the same thing. Okay. This feels better, not too fast. Crouching is slow, but, I mean, it feels appropriate. Like, crouching is hard. It feels kind of good to me. Hell yeah. I think it could be a little more generous when you stand up, when you can stand up. Like, I can't stand right here, but I can stand there. So I kind of want to try making that a little bit smaller. The stand check area. Just a wee bit then. Hey, this internet's looking good, you guys. I think it just needed a break. How small is 3? Let's see what that's like. I'm not sure if that actually propagated. Oh, look, I'm bumping into it. Wow, it's just like, it's weird. It's like I just don't perceive that I'm so close to it. I mean, I guess we could also lower the regular collision too. We do bump into it pretty far away. Let's change some collision. Still feels pretty far away, you know? 2. And let's make this 2 as well. Oh yeah, now we're getting a little closer to it. Okay, alright. Feels a little better. Yeah. Cool. I can't deal with the spacebar being crouch. I don't know what it is, it just feels wrong. Because I feel myself like trying to jump, and I want a jump to happen when I press it, and then when it's not, I feel confused. Alright, let's make a commit, and let's get back into the nav agent tree. I should have made a commit a long time ago, but you know, I do my best. I do my best. Okay. Crouching is so good. I also finished the shelf setup, but whatever. That's why you should do smaller commits. Alright. So, the reason I even got into the crouching was because I was setting up the collision for a single shelf, because the shelves are going to make up rows. And those rows are going to help determine what the baked mesh, nav mesh, is going to be for the monster to walk on. So I wanted to have all the building blocks of the shelf rows in place, including the single shelf itself. So I just kind of like was, you know what, let's do the collisions too. But now we're good to move on. So what we're gonna do is go back to the shelf row. Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind spacebar was interact and E was jump in the default control scheme. You know, I feel like a lot of the defaults of our modern times hadn't been set at that point. And I feel like there are certain games that are like credited with being the modern FPS scheme. I've not played Morrowind. One day I will. And E was jump. E was jump. I mean, I guess I gotta see it. It's like up on the keyboard. And spacebar's like big in the middle. I can see that. I mean, it's pretty arbitrary that E is interact and space is jump. You know, it's super arbitrary. Just familiarity. Hey, Ndoika. So how do you want to handle this? Now, I did want to make sure that we had different rows. Let's just start with 1. So these rows are going to have nav mesh around them. I think the way I want to handle this is using a CSG. Now, I actually want this to be the size of the entire row. No, I guess not. I guess I don't. I guess I want it to be the size of the actual row. Never mind. So why am I doing this? I'm doing this because the monster is going to be able to climb the shelves. So in order to climb the shelves, I needed to have some navmesh, so the monster knows that it can climb the shelves. Maybe a little inside would be good. Maybe not that much, though. Okay. Oh man, the monster climbing on the sides. It's so scary. How do I manage to keep the 9-hour streams? Hot potato internet, mostly. It's the main way. I'm a hyper focuser, you know? I got the ADHD, and for me, big way it manifests is hyper focus. So I love to just like hunker down with a task that I enjoy and never look back. What PC specs are actually in the description box. I built this PC with the cheapest parts that I could possibly find. And then because of the members of this channel and the people who've super chatted and all that, I just got a new CPU right over there. That's why it's sitting there. So that way I can make sure to thank everybody along the way. I'm gonna set up that new CPU soon, either next week or certainly my deadline is before the next collab dev stream. If you guys saw the last collab dev stream, yeah, my CPU was hurting because we had multiple people on stream and it just really slowed everything down. So I'm hoping to have that installed soon. So then the specs will be different. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, description box has my PC specs. My stream PC specs. I guess I should put it on Twitch too. Got a 5060 and an Intel 5 Ultra. Nice. It's funny because like, even though I built my own PC and I'm shopping for parts, I still kind of like never really understand the like naming and numbering schemes they do. Or get particularly nerdy about understanding what they all mean. So I don't even know. Is that good? You tell me. I'm not sure. This is a 5095 AMD. 5095X? Something like that, I think. Alright, so now that I have that, we're gonna bake the mesh instance. I assume I don't need that seed. You should keep it, because you might want to float it around to the different rows. Then, on each of these, I'm going to add a nav region, 5800X and 7800XT, all AMD. The only thing that I really understand is like number of cores. Because I feel like sometimes even if those like thousands numbers are higher, it still doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. But I don't know. 7800 sounds like a lot though. Like I think that's a nice one. I don't know. NVIDIA numbers are easy. Nice. Oh, navmesh. Now, I haven't configured this in any way, so I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. Wait, oh, it didn't even know to look for the walls. So I'm going to have to tell it to find the walls. Yours is the 8-core. You got the 16-core. Yeah, I got the 16-core. I got the 16-core? Wait, but it has a number 9 on it. I think it's 9. It says 9. Isn't it 9? I don't know. Oh, you're right, it is 16. There's a 9, there's a 5950, and there's a 16. Okay. Yeah, 16 core. I got paid no attention. I got the best one that money could buy. That was compatible with my motherboard. Cause you know, it's like I'm not doing just gaming, right? I might be doing gaming, streaming, and have multiple people's other streams coming in at the same time and sending them back out. You know, while I'm doing a game engine. So it feels like, who knows? Maybe I do Unreal again, and I don't want to keep all the shaders off. So I figured it was worth being prepared for. Although I do like having a potato because I feel like I can optimize my game better for more machines, but that's okay. I think the 9 just means it's better than the 6 and 3 series, right? It's better. It doesn't exactly tell you how much better, but it's 3 better. 3 better. Oh yeah, and here's where we do it. Okay, geometry, cells. Oh god, do you remember this? Is it height? Radius, climb, slope? Let's put it at 90 degrees, see what we get. Okay, nothing. Height, now that's gonna be... Okay. Climb? I don't remember how to get it on the walls. I totally forgot. It's not cell height, is it? Oops. Dude, I don't remember how to get it up on the walls. I probably should have started with this while people were still expecting this is what I was going to work on today. Am I just like not looking at it the right way? I'm just not seeing anything baking here. Here, hide this. That's the mesh. It's in there. I just don't remember how to do it. Might need to do some interneting to find how to do it. Min size, regions. I find it very confusing. Max slope. Like, go up. Go straight up and down. They should be, like, showing up. They should be, like, blue and obvious. Right? So, like, over in the main scene here, you can see the blue navigation region here. I kind of wonder if I shouldn't just copy the settings I have on this one. Because I do remember being just a few slighter notches away. From it going vertical and on top of things. So maybe this will help. We didn't touch cells. Agents, we reduced the max climb. Oh, we increased it a little bit. And reduced the radius. Radius, the distance to erode / shrink the walkable area away from obstructions. The minimum floor to ceiling height. That will still allow the floor area to be considered walkable. Interesting. Region min size. The minimum size of region for it to be created. And then I guess there were some filters too. Walkable low height spans. If true, marks walkable spans as not walkable. If the clearance above the span is less than agent height. So I think we definitely don't want that, and I think we don't want to do ledge spans. Mark spans that are ledges as non-walkable. We definitely want those to be walkable. Something I kind of want to do just to help this, like, maybe make a little more sense to me. I kind of want to get a combiner up in here and just make a floor so I can see the floor too. Just so I feel like something is happening. That's all. Okay, then combine it. I don't really want it this way, but we'll just do this for now. Okay. Bake it. And then I'm going to drop this one into the region. Okay. And can we make it a dark color? It does help when it's dark. Okay. Bake it. So there you see it appears right on the ground there, which is good. But I wanted to bake it vertically. So the agent height, what the agent height is saying, how tall is the agent? The thing that's traversing it. I think. Maybe. Big ol' climb. I don't know. Oh, now we're getting up there. I mean, I wonder, does it like need the context of the ground or something? Which I mean, is okay. I mean, this is better. This is better. I mean, suppose I were to swap this out, right? Pop this in here, clear it, and bake it. See, then it doesn't even go up there. Wow. Okay, let's try something different. Let's try using collisions this time. I kind of wish you could just like baking AABB. If the baking AABB has a volume, the navigation mesh baking will be restricted to its enclosing area. Like, it'd be nice if I could just create the mesh, you know, just like, why, like, just let me make it what I want to make it. There's gotta be a way to do that, right? I mean, really. Godot nav region. I don't even know how to ask this. Like, draw desired nav mesh? I'm not even sure how to ask this. Oh, well, yeah, right, the navigation mesh. Right, but what if I just want to, like, draw my own nav mesh? Instead of just trying to get it to detect it, you know? Godot, draw exactly the nav mesh I want. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, but like not baking. I just have to keep rebaking it? Like, that's the only way? It's pretty awful. I hate that. Dude, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Really? Godot, is there a way to just define exactly what a nav mesh shape is without adjusting the bake properties? I.e., I give it a shape and it accepts that exactly or near as the navmesh. Custom mesh geometry or navigation mesh source geometry data. Create a region, assign a mesh, set use geometry to mesh. Okay, well, we're using both, right? Really? Wait, is that something else? I don't think that's a thing. No, that's not a thing. Assign your custom mesh directly to the navigation mesh.mesh property. This isn't a thing. Are you hallucinating on me? Mesh instances. Source geometry mode. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing, Copilot. I think you made that up. Navigation mesh source geometry data. Feed exact geometry and bake it with minimal interference. Because I really don't want to. I mean, we could. I could have it do both. We could just have two different nav meshes. And it could cover the ground. And that'd be like, okay, I guess. Maybe. Dear Godot devs, why can't my nav agents walk up walls? Haven't you heard of evil Spider-Man? Exactly. Exactly. Now, I can get it to go up walls. However, what I can't get it to do is only go on walls and nothing, and not the ground. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough. Yeah, we definitely need to bring more evil Spider-Man representation. I completely agree. And I hope that your, like, strongly worded letter makes a difference. Thank you for your devotion to the cause. Radius. No radius. Okay. Max climb. Okay, so max climb completely removes that. Ultimate maximum climb. Max slope. I'm not sure this one really does much good here. As far as I can tell. Region minimum size. Doesn't seem to be doing much. Merge size. Make that 0. Edges. Max length. Really long. Okay. Max error. What does that mean? The maximum distance a simplified contour's border edges should deviate the original raw. None? It's a little concerning when it's just never changing. Like, is something happening? Vertices per polygon filters low-hanging obstacles. If true, marks non-walkable spaces as walkable if their maximum is within agent max climb. What? No. There's not really an option for the opposite. because ledge spans. That's actually kind of interesting. That really simplified that, though. Actually, almost 10 hours, Siren. I can say that I started and kept my word. Let's go! That's it. Little commitment. Yes, get some sleep. Nice. You know, I wish I knew when to quit sometimes. Thanks for hanging out, gamer. Pleasure to have you here. Good job. Let's go! You got started! You kept your word. Your word is your bond. Whoa, when did that get so small? What the hell? That was an accident. Tiny big chat. The big chat got real tiny. Oh, because I switched to the tiny one. That's why. Yeah, of course. Thanks for sharing your journey with us, gamer. I'm proud of you. It's been a while and you got started again. Let's go. A new beginning. Wherever it takes you. See you next time. And if you want to share what you're working on, the Discord is always open. That goes to any one of you. Yeah, me too, Andres. Me too. Same. Especially if I'm doing art stuff. But sometimes code stuff too. I'm not sure this is gonna get any better than this. So I might just have to accept that there's gonna be some ground portions. You know, unless I'm just missing something really obvious here. Details, what's that? Sample distance. The sampling distance to use when generating the detail mesh. Small? I know, so many warnings. It's like, that's not gonna do anything, you know. Whoa! Oh, that did do something, but it's quite awful. Cell size. Oh, wow. Oh, small is probably a little too complicated. What was it at? Hey, Nick, but I'm finally doing the nav stuff, but let me tell you, I'm a little concerned. Since when is it that complicated? Hey, come on now. Here we go. Because I wanted it to be only on the walls, but it's also going on the floor. Which I might just have to be okay with. What do these do? Break it? Cool. Stop being broken. What happens if I put 2 meshes in there? So yeah, I'm really hoping I could find like a way to actually just draw it on. Instead of, you know, just like say, here's the mesh. This is what you use. Do not use anything else. Oh, it did the top. It did the top. So it really wants there to be some connection. I mean, I wonder, like, if I were to just do a little on the bottom, what it would be like. Just a little bit. And like the way it was could be fine, you know? I just kind of want to see like exactly how I can nudge it. Oops. Okay. Drop it in the nav region. Oh, I generated a collision. I mean, I guess I'd be kind of curious to see, but it looks for static bodies. I guess I'd be a little curious to see how it handles the static, because it says it can parse that. So have at it. What difference does it make? I don't know. But I'm gonna find out. Okay, so that did nothing. Oh, because we set mesh instances. Static colliders. I don't think it matters. Although, this looks a lot better, because now it's not on the ground. I mean, it obviously is still, like, weirdly angled. But, I think this is promising. It's crazy. I have to, like, give it a little bit on the bottom to learn how to coax it. I mean, really, there's no way to define it. Oh, the static layers. Just kind of seems a little surprising to me. I am noticing that it's not going on the edges here, which, I mean, I could live with, but maybe if you extend it a bit. I kind of hate this. It's so fiddly. So come out here. See if we can get it even a bit shorter. Let me pull it up a little closer. Bake that. Pop that in. Another rejected mesh. Oh. It's unsatisfactory. Interesting. But unsatisfactory. Whoa, it did it. What? Wait, it found all of those? That's kind of shocking. Huh. How strange. Okay. Reject pile. Okay, a little more. So strange. Bake it. Drop it in. Good morning, Gregory. I am still here. As they say. You're still here? I am. Okay, it's not great. It's not great. That's the smallest cell size. Do I remember cell height? Not really. One. Oh, it's too high. No, it's too high. Yeah, we don't need to go overly high. Though it would be great if you could be more boxy. I would love that. Just a little more of an actual box would be great. It'll be dark, players won't notice. It will be lighter on the way back. But I do agree that it may not be that important. I guess I don't want to miss out on there potentially being, like, a better way. What if I'm just like one slider value away from perfection or near perfection and I just never even knew? I mean, how tragic would that be? No, I must continue for hours into the night. Minimum size. I don't think you want to mess with that. Don't think that's... I never could really get this to do anything. Whatever it does, I don't know. This I couldn't get to do anything. The max length, don't really know what it means. Verts per polygon, I don't know. More, it seems undesirable. Yeah, it looks like more. It doesn't. Details, sample distance, ledge spans. We have on. Oh. Walkable low height. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. I mean, that might be as good as it's gonna get. You know? It's not terrible. Like, what if I can just, like, resize it or something, you know? Oh, I guess speaking of that, you could try actually doing that, too. True life itself is an eternal struggle of adjusting tiny sliders. Poetry. You sing the song of my heart. So many tiny sliders. I'm committing crimes right now, but I'm just kind of curious what's gonna happen. I mean, that's no good. Oh, it keeps that bake? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this just so I can save it, because it's kind of one of the better ones, I guess. But this is pretty good. I don't love it. Just a few more tiny sliders. It's for the metaphor of life. What if I just make this a little wider, but not a lot wider? Just a wee bit in it. Bake it. Drop it into our new nav agent. It's a little box here. Oh, I mean, you know, then on the bottom, we're obviously super far away, which is suboptimal. So the monster, I feel like it's better if it's more sunken in than further away. It's gonna look jank. It's gonna look jank, like either way. There will be jankiness. Is there a way to like load a mesh in here? T-res or .res? It's worth a shot, right? I don't think, at least it's not gonna work. Because it's not like a mesh. You can try, but I don't think it's gonna work. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work. I'd be remiss if I didn't try. Nah. Alright, I'm gonna do one more search. Navigation polygon in 2D. You can feed in exact geometry. Right, but I mean, that's interesting. But how will I even know what it looks like? Combined with the character body for physics and stuff. I don't think they follow. True. Still gonna be weird though. It literally made this stuff up, or maybe it's like old Godot or something. It totally makes this part up. You're not wrong. I guess I could make it a tool script, but it'd be a little tricky because I'd want it to like actually add itself to like the node tree or something. Almost like a plugin. Create navmesh geometry godot. Nobody's ever tried, dear God. Nobody's ever tried to do this? Ever? I'm navigating uncharted mesh topology. Oops. Adds the geometry of a mesh resource to the navigation mesh baking data. The mesh must have valid triangulated mesh data to be considered. Source geometry is geometry data that should be considered in a navigation process. Right. If you don't provide cache source geometry with a navigation, the source geometry will be directed parsed. Like, nobody wants to know about this. Like, I must be trying to do something awful. If nobody's ever tried to do it, it must be something awful. And I must be wrong to want to. Your nav mesh will sort of above the ground, but the character, body, and gravity keep it along the floor when it chases the player. The nav mesh is more just for the direction to the player. Yeah, I guess I could put like a navigation obstacle on the shelf row to make sure it doesn't like clip through or something. Interesting. See, now that's very interesting because now I'm thinking it should all be clipping inside. Yeah, it looks like it sounds like I just really need to experiment. So, okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna keep a few different ones. We'll see how they perform. I want one more. Based on what you're saying, Nick. I'm gonna make one that is hopefully quite embedded inside. It really makes me want to make something that like pushes out that way so it inverts the, but yeah, right. I'll let it go. You're right. You're so right. Probably, I assume. Okay, what if I make it super flat? Bake it as a mesh. Drop it in to the nav region. Okay, yeah. Wait, what are those pink things? What are those? What are you? What is that? I'm not sure what the pink stuff is. Okay. All right. So that definitely was too thin. We'll go a little wider than that. Bake it. Try to get some nav off of it. So that just did the rungs of the shelf and the ground. In a normal circumstance, I might be grateful. But this is not normal. Like, I think the settings are already pretty optimal. Just want to get the mesh adjusted. I'm so surprised that it finds the rungs, because the rungs aren't in the nav region. That's so surprising to me. Unless I'm just imagining that it's doing that. Like, maybe it's not. Because isn't it only supposed to look for the stuff that's within inside of it? Okay. Oh, it didn't do the whole outside. Great one for the sides though, but not the big flat parts. Okay. I wonder why. Could that be remedied with a setting? Probably not. All signs point to no. Edge connection. If enabled, the navigation region will use edge connections to connect with other navigation regions. Within proximity of the navigation map edge connection margin. Interesting. I don't think there's much to do here, truth be told. Alright. Okay, this is the last try. Then I just accept what I have. I swear. Unless this is really close to perfect. And with just a little more tweaking, it would be sublime. You might want to try the bottom section a little wider, so it has something to grip onto. It apparently likes that. Oh gosh, I don't want to commit to what I said. I'm gonna keep fiddling. Oh, wait, it's not visible. I was like, no way, that's exactly the same. I mean, it's a little weird. Oh, I think I did that on the wrong one. Don't mess with that other one now. Come on. I was saving that one for later. Like a snack. Wait, how do I keep doing that? Drop that in. Hide this. Bake that. So it is actually going up the whole thing, which is definitely a win. It might be the best one. So it's all inside of here. But I'm wondering if it's like Nickba says, it might be pretty okay. So I'm gonna say this is the one. Hey Roxy, welcome. I'm probably going to want to try to replicate this now. All right, I'm gonna go with this one. I do want to keep at least, let me keep a backup. Hello. I'm working on a game that is like the game Granny for our Game Like Jam number 5, where we make games like other games in a month to help keep scope somewhat reasonable. At least it helps me do that. Yeah, I think I accidentally applied it to this one too. Wait, they all are the same. Did it just like auto bake them all? All right, well, I guess I'm not keeping extra ones. All right, that's fine. We shall commit. It would be kind of nice to keep this though. I think I'll put this into a scene or something. But if you're interested, no pressure, obviously, but just for more information, I'll put the game like jam link in the chat. It's kind of like a horror game. You may already know about it, but where a monster is tracking you. Dude, what did I just paste? I pasted the wrong thing. The stream did not drop. That's a lie. That is a bold-faced lie. I apologize for telling lies. Oh, I guess I did paste it. It's helped me finish games really well, so I love doing it. Let's put this in. I guess I'd rather put it in the shelf row. Maybe we'll put it in here. I'm gonna say shelf row navmesh CSG for navmesh, just so I can tuck it away if I want it later. I'm actually going to need it now that I think about it, because I'm gonna do more rows. Let's do at least 2. I won't get too complicated, but in theory I'd have like 5 or 6 variants throughout the game. But we'll stick with just one for now. Not sure how everything got moved so much. Why are we not in the center of anything? Please go back. I think we want X at 0. Z's fine the way it is. Oh my, so this is actually baked. Oh dear. It baked there. Alright, I gotta bring, this is why we saved it. I gotta bring back my CSG tool real quick. Just real quick here. It's kind of interesting that its origin, I guess that makes sense, but I'm a little surprised that its origin goes to the thing that you've baked. Not relative to something. Okay, put it at the center. Bake it. Get rid of the old one. Drop this in the region. Bake it. Put this back. I actually would rather this be the one that got saved, not the other one. So I'm gonna replace it with this. Okay. I'm not gonna pretend to exactly understood what just happened, but I think everything's fine. Okay, delete this. Great. So now we have a nav region in here and just the shelves. All right, I'm gonna make one more row. So I'm gonna duplicate this for row 2. I think it's gonna be a little easier to design if I pop it in the scene. So put it around the same place. Now actually, something that I'm a little concerned about that I forgot to do was make sure that we know the actual like width of the room, at least for now. Crouching. I got crouching. That was like mostly what I worked on today, was crouching. And so now I'm trying to do some navmesh. I set up the shelves. And collision for the shelves. But we got a nice crouch mechanic that allows us to not stand up on accident under the shelf. Although it does appear like we can get a little wedged in between. I'm stuck! I got stuck! Wait, what's the error? Navigation map. I know. Well, I'm working on it. 9 hours for crouching is crazy. You know, I'm a slow person. That's just like who I am. You know? It just is who I am. You know? I'm very slow. I've been fired from many jobs in my life for being too slow. It's just my personality to take a long time to do things. I like that about myself. But it's me. Wait, why can't I move right now? There's definitely a bug here. Starting today for the jam. Let's go. But again, you know, I set up the shelves, and I'm also getting some navigation stuff too. And we were chatting, so that was the other thing. There was distractions. Yeah, and Doiko, make something for the jam. Make something for the jam. Can't wait to see whatever you come up with. Something is wrong, which is good. We can figure out what and fix it. Player state 0. What state is that? Walking. Well, it's funny you should say that, because I can't walk anywhere. Wait, what's this box? What is this box around me? We have a character for the bean, or is it just going to be a bean? It's just going to be a bean. Too much scope. Granny didn't bother, so neither am I. What is this? What is going on? What is that thing? Oh, it's just what's selected. Okay, that's nothing. I see. It's only showing. There we go. Okay. Whew. Well, still, why am I stuck? I'm pressing buttons and I'm going nowhere. Even though I'm in the walking state. What's going on here? What's the problem? Okay. I would like to debug this actually right quick. Let's see if we're getting input. So it's print player walking towards direction. Oh yeah, it sees the input. Okay, interesting. I wonder if when I was resetting collision stuff, like changing collision layers and things, I made a bad choice. So it should be on layer 1. Does it need to be looking for services? What if we're probably gonna fall through the ground if you do that. I don't care, see what happens. Yep. Okay. Well, now I know. was that? Not sure how to oh, there we go. I'm stuck again. Why? What could it be? Because it's not even changing the state. We're in walking. And the input is coming through. And I think it says that we're grounded as well. We should still be able to move even if we're in the air, though. Well, this is very disturbing. I'm not even sure how to debug this right now. The input should be being received. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Our speed is not 0. It's 3.4. Which should be fast enough. Plenty fast. How strange. Maybe move and slide is getting compromised somehow? What am I supposed to even think here? So when I'm crouching, I can move, but when I stand up, I can't. Except sometimes. I wonder if it has something to do with, like, the crouch tween stuff. Yeah, Sean, I am. I am, actually. Yes, the correct answer is yes, I am. I am actually resizing colliders. It was a risky move. Yeah, the entire player collider is changing. You're gonna make your game based on the show called Dexter. I kind of thought, I wanted to guess that earlier. I watched like a little bit when it first came out, but I didn't watch much of it. I really like that actor, though. That's gonna be perfect. So does that mean you're playing a bad guy who's escaping him trying to get you? So yeah, I am adjusting the height of a collider. Crouching sometimes plunks it into the ground. Oh. That is what you're doing. Nice. Sean, I think you're right. I think that has to be right. It's getting plunked, probably, maybe, into the ground. So now we just have to prevent that. We could do what we talked about, which is 2 different shapes. Let's do it. Let's do 2 different shapes. It's the only way. There's no reason. If this didn't work, that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna say, thanks, Sean. Who said that earlier? Was that Nickba? One of y'all said that earlier. I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Mondays are for members and subscribers. YouTube and Twitch respectively. If you're a Twitch subscriber, make sure you have your Discord and Twitch accounts connected so you can access it, because currently you can only access it on Discord, and if you have them connected, we'll know that you are deserving of access. So yeah, I do it's just like this on Mondays. I didn't do the past couple weeks because it just kind of worked out where I had to do public, but because it was like the first day of the jam, I want to do that. But so I'm here again another 12 hours, 10 to 12, it depends. Usually around 12. And then next Tuesday I'm going to be working on a JavaScript project, but then the 2 weeks after that, I'll be back focusing on this. And then Fridays, I'll be doing this month. And then in the even months, kind of do like a variety of things of game dev tasks. Although I kind of would love to like go all in with collab dev next month. I mean, we should do the game dev gauntlet, but I don't know, man. Damn, that last game dev gauntlet was brutal. We'll see. But 3 times a week. 2 publicly. Usually. Sometimes more. All game dev. All the time. I'm gonna call this collision standing. Collision crouching. So what was the number? Kind of nice that we have a number now. 1.07. Remember, someone in the Discord suggested we do a game and the entire Hyper Game Dev community works on it at the same time. Yeah. So that is a dream of mine to get that together. And I've started like working towards that happening. Also, welcome Sean, thank you for supporting the channel. That's the CPU right over there that you helped pay for. I'm gonna install it soon so the collab dev can be wonderful. And the collab dev is gonna help me do exactly what you're talking about, Andres. I'm learning. So that's gonna be the community build along. I have big ideas for that, guys. Big ideas. Like, what I want it to be is, okay, it's gonna be a little crazy. So I actually switched my GitHub account to my account used to be Hyper Game Dev, but I made it myself, and I split this off into an org. And my plan is that this is where we will build our game together, our build along. So it's private. This is like me getting ready to set it up. It's private right now, but it's gonna. I've got some ideas. Do I still have the? I think I do. It's a Milanote. My idea is essentially, yeah, one huge GitHub, exactly. But there's gonna be phases leading up to it. So we start with a poll. A poll where you guys suggest themes. I'm kind of thinking, I'm toying with the idea of it being 3 game dev pillars. So like when you suggest a theme, not just like space or money or backwards or whatever, you would do, well, you could do those 3. You would do all 3 of them as the theme. So 3 design pillars. And so everyone would vote, would suggest, who wanted to, would suggest 3 pillars or something, and then the community would vote, and whatever wins that poll would be the theme for a game jam, the community prototype jam. So it would actually be a whole separate game jam that would happen, where everyone is encouraged to just make a sloppy gray box mechanic driven prototype. You know, whatever you want. Something really simple that represents those 3 pillars. So it'd just be a regular public game jam, and then the winner of that jam would have their game be the seed for the community build along. So we do that game jam, and then after that, we'd move to one big GitHub project. So, you know, I've been thinking about like what kind of roles people who would review changes and suggestions and contributions. So different like types of managers, reviewers, if you will. And so I started like kind of sketching out how that would like work in practice, where if you wanted to, let's say, add an art asset, you'd come to the issues page, open a new issue, and maybe say add a new feature to the game. Could also do change as well. That's an option. The base seed game would have to be a genre that can be built on a lot. Yeah, it would be chaos. I mean, look, we can always... So here's the thing, right? We can always change it. Yeah, it could be chaos. So maybe we say, oh, you know, but it's the winner, right? So it's whenever the winner is. You know, and maybe we could have, like, some judge votes, too, to nudge it. We'll see. Over 40 people working on that. Yeah. I mean, look, the chaos is kind of the point, right? It's like, it's going to be an experiment. And here's the other thing. It's going to be a year long. So, like, very long. Lots of time for it to change. All right, so let's say, let's forget the art asset. Let's say you're, Andrus, like, you know, this genre, I don't think we can all work on it. So let's say you say, I want to change a feature in the game. So you choose create a new issue for change a feature in the game. You do a title. Maybe say, the scope of a FPS concerns me, or whatever. Oh, it's a slow one. Let's close this. That might help. Sometimes Chrome gets weird with the text boxes on this computer. That's what the CPU's for. Market the heck out of the game and submit it to the Steam and see how it goes. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That'd be crazy. What? Have like a fund that you can just freely withdraw from, like MMO guilds do sometimes. The guild bank. So you'd list your involvement with it. I participated in the prototype jam, whatever. What's up, detains? Describe how a specific feature diminishes the player experience. The FPS game prototype has too many bugs to fix. We can't do this. Don't say that. How does improving a specific feature improve the player's experience? Changing to this is ridiculous, a third-person shooter would be better because the player wouldn't have all the bugs. Whatever, right? Like, not this. And yeah, be respectful. So, like, maybe you look at it and just say, okay. So I'm trying to write all this out so it was, like, decent. Maybe I'll get rid of this. So it's a little nicer. Describe how to implement your proposal. You know, whatever. Remove the first person camera. You might even realize that this is part of what it's also designed to do, right? Starting to, like, this is putting some pressure on you, right? Like, how is it gonna be implemented, right? No more FPS. Like, it's starting to look not good. This is starting to look like a thumbs down. How much this feature do you want to implement yourself? None. And then you can always add images or whatever, diagrams, things like that. Okay, then you create it. So it creates it, and a bot appears, which is part of why I wanted to learn JavaScript, because coding this bot without really understanding JavaScript was unpleasant, and there's a lot of other things I want to do. All right, so this bot just auto-posted this. So currently there's 2 reviewers. It's me and the bot are the only reviewers. But in theory, that list of people that I showed you, potentially, you know, an art person, code reviewer, whatever, an audio reviewer, they would all have like equal say at certain phases on certain things, depending on certain stuff to be decided. Timeline director. Hey, the alien's back. What's up, Arju? Reju? So, the way this works, and it actually will automatically delete your message. I worked on this. It's gonna automatically delete your message. You want to do a review, Sandus? I don't even know. I honestly don't even know how that's gonna be decided. I mean, look, I do know one thing. I know of people who I have identified as having some either professional game development experience, or just being like trusted game dev hosts or hyper game dev hosts, you know, like Pierogigan and Dungeon, who already show up on camera. Because ideally, those reviewers would be comfortable being accountable to their votes. So we'll see. I don't even know how that's gonna work, you know? So, but I think it comes down to trust mostly, and experimentation. Professionalism or something? I don't know. We'll see. There could even be like, maybe like a tier of like multiple people could be worth like a single reviewer vote or something. I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, if you aren't on the team, it's actually gonna auto delete your message. But I am on the team, and I gotta say, this proposal is concerning. I'm not feeling this proposal right now. With that said, to show you it, I'm gonna vote yes. Do I know what a soul, where you can buy it? So the way you get a soul is by being around humans. Humans are the only creatures in the universe that have souls. And it's very valuable and precious. It's what makes humans special. It's why humans can live forever. Because of their souls. In their own special way. So, something to think about. Something to think about. If you want to buy it, buy a trip to the Earth and start integrating with humanity. And you'll get a soul. So I'm gonna vote yes. But I'll probably change. So I can type a little message here, and the bot will parse that. But I want to show you what happens if I do that. Soul is an emotion. Soul is indescribable. It's an indescribable, like, enduring selfhood. Alright, so now the bot has tallied 1 yes and 0 no. 1 out of 2 reviewers have voted, and so it gives you some extra details. I went hard on this. Enough yes votes received, assigning medium priority. 1 more vote would drop to low. So it also gives you some clarity of like where it's at and how it could change. So because there's only, so at this point, it's gonna pass. Now, for now, I could change my vote. So there's that. All right, so then it looks like I did that. The reason why it's me and not a bot doing this is because I needed to give it some extra permissions I didn't really want to, since maybe someone else could manage this someday, this bot. So I have me acting as a bot here. So the bot automatically added the medium priority to it. Thank you, Reju. And then it will also add it to the issue tracker, which I envision as being the heart, the lifeblood, the soul of this project. I guess it's over here. Specifically, the roadmap, I think, will be the default, ultimately. Because the roadmap, we can have milestones along the way. We can literally set up... Compliments are good! Compliments are good, yes. We can set up, we can say, by, the first quarter of the year, this much of the game needs to be done. By the second quarter, this much of the game needs to be done. And so on and so forth. And it would literally show up here, and we could see exactly all of, we could actually add issues and stuff. They would start populating on here with when they need to get done, which is going to be super awesome. And that thing that I just typed is already automatically on here. And it comes with the priority. So the priority that it earned is right there with it, medium priority. And so that way we can rank these things, keep track, and make sure we know everything that needs to be worked on, hasn't been worked on. Maybe we don't really, the things at the top are obviously first. I'm working on a game that's like the game Granny, and very kind. And right now I'm explaining a community build-along project that I would love to do at some point. So now if I come in here and I do a vote no, I can change that. And obviously that's gonna... I don't think it's gonna reject it. I think it's gonna say it's gonna go from a priority given to needs more votes, which should remove it from the issue tracker. And now it's just something that needs to be voted on. If it doesn't, oh yeah, it removed it. Nice. So now it's not on here. Yes, long hair. Now it's not on here anymore. And so it goes back into like a limbo state. So I tried to set this up so that way there's just like the beginning of what the structure would be like and what it would all feel like. And there's obviously some more details that I want to figure out on how it's all gonna go. So, the collab dev. The collab dev is a thing that we're doing with, right now, me, Dungeon Martian, Pierogigon, some of you guys join in, like Insane Alpha Beta, and we had Flip make a couple things. So that project is my beginning of that, right? That is the beginning. Thank you, Riju. That is the beginning of it. Because if you guys were here last time for the collab dev with Dungeon, Rogi, and I, you might have noticed that there was some chaos trying to not step on each other's toes with GitHub and managing commits and making sure merge conflicts didn't happen. And so I think that continuing with that with just a few of us is going to be a really, really important learning experience. And that's, again, why I would want Rogi and Dungeon definitely on the reviewer team, because now we're all collectively going to have this experience of learning how to structure a project and coordinate with each other to make sure it is possible to resolve conflicts between code and assets and stuff. So I see that as like, I see the collab dev as the early phase of it, where I'm just practicing, figuring out how to manage a big project with other people. And then, I'll keep in the background setting up the infrastructure for this. I really want to make that poll where we vote on the pillars, planning out the jam, figuring out how people participate along the way, and things like that. So it's probably gonna be a little bit until this becomes a thing. I would love to be doing it in 2026, January 2026. Let's do the community build along. I would love that. But after the collab dev with Dungeon, Rogi, and I, and that was just a few of us, and seeing how horrifying it could get, I think I need a little more practice. We need a little more practice managing a big project together. And then with the new CPU, that's going to help a lot too. So it's going to be interesting. It's definitely something that I want and that I'm planning. But it's a slow work up to it. Hypergame Dev Cinematic Universe. Yes! I love that. I know, it's cool, right? Like if we hit a good stride, if we get this figured out, we could do it every year. Like have a special prototype jam once a year with the amazing reward of having your game made by a ton of people. I think it's going to be really cool and crazy. Obviously, there's going to be conflict and drama and stress. But I think it'll be worth it. So we'll see. Nick Furry? Is that like Mick Fury but different? Imagine working on this for like a month, then leaving because outside reasons, then later returning to it like 6 months later and trying to understand how to contribute after everything has changed. I know, right? I know, it's gonna be weird. Dude, yeah, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be so weird. I mean, ideally, we really get that sense of being a cog in the wheel. Cog in the machine, sorry. A cog in the machine, where it's not about individual heroes. It's about the little pieces that come together. So you come back a bunch later, you get the opportunity to, like, we really, really need that collision bug fixed in level 3. Whatever, you know, that would be really great if someone could just fix that one bug. And it would make a huge difference. I think it's gonna be really fun. Fortnite style game with over 1,000 weapons or a kart race with over 500 characters be hilarious. Well, and that's kind of where I imagine the timeline manager. Someone who, or people who are, their main focus is to look at that roadmap. And then the other thing too with these new issues, right? So whenever we're voting on these, adding new feature, like part of the discussion will be, is this reasonable for us to fit? And that's where the game pillars come from too. So I need to integrate that more in here too if I'm going to go with that. But like, how does it feed into the main pillars? How does it fit into the overall time frame? So I might update the questions to like also have like a time frame guesstimate, different things like that. So we'll see. There's gonna be a lot of things to consider, you know, and so that's why I'm hoping it, right? If somebody has this ridiculous idea like 1,000 weapons, right? That's what this process is trying to correct for, is to make sure that the things that we plan on are realistic, but still documented as something that we try to consider openly. We gotta make this community game a multiplayer. There's no way this is staying single player. I don't know. What happens in the case two people implement the same thing at the same time? Rock, paper, scissors? That's a good question. I'm sure that comes up in open source stuff all the time. So, I mean, look, this is why I think the collab dev is so important right now. Because this is exactly what we're learning, is not doing the same things at the same time. And yeah, I guess it could come down to like a vote. Like, which thing do we like better? So the live streams would definitely be good like check-ins, right? Where we could make sure, where I could say, you know, okay, here's a big conflict that we have right now. Here's the examples. What do you guys think? You know, it could be an opportunity to check in and resolve those very kinds of things. But ideally, so there is also going to be ways to assign people to things, right? So ideally, you know, when you make a new issue, probably should say you could search for it. That would probably be good. if it like auto searched. But that's the other thing. So moderation, where somebody comes through and make sure to merge them if they're similar. I think that would be a big one. I mean, I would probably be doing that. Hopefully someone else would be willing to help. It seems like there are folks who are willing to help. To keep repeat stuff merged. So hopefully that wouldn't come up. And so basically what would happen, Yaha, optimally, is those two people would very quickly know that they're going to need to work together. We have to kind of drop this, like, you know, ego mentality. And if somebody is working off on their own and they didn't open an issue, like, that's just, to me, that would be priority. If you had an issue, you were keeping us updated, you know, merging into main, like, I think you win because you've been following the process. But if someone has just been working in secret on something and then, surprise, I did this whole thing, like, no. That's not how collaboration works. Don't be a maverick. So ideally, we would find that out as soon as possible. Make the game gigantic, roguelike. Andrus is just like seeing dollar signs, like, oh, we gonna make the biggest game ever. Who knows what it's gonna be? Gigantic roguelike with a crap ton of items and unlockables. There's a lot of things to think about. Demands to the things. Do I give demands to the thing that I'm working on? I do. I give demands to the thing that I'm working on. This is for something else, though. We could totally have a whole universe. I think the prototype that we'd set out to do by the beginning of the year would be warped into something way more crazy. Yeah, right? Well, that's what the pillars are for. The pillars are designed, theoretically, to always have us coming back to ask, are these changes in service to the game that already exists, to the game that is already planned, to the pillars that are decided on for the direction of the game? So ideally, that would be the people who are voting on the issues are going to be thinking about, how does this fit with that? And maybe it can take on a different direction if it needs to, but really I would think we stick with the idea. Now, it's not all gonna be decided. I think there's gonna be like these phases, right? The early phase, there will be a lot more room for it to change into who knows what. But like maybe by the third quarter of the year, like, so I would want to imagine that like things would change, right? We wouldn't allow shifting the idea too much after a certain point. So that way it becomes about finishing it and not about coming up with new things. It's part of the whole challenge, I think, is learning that. I am married. Are you? Legally distinct. Oh yeah, very much legally distinct. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So this has just been like a thing in the talks, is this community build along project. And Andrus asked about it, and so I was just giving an update, because it's something I do want to do someday, but like I would love to do it 2026, but I really need to make sure these collab dev streams and experiences go well. Because the last one revealed to me how much I have to learn. The Twitch chat? What do you mean, what happened in Twitch chat? What did you deal with? What does that mean, that you dealt with it? Was something happening in the Twitch chat? Wait, why did you delete their messages? What did you do? You banned Reiju? Did they say something bad? Why did you do that? Insane. Oh, come on. Why did you do that? Did they say something bad? What did you do? What was it? Is there a way I can see what it was? I know their type. You know, usually they come around, they ask some weird questions, and eventually they don't get the attention they want. Oh, they don't get the attention they want, and then they never come back. How do I see what that was? Review, unbanned, review requests, recent moder. How do I see this stuff? Oh, I mean, look, I have a feeling that you were onto something. Because I didn't see that. You got it before I even noticed it, whatever it was. I don't see it. Damn. Alright. Wow. I wish I could confirm if that was okay. I mean, maybe you did the right thing. I don't know. You might have done the right thing. I just don't know. I didn't see it. Maybe I should just trust you that you did the right thing. You know? Maybe that's what having mods is all about. Make a Discord voice chat channel for that. Yeah. Definitely communication is gonna be really, really good. Totally. Your long collab arc is gonna be peak. I know, right? I know. I'm so excited. And scared. But I gotta get my collab dev behavior under control. It's the only way. What the hell did I say for this? 1.07? Messing around the Discord, check general. Wait, is it 0.107? Is what we decided on. 1.07. Oh, that's height. Oh, we did change it, not radius. My bad. Okay. So then I just have to rename the collision here, because there's two different ones. Collision standing. And collision crouching. Yeah, so that person, and maybe if you could at least like, here, insane. I should, oh, you have the, you're in the stream moderators one, right? Maybe at least like show me what it was. Because here's the thing about that person. They're usually pretending to be an alien. Lately. So they might have been like pretending to it. Oh, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. You should unban them. That's not that. That's not bad. So they're like trying to. They like pretend to be like an alien who doesn't understand the rules of Earth. And so that's them saying, yeah. You know, this is okay. It's okay. We gotta go through this as new mods for the channel. It's part of it. Thank you for like being ready. You got it before I even saw it anywhere. And the auto mod even caught it, right? So you had reason to think that something was there. Thank you for being attentive. But I think Riju is okay. For now. We're watching you, man. When Citizen came back, and now they're aliens. Sometimes flip, sometimes there are. Once in a while. If we're lucky. So instead of doing that, we're just gonna say if we're crouching, collision, crouching, disabled, false, which I might also still need to put in a deferred, but we'll see. Oh yeah, Sean. Dude, Sean needs props. Sean caught that. I honestly don't know that I would have realized it. It's okay, Riju. It's okay. Followers goal. Okay. Alright, Twitch. Let's go. Insane didn't know about your alien roleplay. Fly your freak flag. Wait, where's the Discord? I was trying to open it. How long would the prototype jam before the community build along be? It's a good question. That is a very good question. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? Yeah, I'm sorry, not roleplay. Sorry. Nothing, Riju. Yeah, you can. You can buy a lot of roleplay. Absolutely. They say Riju's fun. Is that Mick Fury back there? What's going on? Hyper game dev cart. 9,000 razors, 500 track, 1,000 items. Text-based MMO. What? A text-based MMO plus fake time RTS. What does that mean? Only multiplayer, Switch port, 50 game modes, Nintendo DS, Commodore 64 ports, 4,930 hours story mode, 849 hour DLC, PlayStation 5 port, Xbox One port. Director DX Hyper and Knuckles Remaster Edition. Collector's Edition included steering wheel, controller, motion controls, VR first person support, 300 Battle Pass seasons, 5D, Valve commentary, Half-Life 4.5 plus Secrets of the Universe, 3,920 tracks worth 9,223 hours of music, 92,923 hours of music, plus Hyper Game Dev RPG Bundle 30% off. Digital art book, Lee's resin figure. Oh, please, God, no. Plus God and Satan DLC. Power Glove, yo, I would get down with a Power Glove. I mean, look, I feel like the Power Glove looks way cooler than it is. Horse armor, no. Honestly, it could be kind of a funny thing, though. That could be somewhat amusing. Making a reference to that, microtransactions. Should we put microtransactions? Let's try to milk the community of everything. You made a calming pants joke before. Whoa, no. Horse armor is too far. Horse armor was the beginning of the end of gaming. Honestly, not a terrible argument. If you're crouching, your standing collision is disabled, and your crouching collision is enabled, and then just the opposite. Okay. See if we're not dealing with issues anymore. Horse armor DLC, but there are no horses in the game. Oh, that's brutal. That's rough. Damn. Jeez, you guys are savage. Y'all are like, let's ruin this with the most awesome game it could ever be. Sean, you were so right. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh! Wait. What is a collision? I feel like it's not switching back or something. Wait. Yeah, the collision isn't switching back. So I might need deferred for that to actually have it be received correctly. But let's have a look, shall we? Currently, the crouching is disabled and the standing is enabled. Doesn't appear that way. I crouch and it flips, but I think we might need deferred on those. That's okay. How to make friends? Should I just say you are my friend now or something else? I don't know that I'm your friend. Yeah, Insane, you take this one. About the shelves. Either these are huge shelves or we are a small person. I mean, look, you've been to like a department store. This is a warehouse. Not a department store, but like in the United States, we got like Home Depots. You know, those are some big shelves. Like in the lumber section, just in all the sections. It's like that. Yeah, the whole game is gonna be in a warehouse. That's probably not clear yet. Yeah, big shelves. They might not even be big enough. Collision standing, set, deferred, disabled, false. I don't know if this is actually gonna help, but it's definitely good to do this. Oh yeah, I gotta give Sean a special thanks. You saved me. Man, that would have been a tough one for me to puzzle out. I would have been here a while trying to figure that one out. So thank you. You're my friend, handsome human, and the other guy texting here? I don't know. Friends are different. This is a parasocial experience. Now that may be a little much, but to wrap the head around. But it's important to make the distinction. Maybe we could become friends, but I think we need more time. Will you ever buy a Steam Dev account? I'm thinking about it. What's your thoughts on it? Definitely, one day. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely, especially so I can get that Steam Deck. I've heard that in the United States, maybe some other places, if you're making a game and trying to test it on Steam, you can apply to try to get a Steam Deck. And I've seen the stories. Some people get it, some people don't. Some people get it. I'm gunning for that free Steam Deck. And they hybrid game dev cards. So I bet it is. I bet it is. Remind me, we can check it out at the end. See where it's grown to. Flip added some code for Nick on the Discord. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it is Nick. I think it's the same person. Okay, what the hell was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Sean. Come on, you saved me. This is non-negotiable. It must not be forgotten. I think Valve will give free Steam Decks for $100 Steam fee. No, they will. Okay, do I have to prove it to you? It's real. Look, the best I can do is other people's stories. Flip, you're a maybe evil genius. Yay! Whatever it is, yay! Free Steam Deck developer US Reddit. I've read the stories. There's one right there for you. Look at that. 1 terabyte OLED Steam Deck. Essentially costs nothing but time. It is real. Maybe. Maybe this is something else, though. Okay, this could be for some other reason. Okay, this might not be what I thought it was. Okay, this is something else. This is not a good story. This is not the right one. No, this is something else. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's not the right one. Requested hardware from Steam. I swear to you that people get it. It's not confirmation bias this here. If you're a developer, not everyone is accepted. I requested hardware and was accepted. Bam. However, I have a game on Steam with 1,400 plus reviews. Someone I had said that they never released a game yet before. Here. They never released a game and they still got it. 2,700 reviews and they never got a response. So there's different, you gotta just search around and find the stories. But it's real. I think there's like no really clear rhyme or reason as to what allows it. Steam trademark Steam frame? Are we like speculating what that is? Yeah, it's a crapshoot. It is. Yeah, it's a little bit of luck. But it's like, you gotta try. You gotta try. If you're already making your game and you want to like have it be compatible for Steam Deck, why not? I think that's the idea, is to incentivize devs to make it Steam Deck compatible. What did you do? Saved my life? Eagle Brain? Yeah, that's Eagle Brain. That's total Eagle Brain. Rumored computer with Steam OS. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. Steam frame. Alright, so it's like Dolphin. When Nintendo GameCube was like stupid name. It's not a good name, but it got called something else. Nick made me put shader highlights in my game. Whoa. I look like I smell good? Thank you. That is such a nice thing to say. For a second game, here, do you want to... I don't know. Probably won't work. Pros for a second game after they see you are successful or by making money from your game. I swear to you, I saw at least one story where somebody said they had never released a game and they got the Steam Deck. You just have to take my word for it. Because someone else in there said they already had a game and they didn't get one. So you just don't know. You gotta try. Don't talk yourself out of trying is the advice. See what happens. But yeah, one day, definitely want to put a game on Steam. But I'm not really ready to want to do that yet. I will. Source, trust me, bro. Is this my source? Yes, that is my... You know what? Wow, I get it now. You know, I used to joke about that, but you know what? I get it. You know what? It makes sense. Sometimes you just gotta trust me, bro. Okay? What's up? Jatin? Jayton? Jotin? Let's go with Jotin. Let me know if I should pronounce it differently. Welcome. If you do use an asset pack, there's never a better time to put in a credits scene than right now. Right now? Yeah, so I did actually... First of all, it's Creative Commons 0 and doesn't want attribution, but I still am keeping track of that person. Yeah. Yeah, this one is Creative... I guess I should write that down. But it's Creative Commons 0, so I don't actually have to. I'm just doing it to be nice. So I'm gonna use the crap out of those assets. I'm trying to do some dev, some coding. I got some ideas. I want to make them happen. All right, so let me see if this deferred actually helped. The problem was, what was the problem? Oh, that the collision wasn't actually switching, even though it seemed like it was. So I had the crouching, oops. I had the crouching collision on even when I was standing, instead of it actually changing between them. And Discord thing isn't gonna end? Am I gonna be able to actually read through it all by the end of the stream? Oh, it didn't help at all. Pity. I hate that. So much for the 2 collisions idea, huh? Dang. It's just not functionally actually switching. I mean, is there something else that is like left behind somewhere? Like, is the, I mean, this is just changing the, oh, I forgot to demagic number that. 0.8, 0.7. If we're crouching, it would be this. Grid that is nap. Made a credit scene, call credit scene. Just tack it on at the end. Nice. It's a thread now. Oh, like an actual like Discord thread. I feel like those are underused in general. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh no, I'm out of water! I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get some more drink. It is that time. It is time for the LaCroix. So I don't have to refill my water. YB and I are carrying the living crap out of that thread. I will try to speed read it before the stream ends. Thank you for the hydrate. Ooh, crispy. Okay. Height. Crouch. Height. Standing. Is that what we call it? Default? Okay, sure. But this doesn't explain. This is just camera position. This does not explain why the collision is no good. So we can do visible collision shapes, but I'm not sure. So what's the alternative if this doesn't work? What are we thinking here? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it needs to work. That's what I think. It just better work. Don't not work. Here's my little collision shape. It's kind of hard to see. So what about right now? Oh wait, there's not even collision at the start. Wait a minute. I know what the problem is. Wait. Oh, they're linked. I gotta make it unique. Okay. What was it? 2? That's so easy, but that's such an easy fix. I always forget. I will always forget in Godot that, like, when you duplicate some resources, it's gonna make them the same. Alright. Jesus criminy. Just Standing, we run into it. Crouching, we go through it. We stand up, bam. Alright. Whoo! Look at those collisions changing. Alright. Let's go. Great! Glad we got that sorted out. Save it. Commit it. Crouching real good now. Begin navmesh. Success! Yes! You know, it might be a good reward redeem. Save your project. Oh, that's a really good one. That's so good. Should I get rid of those like default ones? I don't know. They're kind of like cringe or something. They're just like messy. Like, I don't know. Okay, where is oh, the chat that's over here. But they just feel like fine. I don't know. But they're not like special. They're just like there, like the highlight my message, but that's fun, leave it there. Unlock a random, like sub emote, no, it's fine, they're cool. It's just I feel the other ones get kind of lost in there a little bit. Yeah, that's a really good one, Insane. I love that. Excellent. We should definitely try to have these be both platforms too. Alright, but I'll work on that. YouTube channel points plus redeems, and then GitHub commit redeem. I love that, Insane. I'm gonna hate it too, because I'm gonna be like, no, but I don't want to. But it's gonna be good for me. That's kind of the theme of these redeems, is like good healthy practices. Okay, so I'm obviously not gonna have all the time in the world to finish this, but we got this shelf in here. It's got some navmesh. Now what I did want to do was just kind of I wanted to figure out the like length of the room. Can we just like take stock here of what we're dealing with? Okay, that's our test level. Okay. And then where's the row going? In there? Yeah, that's fine. Hey, guy, what's up? Chaos, yeah? No, wait, you're giving out free Steam Decks. There's chaos, there's free Steam Decks. Aliens are real. And we can crouch. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make a CSG. Oh, I would like one, please. Steam Deck, please. Thank you. Yo, some like Game Like Jam rewards would be pretty sick. One day when I have all of my entire stuff together, it's still going, I will reach out to sponsors to set up rewards for the Game Like Jam. But I'm trying to keep a lot together, so we'll get there. We'll get there in time. Okay, I just want to like make sure. And again, the width might change at some point. Certainly. Sponsors, you heard it, folks. Raid Shadow. Hell no. Hell no. I don't think so. Actually, if it could be... Wait, but it needs to be even too? I think it will be. It automatically changes the thing. Wish you luck with your channels. I used to stream and you have like 4K in Twitch. Okay. Alright, wow. Wow. Thanks. Okay, let's pop this there. You know, I'm just here to enjoy the community we have. Too late, you missed your chance. Enjoy the community we have and share in the motivation we provide for each other to make games and enjoy doing it, you know? Believe it or not, I'm not really interested in massive popularity. Or at least I'm not ready to embrace it. Still some left hyper will give us some Steam Decks. Yeah, you never know. The only reason I started streaming was because I wanted a little badge on a user-generated content thing that I was using. Wanted a little badge on it that said I had streamed that game. And it was a game about making games called Dreams, and what kept me coming back was sharing what I was up to and other people having ideas that helped me. Catching bugs like that the collision is going under the level, or someone would come through and have a question and they would see me do something and be like, whoa, you can do that? I was like, yeah. And just like swapping notes and other people like collaborating, like it was just that experience of what can be such a solitary thing for us doing game dev could suddenly be less solitary, and feeling those benefits myself and seeing that happen with others was just, that's what keeps me coming back. And I'll never do this just because something is popular. Like, I mean, I think the 1 hour jam isn't a bad example. Like, y'all liked the 1 hour jam a lot. And y'all like coming through and it was nice, but it stopped benefiting me as a game dev. And so I was done. I was like, I'm not a better game dev anymore by having done over 100 of these. It's too many. So I stopped. It's like, at the end of the day, I'm just here to get better at making games, you know, and meet other people who are trying to do the same. This is actually very challenging to me to find out how to do this. Just make it the size of the walls. Okay. So you know what? I'm just trying to like figure out like exactly the size that it would, like the margin at the end. That would be nice. Well, Lise, you can. I have a great idea for you. Here, duplicate it. Third place prize, mini Lise resin figurine size pop-on power glove. There's this game on Steam called Landfall Archives that is basically a collection of landfalls, scrapped early games and prototypes. Could be funny to do that, but with all the 1 hour jam games. Oh, you're saying for the build along? Interesting. Yeah, I think Dungeon and some other people have suggested that too. Like, what is that called? The Alien 50 UFO 50? Is that's something, right? So I love that. I feel like that's what's going to be great about the prototype jam, right? Is like there's so much opportunity to who knows what's going to like come up and resonate. That got me you saying that got me really excited. Oh, not for the build along. Oh, for the 1 hour, just memorializing the 1 hour jam. Oh, that's fun. Sounds like a lot of work. Put all the submissions into like a haunted PS1 disc. Whoa. Oh, that's kind of fun. It's a neat idea. Like, as is. These games may be broken. It may not make sense. But they are an archive of what happened. I mean, itch kind of already does that, but it could just be more something somehow. Oh, move it. Well, whatever. I know this seems like a weird detail, but basically what I want is to make sure that when I make other rows, that they have some uniformity and I can predict what their like size and stuff is gonna be. It's close enough. Because I'm gonna make multiple rows. I just need 2 right now. But I'm gonna make multiple rows of these. I'll try to work on this game a little off stream too. I feel like that worked out well for the volcano. Take pressure off working hard here. New one ever jam. Make a demo disc menu for all your game jams. Welcome, old Gimpy. I like that. There's something there. There's something there. You guys are like onto something. There's something here. A UFO 50 game for the build along could be really fun. Yeah, for sure. Most of your 1 hour jams are just adding stuff to Jamware. Jamware would be the thing then. Probably be the best one. That would be the best out of everyone's jam games, besides all of Ocean's games. If you ever make a video introducing the build along project, I will. Please read the thing me and Andres are making in Discord. Okay, I will. That's a great idea. Hell yeah. Yes. I really want to make more videos that are showcasing community stuff. The 1 hour jam post-mortem is something I really want to do. Definitely goals is to have community focused videos. So yes. Where's that? Let me put it, I'll put it in my build along notepad. WarioWare would be a fun, collab style game. Everyone contributes a Godot 1C minigame thingy. True. Even just as like a warm up, even. It's an interesting idea. Kinda like that. Are we all onto something? Although, you know, I feel like for the build, I want that to be like its own thing and not the build along, because I feel like what's so good about the build along is the collaborative, the forcing people to have to work together. But I like that. That feels like a separate awesome idea, like a quilt or something. I like that idea a lot. YH and Andres thread in Discord for promo video cause it's funny. Search Power Glove. I don't know, it's the only thing, that's something I remember that's very distinct. You made a few games before getting the idea of Jamware. Before I forget, you did order that new Godot Humble Bundle. Thank you! Thank you, guy! Thank you so much! Let's go! Thank you, guy! Thank you, guy! In a way that's supportive, if you think about it. Thank you, guy! You're getting me to sing all high. Thank you for the Humble Bundle, bye! Guy! I ran into that, I was so into it. Thank you, guy! Yay! I recall Banana Slam, a Smiley Man, cook burgers in your backyard or something like that. In Carousel Shooter. What are those? Are those 1 hour jam games? Reminds you of something you were very happy about. Back on the PS2, we had these demo discs. holiday 2004 and 2005. And as I reclaimed PS2 games for an emulator, you thought those demo discs were too niche to find. Somehow, you found them and got them back. Nice. That sounds like a treat. I remember there were a lot of PlayStation like curated game discs. What was the one I have? It only had a few. It had like Journey and Goat Simulator and something else. Where is that? I still have that somewhere. I do. It's somewhere. I think it's somewhere. Oh well. Not quite as action packed as what you're describing, but favorite demo discs were the Pizza Hut demo. Oh, those sound bad and fun. You be down? Why wouldn't I? The Wario connoisseurs. Yes. Yeah, that's a really fun idea as like a different project. I like that a lot. I guess I need to add that somewhere. Maybe I need like a separate one. Here, let's call this, rename this one Community Build Along. It's a really, really good idea. It's like a huge idea in a good way. Because it's actually easier too. Because it's the challenge of the Community Build Along is managing everybody working together. But this, there's just like a couple people who, it actually could be a good thing for, you know, potentially the future reviewer team to work on. So we're practicing. Could be a whole collab dev series is putting together everyone's games. Y'all work separately and then on stream we try to arrange it. That would probably be a really good practice. Next step after collab dev. This could be sooner than later. Yeah, review team. Yeah, so I talked about it earlier. It's a lot to explain, but basically, there would be a reviewer team. I'll be very selective about the people. I'm not sure exactly like how, you know, whether I don't know if it's gonna be like an open thing. I think it's just like I'm gonna pick certain people who I already, you know, this or that. But it just depends. It depends. But so thinking of you, Insane, there is, I would want like a music person too. So, you know, I would basically there be people, so again, I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna come together, but, you know, there are some people that I already see, mostly programmer, technical director, code reviewer types, maybe timeline manager. But I'd want to get folks who are, you know, art director, reviewers, whatever, creative director, design reviewers. There's not music in here, but that definitely should be one of them, and stuff like that. In the words of Jeff Goldblum, life finds a way. How is that relevant here? Yeah, totally. Okay, so we'll say, what do we call this? I don't even know. Community game separate. I don't know. Separate games together. Games. Hyper game collection. Game disc. Something. I don't know. Conceived in 2025, 09, 06. Live stream around 11 to 12 hours in. Hyper Game Dev community makes separate games, possibly around a theme, or that implement a certain unifying something. Maybe. Intermediary between collab dev and build along. Allows leads and reviewers to practice management, collaboration, and stitching together without all of the chaos of everyone being involved in the same thing. Making Burger King sneaking community disc. Burger King sneaking community disc. What are we talking about now? Too busy with the hyper game dev card thread. It's sort of this cool thing emerged about having like an anthology of like games, like an event where we all make different games and then pull it together into one like thing. And I think hyper game dev that feels a little on the nose though. I guess yours is what, Jamware, right? WarioWare. I guess we could vote on the name. It'd all have to be the same engine and version. Right, so like what would it be? Would it be like a web page where you can like navigate to the different games and play them separately? Or would it be a single unified game? Pure JavaScript, all the games. That could be beautiful. Literally, you can play them all at the same time. Like an amazing mosaic of Flexbox, CSS Flexboxes. I don't know how I do that in Unity. No clue in GameMaker. Yeah, I mean, I'd hate to like force everyone to use the same engine, but yeah, we would have to figure out something like that. I mean, like build along is gonna have to be one engine. So I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's gonna be Godot. I'm sorry, you guys, it's like gonna be Godot. At the Olympic Games and Knuckles plus new funky mode. We're getting into it again. Yeah, if we won the same build. Only 3 minigames? Yeah, but was it charming? Was it endearing? Because that's what that's all about. Is it being endearing? Alright, well, we can keep thinking about it. And, you know, let me know in the Discord, like, if you have ideas and stuff. Because I think this is cool. And then, yeah, the build along is something I'm definitely working on. I've demoed a little bit of how the GitHub would work, and we do like a whole jam as well, like a prototype jam. We could do a jam for that too. Could be, we'll see, I don't know. It's a lot to think about, but it's less than the build along to think about, which is nice. My intention with this is just to have like a template. You don't really need to do the height. Just like a template for how long it should be. Okay. So I'm gonna pull that away. I don't really need it in this. Yeah, okay, shelf row 2. So if I put this in here, this is shelf row width. Marker. Shelf row ruler, we'll call it. Good night, yaha. I gotta go to sleep too. You and me both. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. But I gotta read you. I'm gonna read your guys' thread. I got maybe like 5 minutes. I'm gonna read it. A little less than that. Shelf row CSG ruler, we'll call it. Which I actually do need to put that in shelf row 1 as well. Because methinks this is not lined up quite optimally. Posted the jam game in live chat for your pursuit later. The jam game? What do you mean the jam game? You mean your progress so far on your granny-like? Love that. Yeah, because you've been making the builds. The WarioWare one? Wait, you made a WarioWare one? Now I'm confused. I didn't know that. Did I miss some messages? I like missed some stuff. How did I not? Did I think you were, did I just like assume? Because Andrew's done been making something like that for a while. And so my brain might have just auto-corrected like, oh, it's probably Andrus who's saying that. Oh, I missed that. Oh, I thought you were, you know what? I mixed up what you were saying when someone said the Pizza Hut thing. Burger King, Burger King, Sneak King, that. I thought you were talking about that. Is that what you were talking about? Made a WarioWare like in pure JavaScript for jam once. That's what you're, okay. I thought, okay, now it's all coming together. That's the line that I missed. That was the key. That was the key thing. How long? Oh, just pure JavaScript. Was it fun? Probably. You make a lot of fun stuff. Okay, this one, which side does this one go on? Really did not get the monster, but that's okay. Oh, this one's the other way. That's okay. Shelf one over here. It's gonna be okay. I'll work on it off stream. Then there's Monday, so that's when I'll be streaming next. That would be a members only stream. And Twitch subscribers as well. Whoa, no, don't do that. There you go. Works. And then Tuesday, I'll be back doing more JavaScript. Silly is fun though. I had my best rating in a jam game, which was a 7 out of 988. Monday is September 8th. Is that a significant day? That's your birthday? Happy early birthday! Wait, and you got a Twitch sub now. Let's go! Okay, so I should be able to delete the ruler. Save that. Now that's gonna be in the wrong spot, but that's okay. Because, yeah. I put the whole level in the wrong spot. Somehow. Whoops. There's everything in here. Oh, because the walls are different. Okay, put that at Z0. And the walls, it's a little messy. Something like that. Or kind of, sort of. Well, it could be worse. It's not perfect, but it could be worse. Cool. And then for row 2, what's the time? Why does the time be ticking though? Like, leave me alone. So in theory, I would want to be able to figure out this navmesh to work for, say, if these shelves are like there's like an open gap here. So maybe could be like that. I'll have a bunch of different rows. I guess I could always make like every possible combination and then make sure I set up the nav mesh on it. Ahead of time. So I didn't get to test the monster, but that's okay. When am I gonna work on Monday? I don't know. Cause like since I'm doing an asset pack, I really gotta like plan my Blender tasks. Maybe I should start thinking about sound too. I always wait too long for that, and in a horror jam doesn't sound like a great idea. Horse armor, of course. How could I be so foolish? The monster is the horse armor. That would be that. See, this getting into commentary now. And then you'd have row 1, row 2, and there'd be all these different rows in here. And it would randomize when it goes name. Okay. It'd randomize which ones are where, so it kind of creates like a different maze every time you play. It won't seem that different, but I think once there's a bunch of them, it's actually not that different from the first game I tried making in Unreal Engine, now that I think about it. And one of the 1-hour games that I made, incidentally. A long time ago. So these are a little further apart than I'd probably make them. And then there's gonna be boxes all throughout. You're gonna be able to pick them up and stack them. Yeah, we'll see. It'll take some iteration. But I'm kind of getting the playground figured out, and hopefully soon we can actually get all the monsters, the monster navigation. All right, y'all. All right. Let's see what this build-along game, Yaha and Andrus are planning for us. I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's gonna take some time. It'll be some time before it happens, all right? It's gonna be some time, but we'll get there. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me today. It has been a pleasure. I love chatting with you guys. I'm finding like working on the games off stream is really nice because it gives me this opportunity to like feel okay chatting more. Thread time. Now wait, where did I last leave off? Comic Pants. We're gonna make a game with Secret Godot.exe Racer, B-side mode, Encore mode, Mirror mode, 9300 speed settings, mod menu, troll menu, 420% Nuzlocke mode, plus Perma Universal Destruction mode, every JRPG ever made in black and white, 16K resolution, speedrun tools, 3902 post-game content, death mode, admin commands, accessibility settings, 39,202 unlockable colors, 438 unlockable mini games, 9,999,099 new particles added to the universe, plus C+++++, John Python 2, Hans 53rd Flavor, plus EA, the entire company, Doom port, optimization fixes, weekly characters added, multiplayer hub world, Wolfenstein port, 16GB compression port, obviously, all languages, including the ones we don't know about yet. Nicolas Cage collab edition, looking forward to that. John Wick revives his dog with magic. For 12 lucky players, just give us 4,269 Roblox, 21 more messages! Thank you all, y'all are the best. Thank you for contributing. Good night, YouTube. Hit the like button if you're watching. If you haven't pressed the like button yet, please do that. It helps a lot more people contribute to the Hyper Game Dev Cart Twin Sanity. So thank you for expanding this idea into something that I think we can really make. I think we can actually do this. Good night, YouTube. Twitch, I'll be with you in a second. YouTube, good night. Y'all are the best. And I will see you. I will see you on Monday if you remember. Otherwise Tuesday for JavaScript. Good luck on your granny likes. Let me know in the Discord how they're going. Let me know. Shout out to somebody's name I can't say for the Jiggle Physics request with £2, and also Bart's for becoming a member. All right, guys. Good night, YouTube. All languages, including the ones we don't know about yet. Nicholas Cage, we talked about that. Community workshop support. 58 announcer